Why did the government not see this is going to happen with Indigo? The question is about loss to the economy. What action has been taken, like you said, to ensure the employees of the airlines behave properly with the passengers if this situation has happened? Why have the fees not been capped? How is it from 5,000 it goes to 40,000? In 15 days, there's going to be a review. The ASG says to review everything. But the court is very clear. Even now, you're saying 15 days. The court says that a very interesting thing that I have to bring to our viewers' attention is the ASG stating the Ministry of Civil Aviation has a limited role in this. It's the DGCA that is looking into this. So even here, politics playing out, where the shocking words coming in from the Additional Solicitor General who's trying to distance the Ministry of Civil Aviation from this and saying it's the DGCA that is looking into this. So shocking as it is, responsibility and accountability not being taken even now by the government, who passes the buck to DGCA as if these are two different bodies who are completely alienated. The court says we understand everything you're trying to do, but the guidelines had been there to ensure there was rest to pilots. That was 2024 last year. That did not happen. Exemptions were given, but if you are not recruiting the appropriate number of pilots, what actions are you taking? As we are speaking, 10 minutes ago, the Additional Solicitor General is trying to make arguments in the courtroom where he's trying to say there's a complete machinery in place. I don't think the ASG has an easy job, but to actually say that there is an easy, complete mechanism in place, the government is concerned, the government has acted with great alacrity. It's not going to go down well with either the passengers, citizens of India, or the court that's hearing his arguments. When the court is asking today, when did the committee's proceedings start, which he says have started today, the court is now being told that the hearing of this is scheduled for today. Then Justice Gandela says we expect proper prayers in this PIL. The ASG says there's a lot of anguish. The court is now, as I'm speaking, dictating the order, and I think let's break that, viewers. The order says the PIL petitioner filed, two practicing lawyers have raised concerns over the recent disruptions which occurred in the services which were provided by Indigo on account of cancellation of flights. Because of the disruptions, which is continuing even till date, the passengers have been denied boarding and have been stranded at various airports in the country. So the PIL that has been filed here, the order is being passed in this court, and I'm just going to write it down for our viewers so that we can break it down. Yeah, all right. So we already have that. Let's break this. Order is being dictated, and
Indeed, Ridham, and ladies and gentlemen, as we speak, the Delhi High Court is now dictating an order in this case, and the hearing is ongoing. Ridham, our colleague, continues to remain with us, who is dissecting this order as it comes. And the first observation of the court that is coming in, which is scathing, is on the PIL petition filed by the two lawyers in the Delhi High Court, which led to this entire hearing today. And the court notes that it is a matter of great concern over the recent disruptions which occurred in the services being provided by respondent number 3, which is Indigo, perhaps in this case, over the cancellation of a large number of flights and delays in the flights. The court is further now saying that because of the said disruptions, which is continuing as on date, the passengers have been denied a boarding right and have been stranded at various airports in the country. So right before dictating the complete order, the court is acknowledging the sequence of events and how Indigo has now placed in jeopardy a lot of passengers who continue to remain stranded at various airports. The High Court also noting that this is a continuing cause of concern and the crisis is ongoing. As it stands, there were various serious questions asked, ladies and gentlemen, today by the Delhi High Court to respondents, and ASG representing the government. They're also presenting the government's perspective when the High Court pulled them up and asked on what measures have they taken to begin with to prevent such a man-made disaster taking place, and also what action has been initiated. The government has attempted to assure the High Court there, which has been questioning it by saying that there is an inquiry in place, there are mechanisms in place, suspension is on the table, and that once this inquiry concludes, there will be action taken by the government. And they say that the government is proactively, in fact, acting on the matter. Whether the Delhi High Court is satisfied by this contention of the ASG, who is representing the government, there is something that remains to be seen, as the order is being dictated as we speak in the Delhi High Court. But one of the biggest developments now, almost 10 to 11 days into the Indigo crisis just this month, and which continued even last month, where 61% of their flights were cancelled due to lack of crew. Finally, the matter has reached the Delhi High Court almost 40 days into the implementation of the phase 2 of the FDTL norms. Rhythm, my colleague, continues to remain with us. Rhythm, do tell us what kind of measures that the court have in their hand. Can they set a timeline for the government to act in accordance? Can they set in stringent measures for the DGCA or Indigo to comply within tight deadlines? What are the options that the court has at this juncture, or will this go to another date with more clarifications and explanations coming in?
Let's tell our viewers that as we are speaking, the order is being dictated, and the order has said that the PIL, because of the said disruptions, they are trying to pass an order. They are saying that the passengers have got stranded on the airport on account of cancellation of flights. Passengers, especially children, those in the old age, are facing health issues. It is reported staff of the airline is not attending to those passengers. Their concerns in an appropriate manner are not being met. But the court is now saying in its order, having gone through the petition, we may express dissatisfaction at the petition and the way the prayers have been made. We expect the petitioner to come better prepared. So they've also passed an observation on the way this petition has been made, but that's besides the point. The most important point is the Delhi High Court has taken stock of the situation, has raised an alarm about the disruption that has been caused to the lives of the passengers. They said such disruption has resulted in an unreasonable surge in the fares being charged by other airlines. The court has said the additional Solicitor General, who is representing the Union of India and the DGCA, has stated the crisis has precipitated on account of various non-compliances by the airlines from time to time to regulate flight duty hours of the crew members. So they've also given out details about what the government of India says, that this crisis, according to the government, has come because the flight duty hours of the crew members have not been put into place. We're going to still wait, as we are saying, the order is being dictated in the Delhi High Court, and I'm going to wait to what they say. They're not satisfied with the way the petition is, but they're also stating that something needs to be done to ensure that the requirements of civilized society are met. At the same time, they said the passengers got stranded. The passengers and children and old age citizens are facing health issues. Staff of the airlines is not attending to these passengers in a proper manner, and the court is continuing to dictate this order, where they're going to possibly ask the petitioner to come better prepared in the court next time for this hearing. They're also going to be asking for some details coming in from the government, is my sense, from what they're telling the government. Yes, all right. So it has been stated, they have said that the flight duty time limitations 2024 are to be implemented by every airline in the country. The court has said that this was to be done earlier. The court says so far as provisions relating to night landing by pilots are there, same was to be implemented with effect from a certain date, November 1st. Authorities have communicated the same. Indigo, supervising Indigo takes adequate steps. So they're all talking about the flight duty, but we have to see how soon that happens. There have been non-compliances. So I think what is the most important thing that as we are going on reporting on this is, what is now being said about what the government has said. This is important. That the government believes that the crisis has become and precipitated because of non-compliance of guidelines issued by respondents to regulate flight duty hours of the crew members. So everything is now being put by the government on the flight duty hours non-implementation by the Indigo. But the biggest question, Kruthar, that we ask as we wait for more details coming in from the Delhi High Court is, why did the government allow this to happen? They are now giving out details about the flight duty time limitations, FDTL, to have been there in place in 2024 April, then in November 1st. But why did the government itself not intervene and keep an eye on it?
Rhythm, let me also recap just for our viewers as we wait for more updates coming in, ladies and gentlemen, on that order. This FDTL norms actually started from the Delhi High Court's order in the first place when pilots associations had approached the Delhi High Court in 2024 demanding fair flight duty time regulations at global standards, following which the Delhi High Court's intervention, the DGCA and the Ministry of Civil Aviation had to step in and provide a new FDTL norm which was in compliance with global regulatory standards. That new policy was then announced in January of 2024 and further notified in May of 2024, on May 31st to be very precise with them, after the intervention of the High Court, which also further said that now there has to be a timeline at which this has to be implemented. The original implementation deadline, ladies and gentlemen, was 1st June 2024, but at that point of time, that was almost a year and a half ago, these airlines went to DGCA and said that this is too short of a notice for them to meet up with crew numbers and requisite training that is required to meet meet the FDTL norms, following which the DGCA had then devised a two-stage plan. The first stage implementation of this new FDTL norm kicked in from 1st July 2025, as the court just noted, and the second part started from 1st of November. So when in 1st of July, the first phase of this new FDTL norm kicked in, all airlines across India began to comply, and not all clause of the 14-15 odd clause that there were, only a few of them went into force from July, and the rest of them, particularly concerning night landings, were implemented from 1st of November. As soon as from 1st of November onwards, ladies and gentlemen, when the new FDTL norms kicked in, that is when Indigo's alarm bells began to ring, because there were about 1,232 to be precise flights cancelled by Indigo alone in the month of November, 1232, and of them 755, that is nearly 61% of the flights, were cancelled because Indigo did not manage to have a crew to fly those aircraft. And when it comes to crew, it particularly means also the pilots, because of which they were unable to fly that aircraft in time. Subsequently now, there has now been the court which is now noting it that these FDTL norms, which are all part of the High Court's order, which the court had already given, were to be implemented according to the timelines, and because of which there are compliance issues with them. This is why the court repeatedly asked, what has the government been doing? Because the timelines were announced as early as a year and a half ago.
That is absolutely right, which is something that should have happened much, much earlier. It did not happen. The court is also saying one of the measures which had to be taken by Indigo is to ensure the FDTL was recruitment of adequate number of pilots. However, the Indigo could not recruit the said pilots. The court says ASG stated there has been gross deficiency in software support. A circular issued by DGCA has been brought to our notice, which is with respect to civil aviation requirements to be followed by operating airlines. So as we're continuing to put out what's been happening in the Delhi High Court for the past 1 hour, let me quickly tell you the Delhi High Court has pulled up the center and the authorities and the airlines over the Indigo emergency crisis. They've asked what action has been taken to compensate passengers. They've asked how are you ensuring the airline staff behaves properly. They say the issue isn't just inconvenience, it also involves economic loss, systematic failure. They've questioned the government and said if they failed, what action did you take? Till now, the order that is being dictated is writing down what the government has said led to this crisis. They are saying, however, you allowed the situation to reach this point. And they're also questioning the government and saying if there was a crisis, how could other airlines be allowed to take advantage? Again, they are questioning the government's responsibility here. They've questioned how the fares jumped from 5,000 to 39,000 and how the other airlines started to charge this amount. The shocking words that have come in, which I think is very important, which we'll be also looking at later in the day today, is the words of the Additional Solicitor General appearing for the Union of India and the government here, who says the Civil Aviation Ministry has limited role in this. This is the biggest aviation crisis, the biggest emergency crunch crisis that India has seen, and the Civil Aviation Ministry has been very conveniently distanced by the ASG here, who says it's the DGCA that is looking into this, and there is a very limited role of the Ministry of Civil Aviation. These are shocking words, and the Civil Aviation Ministry also needs to wake up like the Delhi High Court is asking them to. The Delhi High Court has secondly pointed out very stringently that the ASG who's representing them has said this entire crisis happened because of FDTL limitations. The court has said it's been stated in circulars that airlines had been told they have to circular to be mandatorily followed by airlines, and they immediately after the crisis was reported on account of the disruptions, the DGCA and ministry took certain measures. One of these measures is a letter dated 5th December where certain relaxations have been granted with respect to leave of pilots. I think the court is basically first putting into account, because it's a question of a very urgent matter, Krutharth, everything into perspective. We'll have to wait for a few more seconds, a few more minutes before we get to the core of what the court is stating here.
All right, Rhythm, thank you very much for being with us. Ladies and gentlemen, it's time for a very short break because the Delhi High Court any moment now is about to deliver its final comments in that order in the Indigo crisis. A PIL has now reached the doors of the Delhi High Court. The people are demanding answers, and now the Delhi High Court is asking the questions on why did Indigo fail to implement these FDTL norms. Do not go anywhere. We'll bring you all those details on that exclusive judgment that now the Delhi High Court is delivering as we speak. Republic is live and breaking, ladies and gentlemen. Indigo mess in Delhi High Court.
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
A legal journey that is carved through discipline and precision. Former Solicitor General of India, Counsel for Bihar Chief Minister Nitish Kumar, former Prime Minister P.V. Narasimha Rao and others. Senior Advocate Ranjit Kumar, insightful, unfiltered, candid. Only on Republic TV this weekend.
MDH की देगी मीरज,
देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का।
MDH की देगी मीरज।
QSMTHE, the world's foremost university rankings organizations, have ranked Amity amongst the top 3% universities globally, making it among the very few Indian universities to be included in both rankings. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी, एवरीडे।
भाई मेरा बेटी को प्यार चाहिए, मेरा बेटी का ब्लड आ रहा है, नीचे से।
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
It's 1 p.m. and you're watching Live and Breaking with me, Shavan Sen. Our top focus, Indigo crisis reaches Delhi High Court. CEO of Indigo has now been called by the Aviation watchdog. All this and much more in this edition, but first, let me take you through the headlines we are tracking at this time. Focus on IPS officers who blocked action. Birch nightclub senior IPS officers allegedly stopped cops from taking action. Third owner, Ajay Gupta arrested, but Luthra brothers still absconding. Delhi High Court hears plea on Indigo crisis, questions airline crisis profiteering, also slams 35,000 airfare surge. SIT report confirms what Republic reported 5 months ago. Masked man was coached by an anti-temple gang to orchestrate Dharmasthala hoax. Republic coverage on Dharmasthala hoax case vindicated, and SIT exposes how the accused planned the anti-Hindu campaign. There is no escape for fugitive Mehul Choksi now. Belgium Advocate General says no further appeal is possible in the case. US delegation leaves from the Ministry of Commerce and Industry at Vanijay Bhavan in Delhi as trade talks continue in the national capital. Well, starting this edition with some breaking news now coming in. It's an exclusive with Republic TV speaking to the Advocate General of Belgium. Mehul Choksi's extradition to India has just got a significant boost. Belgian Supreme Court, the Court of Cassation, has rejected his appeal against the Antwerp Court of Appeal's decision to allow his extradition. This essentially means that the extradition order can now be executed subject to necessary formalities. In fact, the Belgium Advocate General has already indicated to Republic TV that no further appeal is possible in this particular case. In fact, a subsequent questionnaire was also sent to the Advocate General, who has basically indicated that the matter is now in the court of the Belgian political class. In fact, the Belgian authorities will now have to take a final call as to when they can begin the extradition process. We had written to Belgium's Advocate General, and this is the response that came in, that there's no further appeal that is possible, a confirmation that has now come in from top sources in Belgium. In terms of legal recourse, once again, a clarification now coming in from the Advocate General that since this matter was heard by the Supreme Court of Belgium, there is no other legal recourse that is available to Mehul Choksi. In fact, Mehul Choksi was arrested by Belgian authorities following a red corner notice that was issued by the Interpol after a request that was made by the Central Bureau of Investigation and the Enforcement Directorate. Multiple teams of the central agencies have already visited Belgium, and where they have tried to convince the authorities that this is the fit case of extradition. Let me go across to my colleague Shambhavi, who is joining us from the national capital. A short while back, Shambhavi, a confirmation now coming in from the Advocate General of Belgium that there's no further appeal that is possible.
Right. Earlier, when this appeal, when the final order of extradition was there at the Court of Appeal, the next natural step was for Choksi to appeal in the Court of Cassation. And once the appeal goes in the Court of Cassation, there stands only two ways that this case could have gone. One was the present case in which the Court of Cassation rejects the appeal, which happened, and the other one would have been, if they have accepted the appeal, the case would have gone back to the Court of Appeals. But in this case, now that the Court of Cassation has rejected the appeal on the ground that there was nothing wrong in the legal interpretation that the Court of Appeal took while assessing the appeal against the extradition of Choksi. So now the next step, of course, is for the Belgium authorities to decide what will be the time frame for them to actually start the extradition process. They'll be required to officially notify the MEA that this extradition process has started, and then the MEA, the CBI and the ED will deploy a team to make sure that the custody of Choksi was given to the Indian authorities, and then of course he'll be flown back to Delhi, to India. So now, given the situation, we know that the Court of Cassation has officially declined the appeal against extradition. Back to you.
Shambhavi, with respect to the extradition process, is there anything that you're picking up, and also just help our viewers understand the case that has been registered against Mehul Choksi?
Choksi was in charge of the embezzlement, forgery, fraud, and also he was charged with criminal conspiracy in the PNB scam case. But then he was there in Belgium, and he also made several allegations. His legal team especially made several allegations on the basis of which an appeal was filed in the Court of Cassation. Their main appeal was that the Indian authorities are trying to bring Choksi back home because they will, and they will try to treat him unfairly, and that this entire process, this entire move is politically motivated. That was their legal team's main contention, on the basis of which this appeal against his extradition reached the Court of Cassation, which is basically the Supreme Court of Belgium. And now again, since the final step, final possible legal recourse has been taken and the final appeal has been rejected, there is no legal recourse available for Choksi. So the next obvious and the logical step, or the illegal step, would be for the Belgium authorities to start the extradition process.
I've just got more breaking news now come in. Shambhavi, I'll just request you to just take us through the timeline of this entire matter with regards to when did Mehul Choksi reach Belgium, and in terms of the extradition treaty that is there with India. What more details are you picking up? Meanwhile, I'm just putting out more details because I'm just given to understand that this matter has now reached the Prosecutor General's office in Antwerp. Shambhavi, if you can hear me.
Well, we know that on the basis of there were major 4 to 5 legal actions or the cases under which Choksi was registered. One was the criminal conspiracy, the second was fraud, third was forgery, and fourth was embezzlement. These were the main grounds on which or the charges that were imposed on Choksi. And when we talk about the extradition treaty, that is basically based upon what is legal here or what is illegal here in India, and if the same things are illegal back in Belgium as well. So when we'll talk about the technicality of it, apart from one minor point which is illegal in India and not illegal in Belgium, every other charge that was imposed on Choksi was illegal as per the Belgium laws as well as Indian laws. And there is a treaty in place between Belgium and India which has facilitated this entire extradition process and has made it easier, because the more difference there is with the laws of both the countries, it would have been more difficult for us or for India to bring Choksi back in India. But given that the entire legal case or the petition on the basis of which the hearing took place in the Court of Appeal in the first place and then in the Court of Cassation, there weren't a lot of difference except one point where Indian laws and Belgium laws do not agree. And now that the Court of Cassation has taken the decision in the favor of the Indian authorities, in the favor of the extradition process, there will be no legal recourse available for Choksi.
Well, in fact, I've just got an official confirmation coming in from Belgium's Advocate General, who has responded to the second query that has been sent. Can we just put this out? Advocate General responds to the second query of Republic TV and once again confirms that there is absolutely no legal recourse available for Mehul Choksi. The matter is now being taken up by the Prosecutor General in Antwerp. Can we put this out? The line, matter to be taken up by Prosecutor General in Antwerp. That's the latest now coming in. So it seems that the date has also been given. We have just got the details as to when exactly are we to expect this matter to be taken up by the Prosecutor General's office. In fact, on the 16th, on next Wednesday is when the reasoning of the court will be also given. It's next Wednesday that we're expecting the reasoning of to come in. That is basically on the 17th when the court will be giving the reasoning as to why exactly will this matter be taken up by the Prosecutor General. Shambhavi, if you can just take us through the latest details coming in 17th of December when the matter is going to be heard.
Definitely. And now that there were no legal recourse available for Choksi, let me also tell our viewers how this all started when India appealed for the extradition process to start. And that happened on the basis of 2 arrest warrants. One was in 2018 and the another one was in 2021, to which the Belgium authorities agreed because they found nothing wrong with the extradition request. And the first decision for the same, the first decision for this initial extradition request was made in November 29th, 2024. So this entire chain has started from November 29, 2024. The next is when Choksi appealed in the Court of Appeal itself to rectify its decision. The Choksi first filed an appeal in the Court of Appeal, which actually agreed with the extradition process, to which the Court of Appeal declined to entertain that petition itself, saying that there is nothing wrong in the extradition request and that the laws, as I mentioned, of both the countries align and are allowing the extradition process to happen smoothly. Then after that, Choksi was given 15 days to apply to file an appeal in the highest court, which is the Court of Cassation in Belgium. And that is when the appeal was filed, the hearing happened. And this is very important for our viewers to understand that whenever a case goes from a Court of Appeal to a Court of Cassation in Belgium, the Court of Cassation does not consider the legality of the case, does not consider or reconsider the evidence or the facts of the case. It only considers whether or not, when the case was being heard in Court of Appeal, was the legal process followed. This is the only angle that Court of Cassation would deliberate upon or would talk about in the hearing. And the
quick
court
update.
did not find anything.
Shambhavi, just a quick update right now coming in. We do have a confirmation, the following confirmation coming in after the second query that was sent by Republic TV, that Supreme Court of Belgium will give the reasoning of the rejection on 17th of December. Meanwhile, the matter has been taken up by the Antwerp court. As far as the future course of action is concerned, we are waiting for an official confirmation to come in from the Indian central agencies as to when exactly would the team be leaving for Belgium, because it seems that Mehul Choksi has run out of all possible options. And keeping in mind that the treaty does exist with Belgium, it would be far easier for India to extradite Mehul Choksi from Belgium to India. That's the latest coming in. So it seems a move now being made for a faster extradition to be made. 17th of December, when the Belgian Supreme Court to give the reasoning of rejection. I'll just quickly sum up with Shambhavi of all that we know so far. Shambhavi, just a quick recap of all that we know so far in terms of the hearing that took place yesterday. What was the hearing all about and what does it mean for Mehul Choksi now?
So this hearing went on for extradition when Indian authorities made a request for extradition and the Court of Appeal agreed with the extradition request, to which Choksi appealed against in the Court of Cassation, which is the highest court in Belgium. And given that the court is likely to give the reason for the rejection, as we are constantly telling our viewers, the Court of Cassation only considers the legal points of the case. If there were any legal obstacles in the case, it does not reconsider the evidence. It does not reconsider the facts. So that is the major topic on which the hearing was about. Was there any legal loophole that occurred when Court of Appeal was considering the extradition appeal, which again the Court of Cassation found negative, thus rejecting Choksi's appeal against his extradition. So now Choksi is just Indian authorities are just one step ahead in this extradition process.
Thank you very much, Shambhavi, for getting us the latest details. Shifting focus now to the other story that we are tracking. This is about the Luthra brothers who are on the run. A blue corner notice has already been issued by the Interpol, which essentially means that Thailand would have to now inform India about the current location of the Luthra brothers. However, there is no clarity as to when exactly would that happen. But now, the focus is on IPS officers who barred action on Birch. In fact, senior IPS officers are believed to have been behind this action, rather inaction on the part of Goa police. Keeping in mind there have been multiple violations that have taken place. Meanwhile, as we speak, Gaurav as well as Saurabh Luthra have sought documentation related to operations at Birch nightclub. In fact, a senior IPS officer intervened and instructed officers to halt further action. Now, sources indicate that notices were not pursued following the intervention, prompting internal concern and renewed focus on the role of the senior officials said to have also blocked the process. Now, the Chief Minister has spoken a short while back to Republic TV. We're going to put out that first response by the Chief Minister of Goa in a short while from now. But let me go across to my colleague Swarali. Swarali, are you picking up any details with regards to who are these senior IPS officers? Did the Chief Minister finally name them?
No, when we tried to ask him during the PC, we had an exclusive interaction with Goa Chief Minister Pramod Sawant, and I asked, it was my first question to him, that what about there were notices sent out by Anjuna police station after that by the crime branch for investigation of the documentation regarding the operations of Birch nightclub at that time, and it was intervened by the senior police officers and senior IPS officers rather. And investigation was kept on halt. To answer that question, he had said that nothing of such sort has happened, and if so, all the concerned officers will be punished or suspended. That's what he had to say. He outrightly denied any such possibility, but according to the sources, this has happened. The investigation which was supposed to be conducted was intervened by senior IPS officers. On the other hand, if we talk about the details of this Birch nightclub, it was operating on the CRZ zone, which means coastal regulation zone. It was constructed illegally, and to be very specific, it was classified as the land of agriculture and wetland. So these are the information we are gathering right now. CM of Goa has denied these allegations, but that's what we are collecting from our sources.
Well, in fact, my colleague Swarali spoke to the Goa Chief Minister a short while back. He puts it as an internal accusation that has been levelled, and it requires further investigation. In fact, the crime branch of Goa police has now taken up this entire matter. The question is, how long will it take for the Goa police to arrest the Luthra brothers?
मैं आपको एक बात कहता हूं, क्योंकि किसी का ऐसे सीनियर ऑफिस ने रोका है ऐसे कभी सामने नहीं आया है, तो डेफिनेटली उसके ऊपर जितने सारे कंप्लेंट्स थी उसके ऊपर ऑलरेडी इंक्वायरी हो रही है. डेफिनेटली इसका मैजिस्ट्रेट इंक्वायरी करने के बाद इसकी जो कुछ सच है वो सामने आ जाएगा.
बीजेपी एमएलए माइकल लोबो हिमसेल्फ इज सेइंग कि द एंटायर सिस्टम इज इन्वॉल्व, तो उस पे क्या कहेंगे?
मैं आपको कहता हूं कि इस केस में जो कोई इस तरह के समझो मैजिस्ट्रेट इंक्वायरी आने के बाद जो कोई मिला तो उनको सस्पेंड कर देंगे, चाहे तो टर्मिनेट भी करेंगे.
ऑफिसर्स आर एलिजिंग ईच अदर सर.
मैं डेफिनेटली कहता हूं एक बार इंक्वायरी का रिपोर्ट आने दो.
सर, नेक्स्ट डिमोलिशन वेयर इज इट एक्सपेक्टेड?
डेफिनेटली विदिन द 8 days that report will come.
So yesterday we saw action taken place at the Vagator lane, and how many other places that we are expecting?
At present वागातोर जिसका वायलेशन किया हुआ था उन्होंने, इसलिए उनका हमने ऑलरेडी डेमोलिशन किया है. बाकी भी किसी का वायलेशन इस तरह से मिला तो हम उसका डेफिनेटली जो हमने जॉइंट एनफोर्समेंट कमेटी जो बिठाई है उनका रिपोर्ट आने के बाद इस तरह के वायलेशन दिखे तो उसका डेमोलिशन हो जाएगा. मैं आपको एक बात कहता हूं, क्योंकि किसी का ऐसे सीनियर ऑफिस ने रोका है ऐसे कभी सामने नहीं आया है, तो डेफिनेटली उसके ऊपर जितने सारे कंप्लेंट्स थी उसके ऊपर ऑलरेडी इंक्वायरी हो रही है. डेफिनेटली इसका मैजिस्ट्रेट इंक्वायरी करने के बाद इसकी जो कुछ सच है वो सामने आ जाएगा.
बीजेपी एमएलए माइकल लोबो हिमसेल्फ इज सेइंग कि द एंटायर सिस्टम इज इन्वॉल्व, तो उस पे क्या कहेंगे?
मैं आपको कहता हूं कि इस केस में जो कोई इस तरह के समझो मैजिस्ट्रेट इंक्वायरी आने के बाद जो कोई मिला तो उनको सस्पेंड कर देंगे, चाहे तो टर्मिनेट भी करेंगे.
ऑफिसर्स आर एलिजिंग ईच अदर सर.
मैं डेफिनेटली कहता हूं एक बार इंक्वायरी का रिपोर्ट आने दो.
सर, नेक्स्ट डिमोलिशन वेयर इज इट एक्सपेक्टेड?
डेफिनेटली विदिन द 8 days that report will come.
So yesterday we saw action taken place at the Vagator lane and how many other places that we are expecting such?
At present भागातोर जिसका वायलेशन किया हुआ था उन्होंने, इसलिए उनका हमने ऑलरेडी डेमोलिशन किया है। बाकी भी किसी का वायलेशन इस तरह से मिला तो हम उसका डेफिनेटली, जो हमने जॉइंट एनफोर्समेंट कमेटी जो बिठाई है, उनका रिपोर्ट आने के बाद इस तरह के वायलेशन दिखे तो उसका डेमोलिशन हो जाएगा।
A series of documents that have been accessed by Republic TV clearly indicates the kind of violations that were indulged by the Luthra brothers. In fact, this particular resort, or rather this entire club, was built on an CRZ zone, and that official records classified the land as agricultural wetland. The documents further state that illegal construction was confirmed back in January 2024, followed by the issuance of a show cause notice in February 2024, after which a proposal for demolition was placed before authorities in March 2024. So there are demolition notice that has also been accessed, I beg your pardon. But it seems that there has been some sort of an intervention. Now, whether at all that intervention was coming in from senior IPS officers, Delhi-based IPS officers, is something that requires further investigation. But there is an investigation that is being carried out, and there is an indication that has essentially come in from those who have been part of this entire probe, those who have been part of the panchayat. They've made some damning allegations. The Chief Minister finally responds to it by saying that it requires further investigation. Meanwhile, we also interviewed Bhavna Joshi, who happens to be one of the survivors there. In fact, she has raised concerns about the alertness of the security guards who were present there, because remember, where this fire actually first broke out is where a performance was actually taking place. And from the images that have been accessed, Bhavna Joshi, the lone survivor, recounts what really happened at that point in time. She lost 4 family members, including her husband, and called out the authorities for hiding the real death toll. She also criticized the lack of help from police, hospital staff and government representatives, and highlighted missing fire exits and extinguishers at the property. Listen.
डांस चल रहा था वहाँ पे, म्यूजिक चल रहा था, सब लोग एंजॉय कर रहे थे, बहुत एंजॉय कर रहे थे। वो गन शॉट्स की जो गन शॉट चला 3 to 4 टाइम्स हुआ वो, और मे भी हो सकता है एक ही प्रॉपर एक पर्टिकुलर स्पेस पे वो होने से वहाँ पे उस चीज़ ने आग पकड़ ली उसकी वजह से। और वो माइनर सी आग बढ़ते 2 मिनट में पूरे हॉल को उसने पूरा कवर कर लिया, जिसकी वजह से मतलब कई लोग तो दम घुटने से मर गए वहाँ पर। खुद मेरे हस्बैंड भी दम घुटने की वजह से ही वहाँ पे उनकी डेथ हुई है। और मतलब मेरे बल्कि जो आग जो फर्स्ट टाइम जो देखा था वो भी मेरे हस्बैंड ने ही देखा था, और उन्होंने ही बताया कि यहाँ आग लग गई है, और बहुत आराम से बताया था।
ये इंसिडेंट मतलब ये जो पूरा इंसिडेंट हुआ जब ये आग लगी, तो ये कितने देर का ये इंसिडेंट था कि कितने देर में सब कुछ इतना बुरा हो गया, ये कितना टाइम लगा ये सब चीज़ होने में? मैम बहुत मिनिमम टाइम लगा था यहाँ पर, मतलब मैक्सिमम अगर आप देखेंगे तो 5 मिनट के अंदर पूरा हॉल मतलब 5 मिनट के अंदर पूरा हॉल जल गया था, जिसमें से बहुत कम लोग बाहर आ पाए, बाकी वो बेसमेंट की साइड चले गए। अब जो बेसमेंट में जो गए वहाँ से कितने लोग बचे आई डोंट नो, बट जो बाहर निकले वो ज़्यादा लोग नहीं निकले थे। जो मैंने अपने आंखों के सामने देखा था वो उतने लोग बाहर नहीं निकले।
Well, in fact, President Donald Trump has made multiple assertions about being able to bring peace, and the fact that he has intervened in bringing an end to 8 conflicts, referring to the Thailand-Cambodia conflict too. In fact, there is a statement that has now been made by the president. We're just going to put this out right now as to what exactly does this essentially mean for the president, who's made many such assertions and made it look like he's after all the global peacemaker. He mentioned how he has ended multiple wars that have taken place. Trump said that he will make a phone call as far as this ongoing clashes that are taking place between Thailand and Cambodia, which is only intensified in the last few hours. Take a look at what President Trump had to say.
While Trump's tariff spree continues since returning to office, the American president again brought up how he has ended wars globally. Mentioning the Cambodia-Thailand clash, Trump said he will make a call to stop the war between the two powerful countries.
10 months, I ended 8 wars, including Kosovo, Serbia, Pakistan and India. They were going at it. Israel and Iran, Egypt and Ethiopia. You didn't know about that. Armenia and Azerbaijan. And I hate to say this, one named Cambodia, Thailand, that had started up today. Tomorrow I'll have to make a phone call, and I think they'll get it. Who else could say, I'm going to make a phone call and stop a war of two very powerful countries, Thailand and Cambodia? They're going at it again. But I'll do it. So we're making peace through strength. That's what we're doing. We've cut federal funding for any school that pushes critical race theory or transgender insanity. No more money.
Trump has time and again been spotted saying he is deploying sanctions tactically to end wars across the globe.
3 people were killed and 28 were injured when a sleeper bus collided with a truck near Fatehpur at the Jaipur-Bikaner National Highway in Sikar. The accident took place around 11 o'clock late last night. 7 of the injured are in critical condition. Udhampur district in Jammu and Kashmir is facing a shortage of water after the heavy downpour followed by floods led to critical damage to the local water supply infrastructure. Jal Shakti Department of Udhampur is constantly making efforts to restore the water supply in the affected regions. In major crackdown on the illegal trade of banned codeine-based cough syrup, Varanasi police has seized around 30,000 bottles of prohibited cough syrup worth 60 lakh rupees from a godown. 2 suspects have been arrested at the spot. Multiple firms have been accused of supplying banned codeine-based cough syrups. Cases have been filed against a total of 26 firms by Uttar Pradesh Food and Drugs Department. A fire broke out in an apartment located on the 9th floor of Radha Beach Residency in Visakhapatnam. There were no casualties in the incident. Fire department personnel have brought the fire under control. Well, in fact, we are given to understand that multiple complaints have actually come in with regards to illegal construction that has taken place and the crackdown that also carries on. This is coming in from Rohtak, where we are given to understand that there's been a massive crackdown on terror. Delhi High Court hears pleas on Indigo crisis, questions the airline crisis profiteering, also slams the 35,000 airfare surge. SIT report confirms what Republic reported 5 months ago. Masked man was coached by anti-temple gang to orchestrate Dharmasthala hoax.
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग शिप भी बन सकती है।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा मसाला।
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
QS&THE, the world's foremost university rankings organizations, have ranked Amity amongst the top 3% universities globally, making it among the very few Indian universities to be included in both rankings. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा
focus on IPS officers who blocked action. Birch nightclub senior IPS officers allegedly stopped cops from taking action.
मैं स्लीपिंग पार्टनर हूं, मुझे इसके बारे में कुछ नहीं पता.
Third owner Rajay Gupta arrested, with Luthra brothers still absconding. Delhi High Court hears plea on Indigo crisis, questions airline crisis profiteering, also slams rupees 35,000 airfare surge. SIT report confirms what Republic reported 5 months ago. Mast was coached by anti-temple gang to orchestrate Dharmasthala hoax. Republic coverage on Dharmasthala hoax case vindicated, and SIT exposes how the accused planned the anti-Hindu campaign. There is no escape for fugitive Mehul Choksi now. Belgium Advocate General says no further appeal is possible in the case. US delegations leaves from the Ministry of Commerce and Industry at Vanija Bhavan in Delhi as trade talks held in the national capital. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are starting this edition with the breaking news that is coming in. A team of 7 officials from the Archaeological Survey of India is conducting an inspection on the Thiruparankundur Hill today, December 10th, under the orders of District Administration. 5 archaeology officials from Chennai and 2 from Madurai, accompanied by a police inspector for security, have gone up the hill and are currently carrying out the survey. For many years, Hindu organizations have been campaigning to light a lamp at the lamppost on the hilltop. Recently, a lawsuit was filed and the presiding judge, G.R. Swaminathan, ordered that a lamp be lit up at the hilltop post. Now, the Tamil Nadu government has filed an appeal against this order at the Supreme Court. Officials, ladies and gentlemen, they are conducting an inspection in the Thiruparankunduram, Madurai, following a court order related to a dispute over lighting a Kartigai lamp at the Murugan temple at the hilltop. Now, the Madras High Court has in fact directed the district collector, superintendent of police and other officials to appear before it via video conferencing on the 17th. Now, ladies and gentlemen, the dispute involves allegations of encroachment and property rights issues with the court, observing that the issue is not just about lighting a lamp, but also related to property rights. All right, let me cut straight across to Sharda, who's joining me live. Sharda, the ASI officials are conducting a survey at the hilltop, and this is, of course, stemming from this long-fought dispute over lighting a Kartigai lamp up the hilltop. Tell us more.
Well, after the December 1 order passed by G.R. Swaminathan, there's always been a turmoil as to whether the Deepatun, the lamp on the top of the hill where the lamp should be lit, whether it is part of the temple or whether it is part of the dargah, whether it is the boundary that's kept between to make sure the distance of the temple and dargah is met. But now the district administration has sent the archaeological survey team to make sure to find whether this particular pillar that the judge had ordered to light the lamp belongs to the temple. As we know, the lamp was lit there 80 years back, and there's no proof that before the Second World War whether the lamp was lit exactly on the particular pillar. How multiple Hindu party front leaders have coming forward saying that we should use it, but again the district administration has a question whether that particular land and the pillar belongs to the temple because it is very far off from the where the exact temple is located, and also stating that the DMK government is against it. The district administration also added that it is not the first time the fight is happening. Back in 2014, the Supreme Court had also passed a judgment in the same case, and that the DMK government has been following that this year as well. However, now the Hindu Party Friends wants a new rule, and also the latest development in this case is that the temple officials are saying that they should be allowed to light the lamp wherever they want, and a judge should not be interfering in this.
All right, Shada, thank you for getting us these details. Ladies and gentlemen, we are getting another breaking news that is coming in. Court has granted bail to Rahul Mamkutahil, Thiruvananthapuram, Kerala. The Principal Sessions Court, in fact, granted pre-arrest bail for Rahul Mamkutahil in the second case registered on the complaint of a Bengaluru-based woman. This is a breaking news that we are getting in. Court has now, ladies and gentlemen, granted bail to Rahul Mamkutahil. Of course, this is related to the complaint that was based of a Bengaluru-based woman. The Principal Sessions Court has, in fact, granted pre-arrest bail for Rahul. All right, let me cut straight across to my colleague Shankar, who's joining me live. Shankar, the court has granted bail to Rahul Mamkutahil, Thiruvananthapuram, Kerala. In fact, the Principal Sessions Court has granted this pre-arrest bail to Rahul as well. Tell us more.
Finally, after days of arguments and counter-arguments, the Principal Sessions Court here has granted the bail application filed by the pre-arrest bail application filed by the accused. The court granted conditional pre-arrest bail to the accused. The court granted conditional pre-arrest bail for the accused, stating that he has to appear before the investigating officers on all Mondays, and he has to cooperate with the probe fully, and he is not supposed to influence the witnesses and intimidate, not try to intimidate the victim in this case. He was granted the conditional bail in connection with the second case registered on the complaint of the 23-year-old woman who is from Bangalore. Actually, there were arguments for the last 2-3 days, and the court posted for final verdict in this matter today. And at around 1:30 p.m., the court granted conditional bail to the accused, stating these many conditions. And in the coming hours, it has become almost certain that the MLA will soon surrender before the probe team, and the court directed the probe team not to remand him. Sent after recording his arrest. He has to be released after recording arrest, and he has to cooperate with the probe team in all the investigation. He has to comply with all the conditions which are mentioned in the bail granting order. So the MLA is still absconding, and it was learned that he is in Karnataka, somewhere in the border between Kerala and Karnataka. And the bail application filed by the first pre-arrest bail application filed over the first case will also be considered by the High Court on Monday. And but the High Court issued a not to arrest order in connection with the first case, and the probe team was not in a plan to arrest him in view of the not to arrest order. And even the Sessions Court, which issued the pre-arrest bail, pre-arrest bail had earlier issued a not to arrest order as well. So his arrest was not a plan not in the plan of the probe team, but in the coming hours he will soon surrender before the probe team, and after clearing all formalities, he will be relieved soon.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Thank you for getting us these details. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the former Congress MLA who has now been granted bail. He was accused of sexual harassment by a Bengaluru-based woman. Moving on to another story that we are getting in, ladies and gentlemen, the DGCA has issued another summons to the Indigo CEO and all concerned officers, requiring their presence tomorrow at 3 p.m. along with complete detail regarding the crew rostering and the aircraft schedules. The Directorate General of Civil Aviation, or the DGCA, has now directed the CEO of Indigo to present a comprehensive data and updates regarding the recent operational disputes. Now, the CEO, along with the senior officials from all the relevant departments, is expected and is required to appear before the DGCA at 3 p.m. on December 11. That is the DGCA, ladies and gentlemen. Now, finally jumping into action and tightening the noose. In fact, the DGCA has now issued another summons to Indigo CEO Peter Elbers and other top officials, requiring their presence tomorrow at 3 p.m. All right, joining me live is my colleague Shambhavi. Shambhavi, the DGCA has now mandated for the Indigo CEO and the other relevant officials to appear before them at 3 p.m. What can we expect?
Well, there has been several things which is going on in the case. That at first hand, DGCA has already said that it will require a progress report every 15 days from it. given that Indigo has failed miserably to act responsibly and which has caused this entire crisis in the first place. In the meeting, again, there is a panel, a 4-member panel, which is investigating the matter right now and is trying to get to the core of the issue, what actually caused this issue in the first place. Issuing summons to the CEO or other concerned officer is a part of it. There are also other changes, as we know that DGCA has slashed around 5% of the total operations of Indigo all across the sectors, and then government increased that percentage to 10%. So the Indigo will need to update its schedules. There will be a revised schedule, there will be a revised roster. So these are the details which are likely to be shared from Indigo's end to the DGCA and the government. Back to you.
Well, of course, Shambhavi, also, given the fact that the High Court has in fact pulled up the centre this time, and they have said that what were you doing when, the airfares were rising up, they were spiking at 36,000, 39,000, and now the DGCA has finally jumped into action, and they have in fact mandated the Indigo CEO to appear before them. Well, Shambhavi, thank you for getting us these updates. Ladies and gentlemen, we are moving on to another breaking story. All right, the SIT's preliminary report submitted to the court in the Dharmasthala mass burial case has exposed what it calls a major conspiracy by the group of anti-Dharmasthala activists, giving the Dharmasthala administration a clean sheet. Now, the SIT states that the accused was paid, pressured and coached to deliver false statements, while the group allegedly procured a skull-staged evidence and recorded scripted videos to bolster these claims. Ladies and gentlemen, we have been in fact tracking this story for very closely. In fact, Republic was the first channel to, put this out in the open that this was nothing but an anti-Hindu campaign, and now the SIT's preliminary report in the Dharmasthala mass burial case has revealed an alleged conspiracy by the group of anti-Dharmasthala activists. In fact, the report has given a clean sheet to Dharmasthala administration, stating that the accused was paid, they were pressured and coached to deliver false statements. The group, in fact, allegedly procured a skull. They also staged in evidence and they recorded scripted videos to support their claims. There are some key points from the reports that are now coming to the fore, viewers. Let me quickly take you through them one by one. There is an alleged conspiracy by anti-Dharmasthala activists. They have said that the accused was paid, that they were pressured to give false statements, and that the evidence was staged, including procuring a skull. The skull was, in fact, at the heart of this investigation, ladies and gentlemen, but Republic was very quick to break this out in the open, that this was nothing but an anti-Hindu campaign. All right, joining me live is my colleague, Abhishek. Abhishek, the SIT's preliminary report in the Dharmasthala mass burial case has, in fact, revealed a huge and an alleged conspiracy. Give us more ground details on this.
Antara, it was the whistleblower or the masked man Chinnaya who had claimed in Beltangadi court along with his advocates that he had buried over hundreds of bodies in the last 30 to 40 years. And all of them belonged to women aged between 12 and 80, and all of them were brutally raped, and then he was the person who actually buried all of them. After which the Karnataka government started a special investigation team headed by Pranav Mohanty. This investigation dug around 18 to 19 places where they found only pieces of skulls of only 2 persons, and after which the government demanded a report which had to be delivered by the special investigation team as soon as the investigation was over. As of now, the special investigation team has submitted a report to Beltangadi court. At this point of time, we have received some of the information within the report which very clearly mentions 6 persons were the culprits in this entire case who wanted to defame Dharmasthala, who wanted to change the ideological thoughts of the people in Dharmasthala, and the respect towards Dharmasthala had to be changed. And at this point of time, Mahesh Shetty, Timurodi, Girish Mattananavar, Sujata Bhatt, and Chinnaya and various other persons who were involved in the direct speaking who were directly influencing the people to not to believe Dharmasthala, they have been named in the report as of now. And at this point of time, we've also seen the BJP and the JDS leaders who massively supported Dharmasthala during the issue when the Dharmasthala hoax started. The leaders are demanding that not only these 6 persons be taken into custody and be punished, but also the people who have handled the entire conspiracy against Dharmasthala Dharmasthala because they feel obviously this was a set up or this was a plan which had been well organized not only by the people in the state of Karnataka but also various people from various other communities, various other organizations have also funded against Dharmasthala. So at this point of time we have to see if the Home Minister is going to react on this because Dr. G. Parmeshwara hasn't reciprocated or reacted on the Dharmasthala issue. And also we have seen Pranab Mohanty meet Dr. G. Parmeshwara and the legal advisor of Chief Minister A.S. Ponnana, who is also the MLA. And Pranab Mohanty has already briefed up the minister and the government and the police department as well about the key factors of the report which has been submitted to Beltangadi court. We will have to see what unfolds in the next couple of days once the data is in the public. And also G. Parmeshwara, while the last assembly was happening in Bengaluru, had mentioned that once the report arrives, he will make sure that it will be kept open in front of the members of Legislative Assembly. Will that be done in the next couple of days is the answer which will have to be found out in the next couple of days. Antara.
Absolutely, Abhishek. The anti-temple lobby now stands exposed. Thank you for getting us these details. Moving on to another story that we are tracking, ladies and gentlemen. Now, the Assam Chief Minister Himanta Biswa Sarma has issued a stark warning about the state's rapidly changing demography. He has in fact stated that the challenges faced by the indigenous communities have significantly increased in the recent years. Now, according to Himanta Biswa Sarma, the demographic pattern of Assam has undergone a dramatic and a radical shift, with more than 40% of the current population consisting of people who at some point in time migrated from Bangladesh or are their descendants. Now, this influx, he argues, has marginalized the Assamese people culturally, politically and economically, pushing native communities into minority status in several districts. A strong statement by the Assam Chief Minister. They're listening to what Himanta Biswa Sarma had to say.
Challenge has become more grave. The demographic pattern is changing fast. Today, almost 40% of our total population will be from those who has come from Bangladesh at some point of time. Legalities apart, today Assamese is marginalized in our own land. Our culture is marginalized in our own land. Economy is fast shifting to those people who were never associated with our culture and with our history. So the challenge continue, but one good thing is that there is a collective spirit today to face the challenge, and I am sure that our new generation will fight, will keep on fighting, and God will bless us, we will survive.
All right, joining me live is Anirudh on the phone line. Anirudh, this is a huge statement that is coming in from the Assam Chief Minister. In fact, he has said that the minority, that, you know, the cultural people, the majority that was once there in Assam, the population has now turned into a minority status, especially given the influx of migration. Tell us more.
Yes, in fact, this is a very big statement by the Chief Minister, and this comes on the day when the Assam government is recognizing the martyrs of the Assam movement, paying tribute to the 860 martyrs of the Assam movement who had in fact laid their lives down for fighting infiltration from Bangladesh. And as the state commemorates their sacrifice on the 40th anniversary of the Assam agitations, and we know today the Chief Minister has made this statement that the challenges which had been posed during the time of the Assam agitation, they still continue to loom large over the people of the state. And at the same time, the demographic pattern shift had been very much there, impacting the population of the state. He has also went on to say that at least 40% of the total population of the state today consists of those who had migrated from then East Pakistan or Bangladesh. So yes, this is a very, very huge statement coming from the Chief Minister of the state, but he has also acknowledged the fact that today there has been a collective spirit among the people of the state to fight the demographic shift or the shift in the cultural landscape of the state, though the the Assamese mainstream, Assamese society still is under threat of these infiltrators from Bangladesh or then East Pakistan to do.
Well, thank you, Anirudh, for getting us these details. Ladies and gentlemen, we are tracking some other stories as well now. At the Indo-Pakistan border in Samba, winter has raised the threat of sniper fire from across the fence. BSF troops are now patrolling in bulletproof bunkers and fortified vehicles with enhanced surveillance. Here's a quick report by our colleague Gursimran. Take a look.
In the vulnerable areas where the threat loomed large of direct sniping onto the troops to carry out the ground patrols, what Border Security Force has inducted, these are these kind of bulletproof vehicles that have been inducted into the search operations and into the rescue operations. What these do, that they have brought in these kind of vehicles. These are the specialized vehicles that have been brought into the operations. How these actually respond to the threat, because these are the areas, there are many of such vulnerable areas where the threat of direct sniping from Pakistan looms large. And here what they do, that these troops are inside these bulletproof vehicles that are there, and here you will see that only the barrel of the gun that you will see out, the troop is completely covered from any external threat. That is the threat from the adversary. And also apart from this, what you will see, that these are the cameras, these are the high-tech cameras that they have installed so that they can also carry out around the clock surveillance. I'll request Sarjeevan if we can come this way, because on the other side is the adversary area, and the adversary always remains in a bid that they can carry out the targeting of these troops on ground. But now what they have done, that here also you will see that these troops of the Border Security Force, they are inside, but what you will see, the barrel of the gun, this is a Bretta gun, that the barrel you see, this is out, they can fire. And here also similar is the situation, that likewise there on the back panel also, these troops of the Border Security Force, they have been deployed from this very area that is covered with a bulletproof glass. They are keeping an eye, and only this is the scope from where they are actually able to push this barrel out. And if the enemy dares to carry out any attempt or any nefarious plan, they will completely destroy the enemy in the vulnerable areas also where Pakistan plans to carry out the sniping, but they have failed, because this is the new induction that has been done on the Border Security Force with the BP bunkers carrying out the ground patrols.
Ladies and gentlemen, the United States has now approved its biggest ever military budget. The bill is called the National Defense Authorization Act for 2026, and it was passed by US Congress after President Trump asked for a slightly smaller amount. Now, lawmakers have agreed to spend $901 billion on defense and security programs. The money will go towards building new ships and submarines for the Navy, buying modern jet fighters and jets, as well as helicopters for the Air Force, and strengthening missile defense systems. Take a look.
The United States of America has passed its largest defense bill ever at $901 billion for fiscal year 2026. US President Donald Trump had asked for $892.6 billion, but Congress approved $8.4 billion more than his request. This bill is known as the National Defense Authorization Act for 2026, allows $901 billion in spending for national security programs. It covers the Department of Defense and related activities. The bill sets policies and funding levels for buying equipment, paying personnel, running operations, and funding research across the military. A major part of the bill is procurement to keep and grow key platforms. The Navy can build ships that include contracts for 2 Ford-class aircraft carriers and up to 5 Columbia-class ballistic missile submarines. These submarines are the next generation of sea-based nuclear deterrent, and the bill allows funding to be spread over several years. The bill also funds 15 medium landing ships for amphibious operations and other maritime tasks in contested areas. For surface combatants, it authorizes destroyers and continues production of the Ali Burke class, which use Aegis combat systems for integrated air and missile defense. These shipbuilding efforts total about $22 billion from the overall budget. Aircraft procurement gets $38 billion across the services. The Air Force is approved to buy 34 F-35A Lightning II fighters. These are multi-role stealth aircraft for air superiority and ground attack. The bill also funds dozens of F-15EX Eagles, an advanced version with better avionics and payload for long-range engagements. It bars retirement of A-10 Thunderbolt II aircraft below 103 units, keeping close air support planes with 30 mm GAU-8 cannons for anti-armor roles. Next-generation programs move forward, including the FAA-X, a sixth-generation carrier fighter, and the F-7, an Air Force fighter focused on penetrating contested airspace. For helicopters, multi-year contracts cover UH-60 Black Hawk helicopters used for troop transport and special operations. The MH-139 Grey Wolf, a helicopter for security and transport at nuclear sites, also enters procurement. These authorizations address aging fleets and add capabilities like electronic warfare systems. Missile and munitions funding reaches $15 billion to rebuild stocks after heavy use in recent conflicts. Precision-guided munitions for the Air Force, Navy, and Army include JDAM kits that turn unguided bombs into GPS-guided weapons, long-range anti-ship missiles for naval strikes, and Army tactical missile system variants for longer-range fires. Ground vehicles are covered by about $4 billion. This includes Abrams M1A2 tanks with upgrades for active protection systems, Stryker armored personnel carriers with 30mm cannons, and joint light tactical vehicles for mobility. The Army also buys weapons and tracked combat vehicles, including versions for indirect fire protection. The Ukraine Security Assistance Initiative receives $400 million for fiscal year 2026 and another $400 million authorized for 2027, extending the program. Started in 2016, this initiative sends funds to U.S. defense contractors to produce equipment and provide training for Ukrainian forces. Specific items include Patriot air defense interceptors to counter aerial threats, GMLRS rockets for high-mobility artillery rocket systems that provide precision strikes up to 80 kilometers, and armored vehicles such as M11-3 tracked carriers for moving troops. Engineering support covers maintenance and logistics sustenance. Ammunition for 155mm howitzers and anti-tank weapons like Javelin missiles were part of earlier packages, and this funding continues similar priorities without new drawdowns from US stocks. The amount is smaller than some earlier supplements but keeps direct procurement to avoid depleting American reserves. Oversight rules require briefings on any pauses or changes to transfers. Personnel provisions include a 4% pay raise for troops, affecting more than 1.3 million active duty members and reserves. Authorized end strength is 1.287 million active personnel, with Army reductions balanced by Marine Corps increases. The bill allows up to 1,500 additional troops to be sent to the southern border for support roles such as surveillance and logistics, and they will not have combat authority. The act passed the House by a vote of 310 to 118 and passed the Senate by similar margins. It will go to a conference to reconcile differences before the president signs it. The bill aims to balance budget limits with strategic needs and focuses on peer competitors such as China by investing in assets based in the Pacific.
All right, viewers, it's time to slip into a very, very short break. On the other side, focus on IPS officers who blocked action. Birch nightclub senior IPS officers allegedly stopped cops from taking any action. Also on the other side, third owner Ajay Gupta arrested with Luthra brothers still absconding. We have this and a lot more. Don't go anywhere. Stay tuned. We'll be right back.
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी, एवरीडे।
A legal journey that is carved through discipline and precision. Former Solicitor General of India, Counsel for Bihar Chief Minister Nitish Kumar, former Prime Minister P.V. Narasimha Rao and others. Senior Advocate Ranjit Kumar, insightful, unfiltered, candid. Only on Republic TV this weekend.
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा हार्डकोर मसाला।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे, केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला।
भाई मेरा बेटी को प्यार चाहिए, प्यार। मेरा बेटी का ब्लड आ रहा, ब्लड नीचे से ब्लड आ रहा, प्यार चाहिए, दे दो। क्यों नहीं कर सकता? क्यों नहीं कर सकता? क्यों नहीं कर सकता? मेरे को
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Watching live and breaking at 2 p.m. I'm Tanisha Avasti. A United States team delegation is in India, and this is for the trade talks. And amidst all of this, Union Minister for Commerce Piyush Goyal has issued a big statement on India-United States trade deal. What is it about? We'll tell you all that and much more on this edition. But first, a quick check of the headlines. Focus on IPS officers who blocked action. Birch nightclub senior IPS officers allegedly stopped cops from taking action.
मैं स्लीपिंग पार्टनर हूँ, मुझे इसके बारे में कुछ नहीं पता।
Third owner Ajay Gupta arrested, but the Luthra brothers still absconding. Delhi High Court completes hearing on petition on Indigo crisis, questions the airline crisis profiteering, also slams rupees 35,000 airfare charge. SIT report confirms what Republic reported 5 months ago. The masked man was coached by anti-temple gang to orchestrate the Dharmasthala hoax. Republic coverage on Dharmasthala hoax vindicated as SIT exposes how the accused planned the anti-Hindu campaign. There is no escape for the fugitive. Mehul Choksi, now as Belgium Advocate General, says no further appeal is possible in the case. United States delegation leaves from the Ministry of Commerce and Industry at Vindhya Bhavan in Delhi as trade talks held in the national capital. And we start this edition with the top focus story that's coming in. This one is from the national capital. Now, just a few days back, a team of the United States delegation was here in India for the trade talks. Today, our important meeting was held at the Ministry of Commerce and Industry at Vindhya Bhavan in Delhi as trade talks were held in the national capital. Amidst all of this, we learned that Commerce and Industry Minister Piyush Goyal said that talks with the United States on the proposed bilateral trade agreement are progressing. He said that the United States team is in India for the negotiations. Big statement there coming in from the Commerce Minister Piyush Goyal, where he says that yes, India, United States trade talk are certainly progressing and are on the right track. Listen into that important and crucial statement.
दो टीमें, बड़ी टीमें जो है इंडिया आई हुई हैं, ईयू से आप मिले हैं, मारोस आए हुए थे, उनसे मिले थे, तो किस तरह की बातचीत चल रही सर? 2 दिनों की जो बातचीत हुई है,
गत दिनों में कई सारे देशों के मंत्रियों का भारत की तरफ आना हुआ। मेरे भी कई दौरे रहे अलग अलग देशों में, क्योंकि आज पूरा विश्व देख रहा है कि प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी के निर्णायक नेतृत्व के साथ साथ एक मजबूत लोकतंत्र, 140 करोड़ भारतवासियों का कौशल्य, 140 करोड़ भारतवासियों का युवा देश जो ऊर्जा के साथ भी बढ़ा है, आशा अपेक्षा के साथ देश में डिमांड भी क्रिएट कर रहा है और विश्व की सबसे तेज गति से बढ़ती हुई अर्थव्यवस्था भारत आज विश्व का आकर्षण का केंद्र बनी है। व्यापार हो, निवेश हो, टैलेंट हो, आखिर 24 लाख हमारे साइंस और टेक्नोलॉजी, मैथमेटिक्स, इंजीनियरिंग के ग्रेजुएट्स हर साल सिर्फ भारत ही बना सकता है। ऐसी परिस्थिति में स्वाभाविक है कि विश्व के अलग अलग देश भारत के साथ फ्री ट्रेड एग्रीमेंट भी करना चाहते हैं, इकोनॉमिक पार्टनरशिप भी करना चाहते हैं, व्यापार और निवेश के संबंध बढ़ाना चाहते हैं। 2 दिन पहले चिली की माननीय मंत्री आई हुई थी, उनके साथ प्रगति हमने देखी और जल्द ही उनके साथ भी फ्री ट्रेड एग्रीमेंट होने वाला है। 3 दिन पहले इजराइल के मंत्री के साथ बातचीत हुई। इजराइल और भारत दोनों ने चीफ नेगोशिएटर नियुक्त कर दिया है, नेगोशिएटिंग टीम बन गई है। टर्म्स ऑफ रेफरेंस तो इजराइल में मैं कर ही आया था। हमारी उम्मीद है कि एक पहला फेज इजराइल के साथ फ्री ट्रेड एग्रीमेंट हो जाएगा। मेरे घनिष्ठ मित्र यूरोपियन यूनियन के मंत्री मारोस शर्कोविच और उनकी पूरी टीम भारत में थी। टीम तो लगभग 8 दिन से थी। मारोस शर्कोविच 2 दिन रहे, बड़े विस्तार से हमारी चर्चाएं हुई। वो जयशंकर जी और निर्मला जी को भी मिले और एक फ्री ट्रेड एग्रीमेंट की मोटा रूपरेखा तैयार हो गई है। बहुत ही सार्थक चर्चा रही और मुझे विश्वास है कि जल्द उनके साथ भी निर्णय हो जाएगा। यूनाइटेड स्टेट्स ऑफ अमेरिका की टीम मंगलवार से भारत में है और उनके साथ बातचीत निरंतर प्रगति कर रही है। बायलैटरल ट्रेड एग्रीमेंट की तरफ हम आगे बढ़ रहे हैं। इसी प्रकार से ओमान के साथ हमारी बातचीत अंतिम छोर पर है फ्री ट्रेड एग्रीमेंट की। न्यूजीलैंड के मंत्री परसों आने वाले हैं, उनके साथ भी हमारी बातचीत लगभग आखिरी कुछ चरण पे पहुंच चुकी है। इटली के डेप्यूटी प्राइम मिनिस्टर कल आ रहे हैं, मुंबई आ रहे हैं, उनकी कई सारे बैठकें हैं और मैं एक सुनाते जा सकता हूँ।
रिगार्डिंग दिस EU,
ये है भारत का आज का चित्र, ये है भारत की संभावनाएं, ये है भारत का उज्जवल भविष्य।
Ladies and gentlemen, the Sri Venkateshwara temple in Tirupati is one of the most prestigious and the holiest sites for Hindus. But it has been surrounded by all kinds of controversy. First, it was the Laddu scam, then came the donation box scam, and now there is another scam that has surrounded the TTD. The same official, the same management that's responsible for taking care of the Sri Venkateshwara temple in Tirupati. What is this scam all about? It is about a dupatta scam. A new scarf scam has surfaced in Tirumala Tirupati Devasthanam, with vigilance officials now detecting how fake silk dupattas were supplied not just for 1 year, 2 years, 3 years, for 10 long years. Now, after a fresh scam was uncovered at Tirumala Tirupati Devasthanam, the vigilance officials detecting large-scale irregularities in the procurement of silk dupattas over a 10-year period, and this period was from 2015 to 2025. Now, after the adulterated Laddu controversy and the donation box scam case, officials have found that fake silk dupattas were supplied despite being billed as 100% polyester silk milk. The scam was then estimated to have caused a loss of nearly rupees 54 crore. That's a huge sum, ladies and gentlemen. Now we learned that an inquiry has been ordered. According to officials, we learned that a contractor had supplied around 15,000 dupattas at rupees 1,389 per piece while claiming that they were silk. Samples were then sent for testing to 2 laboratories, including the Central Silk Board, confirmed that dupattas were made of polyester and not silk. And that's the visual of the dupatta, ladies and gentlemen, that is under controversy right now, because this is a fake scam that has come to light, and this had been happening not just for 1 year, 2 years, but 10 long years. And the TDT officials have now been under the scanner, because this is not just one controversy that has broken out surrounding the TDT officials, but this is a second or a third scam, the dupatta scam. Now, we have the TDT chairman also, who went on record saying that we have come to know that there were a few discrepancies in purchasing department, and we have taken a note of this and we have handed over the investigation to the ACB. Aishwarya, my colleague, is joining me live from Hyderabad on that. Aishwarya, 3 scams back to back the TDT is now surrounded with. First, it was the laddu scam, adulterated ghee was used, then it was a donation box scam, and now comes the dupatta scam. How far has the investigation reached? What is the state authority saying on this matter?
As you rightly pointed out, the TTD has found itself in a web of scams, be it first starting with the Laddu controversy, now the Parakamini, and now the silk dupatta scam. What we are learning is that this particular dupatta is offered to the devotees who come to visit the temple, and there are specific regulations, specific norms on how these dupattas should be designed, be it its weight, be it its length, be it its color, and even up to how the borders of these dupattas should be designed, what should be inscribed on these dupattas. Everything is listed in the norms, and that should have been followed. But what the TTD officials here are claiming is that when the new order for these dupattas were about to be issued, the vigilance officers brought to the notice of the TTD officials that there are some discrepancies, that there are some irregularities in the making of the dupattas, that they are not 100% silk, the Mulberry silk that they should be that these dupattas should have been prepared by, but that was not the case. It was 100% polyester is what the vigilance officers brought to the notice of the TTD officials. After which the samples were also sent to the laboratory including the Central Silk Board, where it was officially confirmed that these dupattas are not silk, are not following the TDT norms, but it is 100% polyester. Now, TDT chairman has also issued handed over this case to ACB, and has made strict orders that whoever responsible in this case, because it has cost over 54 crores loss to the TTD officials, and also has also criticized and has also disregarded the auspicious dupatta that is gifted to the devotees as a blessing from whoever visit the TTD. So the TTD official has handed over it to the ACB, and the investigation is underway.
All right, Aishwarya, thank you very much for getting us those details. Quickly moving across to more breaking news that we're getting in. This is in regard with an alleged case of sexual harassment. Days back, it was right-wing activist Rahul Ishwar who was taken into custody by the police, where the police had alleged that it was Rahul Ishwar, the activist, who had revealed the identity of the victim in the rape case, in the rape and harassment case, after which we learn a fresh development has taken place, where the District Sessions Court has now granted activist Rahul Ishwar a police custody till Thursday morning, that is tomorrow. The court, however, was not willing to consider the bail application moved by the accused, and it was learned that court will consider it tomorrow morning. He was charged under non-bailable sections of the BNS 72 for disclosing the identity of the victim, and 79 for outraging the modesty of a woman, for disclosing the identity of a woman who raised a sexual exploitation complaint against the former Congress MLA Rahul. Now, what is interesting to be noted here is that, ladies and gentlemen, while this activist Rahul Ishwar has been sent to police custody till tomorrow, the other Rahul, the former Congress MLA who has been an accused in the case, who has been accused of sexually harassing and molesting a woman, is now released on bail. Shankar, my colleague, is joining me live from Thiruvananthapuram on that note. Shankar, stark contrast. Our activist who allegedly had revealed the identity of the victim, has been put behind bars. His police custody has now been increased. But meanwhile, the accused in the case, who was actually responsible for committing the crime allegedly, is now a free man.
Yes, exactly. Rahul Isha has been remaining in jail for the last 11 days now. And the person, the MLA who committed the actual crime, received bail from the lower court, and he also received a not to arrest order from the High Court. However, the person, Rahul Isha, the right-wing commentator and the men's rights activist who created a video in support of Rahul Mankotatil, was arrested 11 days ago for disclosing the identity of the victim who raised sexual exploitation charges against the MLA. Now, he was charged with Section 72 of the Bharatiya Nyaya Samhita for disclosing the identity of a woman, which is a bailable offence, and 79 of BNS, which is for outraging the modesty of a woman. Actually, when Rahul Isha was arrested, only the bailable sections were added initially, and later non-bailable sections were framed against him with an intention to remand him in judicial custody. He was remanded soon after his arrest in 24 hours. After keeping him in 24 hours in custody, the police presented him before a court and he was remanded. And in the meantime, 3 times the court denied bail for Rahul Isha, and he was on a hunger strike for 7 days, and even the court criticized Rahul Isha for holding a fast inside the jail. And later, this is the 4th time the bail plea was moved before the court, and the court was not even willing to consider it, and he was sent in police custody till tomorrow morning. And the counsel pleading for the accused believe that the bail application will be considered by the court tomorrow morning, and the measures have been taken. If the court rejects the bail application, the counsel pleading for the accused will move to the High Court with a bail application. And it is sad reality that Rahul Isha has been remaining in jail for 11 days, and the person who committed the actual crime still absconding, and he got bail from all the courts.
Yes. All right. Yes, Shankar, keep tracking those developments. Meanwhile, it's time for us to shift our focus to the other breakings that we are tracking. Now, we learned that a 7-member SIT team is on their way to survey the site in Tamil Nadu on the Thirupparankundram hill today. This has been ordered under the orders of District Administrative. Now, 5 archaeological officials from Chennai and 2 from Madurai have been accompanied by a police inspector for security, have gone up to the hilltop, the same hilltop that's under massive controversy after the Madras High Court had allowed the Hindu side to light a temple, light a diya on the hilltop. Just yesterday, it was DMK leader Kanimoi who had submitted an impeachment notice to Lok Sabha Speaker Om Birla seeking the removal of the same Madras High Court judge G.R. Swaminathan, who had delivered the order. Now, she had did so after securing the signatures of more than 120 MPs. And remember, these 120 MPs are all from the opposition. In those 120 MPs, a group of 120 MPs, you can see Akhilesh Yadav, Priyanka Gandhi and others who were present during the submission. Now, development, ladies and gentlemen, comes as there is growing tension over a Madras High Court order that had allowed the Hindu devotees to light a ceremonial lamp at the hilltop pillar in Madurai rather than at the temple below. Now, the Tamil Nadu government had challenged the same order and continued to restrict access at the site, leading to a legal standoff in the case. The BJP is now terming it as an anti-Hindu move by the government, by the DMK-led government in Tamil Nadu, is because this is a hilltop that has been an extremely holiest site for Hindus. The BJP alleges that because there is a masjid nearby the hilltop, that is why the objection is being raised by the opposition to not light a diya on the hilltop. My colleague Sharda is joining me live from Chennai on that note. Sharda, the controversy has now snowballed. Impeachment notice was moved. The ASI is going to be there at the hilltop. What is it, and for what reasons has the ASI really been going at the spot? What are they hunting for?
Well, the first is that the judge G.S. Swaminathan, who was to take the case over yesterday after there were two contempts of the court as the order was passed on December 1, following which the district administration, the collector and the Madurai police did not help the people light the lamp on the top of the hill. Now the contempt of court has been given, and the Madurai judge bench has quoted that without direct orders from the government, the district officials would not have taken the move. And the case is now adjourned to December 17th, where the Chief Secretary of Tamil Nadu as well as the ADGP of Law and Order should be present for the hearing, is what the Judge G.R. Swaminathan has said. And on the Archaeological Survey of India team being present today at the Tiruparakunram Hill is to identify whether the Deepatun, which is the pillar where the lamp was said to be lit by the judge, is to check whether is it a boundary of the temple or whether it was a pillar that was used 80 years back to light the lamp on the top of the hill, because this practice was absent for the last 80 years, and the petitioner who seeked it telling that the lamp before 80 years was lit there before the World War II and it was stopped in between, and the practice should continue, and following which is when the judge passed the order. But now there's a confusion whether the pillar belongs to the dargah or whether it belongs to the temple, or was it just a boundary for the temple. The Archaeological Survey of India will be doing a full research on this and to identify whether the pillar actually belongs to the temple and whether there was a practice earlier, whether there was a lamp lit on Kartika Deepam there.
In fact, why is it that the opposition is now moving an impeachment motion against the same Judge G.R. Swaminathan who had delivered the verdict? If they have a problem with the lighting of the lamp on a hilltop, let the ASI survey it, let the ASI bring out the truth on what's actually there at the hilltop, who does that pillar belong to. But why is it that the opposition is now rattled, moving impeachment motion against the judges who have passed this verdict yesterday?
Well, the DMK, the ruling party, and the Congress is blaming the judge G.R. Swaminathan of being biased. They also claim that the judge is focusing towards the ideologies of BJP and RSS, and also claimed that he is going against the Indian constitution and the law as such, because in 2014, the similar case was heard in the Supreme Court. The same case was heard, and then a two-bench justice added that the lamp would be lit only in the mid of the hill and not top of the hill. Now, after answering the petition with the judge coming with a new rule telling that the lamp can be lit from the top of the hill, has put a huge question on the DMK and Congress, and also accusing the judge of being part of Hindu ideology is the main point, whereas the AIADMK and BJP has been constantly pointing out that the DMK has been not been very secular and has been very biased, and with the elections coming up in the next 6 months, they have been trying to appease the minority, especially the Muslims, as the dargah is situated on the top of the hill. As you know, 1 year back, we also had the issue where they wanted to rename the hill after the dargah, which is the Sikh and the hill.
All right. Yes, Shada, thank you very much for getting us those details, and shifting our focus to what's happening at the international border in Samba with the fear and intel report on a possible threat of infiltration and how there could be drones that could be dropped from the Pakistani side. The BSF troops are now on high alert. This is a ground report that has been filed by my colleague Gursimran.
With onset of winters, the threat of infiltration from Pakistan looms large on the Indo-Pakistan international border in the Jammu sector. Right now, we are reporting from the Samba district, which has been on the eye of the storm during the Operation Sindoor, and Pakistan has tried to inflict maximum casualties to the security forces as well as civilians during those 1 week long time along the Indo-Pakistan international border. But right now, a high alert has been sounded right ahead of the onset of the winters, and especially the snowfall that is taking place in the upper reaches, which is making it really difficult for the Pakistani terrorists to sneak into the Indian territory in the areas close to the line of control. So the entire focus of the Pakistan and its terror proxies shift to the from the line of control to the international border. What we have seen in the past also, that Pakistan is now once again trying to revive its terror infrastructure along the international border, and the BSF has also said that there are close to a dozen of the launch pads that have been reactivated that were decimated during Operation Sindoor by the force. But now what has been done, that keeping in view the threat that is being posed by the adversary, the BSF troops here on the ground are maintaining a high level of alertness, equipped with the sophisticated weapons starting from the AKs to INSAS to Breta. What they are doing, they are moving all along the Indo-Pakistan international border. What they want to ensure? They want to ensure that there is a zero infiltration that takes place, and that's why they have their eyes on the enemy's area. Because if Sarjivan can show you the enemy area, you will be in a position to see that it is hardly a 20 meters distance from their position, that there are grown vegetation that is on the other side. And what this grown vegetation, this helps the Pakistani terrorists to infiltrate into the Indian territory. So if they notice any movement, they come to this position. That is the offensive posturing that the BSF has done all along the Indo-Pakistan international border. They want to ensure that with these aggressive posturing, every attempt that is being made by the adversary is foiled.
Ladies and gentlemen, it was in the parliament when Union Home Minister Amit Shah had vowed a crackdown on red terror. And the same has been happening not just in one state but multiple states. And this one is coming in from Maharashtra, where we learned that there are 11 Maoists today who have surrendered before the DGP in Gadchiroli. Gadchiroli, remember, is one of the hotbed of the Maoist region in the state of Maharashtra. And 11 Maoists there have now surrendered before the police. This comes as a huge breakthrough in the crackdown on red terror. And even as the police has been continuing to crack down on these Maoist terrorists, few Maoists coming up on their own, having a bounty on their head, surrendering themselves, is just an example of how Union Home Minister Amit Shah's belief in eliminating red terror is actually a dream come true in India now. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, it's time for us to now slip into a short break. After the break, we'll get you the details on why there is no escape for the fugitive Mehul Choksi. What has the court said on him, and why are we saying that this is the end of road for the fugitive? Getting you the details after the break.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद ये तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा, सबका राजा आर्थिक मसाला। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला। MDH।
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो, मिलाओ और खाओ।
Is it true, Rahul, that your concept drone was the one that featured in 3 Idiots?
That was very, very long back. That was one of the early prototypes that we were playing around with.
Yes. But did it make you a celebrity? Are you in the film, by the way?
For small snippets, yes, in the background.
You are?
But interesting aspects of 3 Idiots that subsequently people will tell us that, oh, you've started a drone company, you must have copied the idea from 3 Idiots movie.
Pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
QS&THE, the world's foremost university rankings organizations, have ranked Amity amongst the top 3% universities globally, making it among the very few Indian universities to be included in both rankings. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
me, Krutat Patnaik, at 2:30 p.m. this afternoon. Our top story continues to remain. Mehul Choksi is finally out of all possible legal options. His last appeal has now been exhausted in the Antwerp court, and the next process is bound to be the extradition. I'll bring you all those details on why it is now going to be end of the road of this fugitive journey of Mehul Choksi in just a moment. But as always, let's start this live and breaking bulletin with the headlines. Focus on the IPS officer who shielded allegedly the Luthra brothers, the owners of the Birch by Romeo Lane Club in Goa. Third owner Ajay Gupta arrested, but Luthra brothers still absconding. Third owner Ajay Gupta arrested, but Luthra brothers are still absconding. Ladies and gentlemen, Ajay confronted by Republic on camera. Delhi High Court hears plea on Indigo crisis, questions airline crisis profiteering, also slams 35k airfare surge amid the chaos. SIT report confirms that what Republic reported 5 months ago, masked man was coached by anti-temple gang to orchestrate and propagate the Dharmasthala hoax. Republic coverage on Dharmasthala hoax case vindicated. The SIT has now exposed how the accused planned the anti-Hindu campaign. There is no escape for fugitive Mehul Choksi now. Belgium's Advocate General says no further appeal is possible in this case. US trade delegation leaves for the Ministry of Commerce and Industry at the Vanijya Bhavan in Delhi as trade talks held in the national capital. And ladies and gentlemen, we are getting fresh breaking news update now that the Delhi Rohini court has begun the hearing on the plea of Luthra brothers. Siddharth Luthra and Tanveer Ahmed Mir are appearing for the Luthra brothers in the Delhi Rohini court. The counsel for the state, senior advocate Abhinav Mukherjee, is representing the state, who is seeking time to file a status report. Siddharth Luthra, the lawyer representing the Luthra brothers, has said that the relief I am asking is to come back to Goa and approach the court. There is a medical history with Saurav Luthra, epilepsy, hypertension, etc. I want to approach the court in Goa, and they have put out a lookout circular. I am seeking anticipatory bail for 4 weeks. I intend to file anticipatory bail before the Goa court. I just want to apply for my legal remedy. I am a licensee and the owner only someone else. They had given me permission and I have just come into place. That's the argument going on in the Delhi Rohini court, as Siddharth Luthra there and Tanveer Ahmed Mir appearing for the Luthra brothers are now arguing after their petitioners have fled the country in wake of the lookout notice put out the Goa police. They are demanding remedy for an anticipatory bail so that the Luthra brothers can possibly return and file for an anticipatory bail in the Goa court. Shambhavi, this is a very big development taking place. The Luthra brothers fled the country less than 5.5 hours after the blaze at the Birch by Romeo Lane Club. And now their lawyers have come to the Rohini court in Delhi and they are demanding an anticipatory bail so that they can go and seek appeal and anticipatory bail in the Goa court. They are now even citing medical history. But the biggest question that the court will also ask them, that if their entire intention was to seek an anticipatory bail, then why flee the country? What are the developments, Shambhavi, that you're tracking?
See, definitely, Krutat, this is the first question that will come in everybody's mind, is that if your final intention was to file for anticipatory bail, because again, this would have been anticipated, why flee the country in the first place? And that too, they're seeking anticipatory bail for 4 weeks because what they're saying is we intend to file an anticipatory bail application in the Goa court. But the Indian authorities are saying that if we come back, they're going to arrest us. So please let us exercise our legal remedy, which is available available to them. This is their main argument in this entire case, in them arguing for an anticipatory bail. And they've also come up with a new point, which is that Luthra actually experiences has some medical history of epilepsy and also of hypertension, so possibly suggesting that all this is causing a lot of tension and some leeway or some kind of he should be cut some slack, if we translate it for our viewers in the layman language. So this is their main argument. The hearing is currently going on in the Rohini court on the anticipatory bail. We'll see in which direction does the court decides. Krutat.
All right, that's the latest coming in, ladies and gentlemen. The Delhi Rohini court has now begun hearing in this entire matter, and Shambhavi, this remains to be very crucial because in the next few minutes we will understand whether the court is going to allow this anticipatory bail provision. But the entire question also remains on the intention of the Luthra brothers, whether if they get this anticipatory bail, which they are seeking for about 4 weeks, to go and file representation in the Goa court vis-a-vis the lookout notice that has been put against them. Will this mean that the Luthra brothers will now be forced to come back to the country, or will they continue to remain outside? This is the big question that has to be asked, because now a blue-collar notice by the Interpol and CBI has been put out for them. A lookout notice is already in place. When the police went to their residence, they were not there, ladies and gentlemen. And now their lawyers are approaching the Delhi Rohini court saying that they have a medical history and that they need time to file representation in the Goa court and they want an anticipatory bail. Shambhavi, tell us the implications.
Definitely, Krutarth, this is just elongating the inevitable, because if at all they would have stayed back here and then filed for an anticipatory bail application, there could have been some substance in it. But then this is just elongating the legal process, because now if they do not come back, if let's just say the court denies their anticipatory bail application, rejects it, then what is the next step? What will be done? Then extradition process would begin. Then several applications would be filed, petition will be filed, and now after fleeing the country, after absconding, basically just as you very rightly mentioned, just few hours after this incident actually happened, you come up with an excuse saying that we have a medical history, there is a history of hypertension, and I should be given some leeway and I should be allowed to exercise my legal remedy, the legal remedy which is available with me. And in the hearing, they've also mentioned several other things. They've mentioned 4 or 5 licenses which they still have. So now they're actually putting up the point that we still have a liquor license. I'm very sorry, liquor license intact. They have their GST number still intact. There are various other, some Goa state license also intact. So we are basically, now this is actually kind of talking about how they were functioning well, because this fire actually in the first place happened because there was no fire NOC and there were several other things which was wrong. There was no proper ventilation which caused the problem. But now they're bringing up these points as well, that we have every license intact and we have a medical history. So let us exercise our legal remedy. Let us go and appeal in the Goa court. Let us file an anticipatory bail and give us an anticipatory bail for 4 weeks.
A very weak response being put out there by them, Shambhavi. If you listen into the arguments and the responses that are coming in on this, Shambhavi, that the police have now, they are basically going in the court and they are saying that they are only the licensees and that they are not the owners of this entire situation. They have also made an argument that they have only gone to Phuket because they are on work and that they have not fled the country. It is very interesting to observe and what kind of contention can they present vis-a-vis how they justify whether it was a pre-planned visit or was it booked last moment, just less than 5 hours after it. Will all of these factors be also considered by the court is something that remains to be seen, because the Luthra brothers now presenting a defense saying that they have gone abroad for work, they want an anticipatory bail to come back and that they are only the licensees and not owners. But the GST notification that we showed earlier this morning, their partner, the silent partner, quote unquote, Ajay, who was arrested by the Goa police, also said that he is a silent partner and he was not the owner. So what is this new owner and licensee mystery that they're trying to portray in the court? A new angle emerging now, Shambhavi.
But Krutar, talk about convenient timing when it comes about fleeing the country just few hours, because that happened very late at night and just in the morning, very conveniently. Mind you, amid the Indigo crisis, they managed to flee and abscond to Phuket, and now they're coming up with a very weak argument saying that they had a work trip and that they had planned. So this seems to be a very convenient timing. And the other instances, if you see other arguments which is being put across by their side, claiming, as we have constantly telling our viewers, they've claimed that Luthra brothers or Luthra have a medical history, and claiming hypertension as one of those diseases, one of that issues that he has. And they're also now, after absconding the country just few hours after this unfortunate accident or incident happened, they're now actually knocking the doors of the court and saying that let us exercise our legal remedy, which they very well could have exercised if at all they have managed to stay here in Delhi itself, or would not have left the country, because now they have just made their exercising of the legal remedy a little more difficult. They have just expanded, they have just elongated the legal process if they do not come back, because their coming back is somehow dependent, Krutarth, on the fact that what decision does the court take today. Does the court give them the anticipatory bail for 4 weeks or any time?
Indeed, Shambhavi, sorry to interrupt you there, but 25 people have been killed in this illegal club, ladies and gentlemen. And now these two individuals who fled the country just hours after it happened are now going to the court and saying that they want an anticipatory bail to come because they apparently went to Phuket on a work visit in the middle of the dead of the night when this entire incident happened. And let me also read out to you what they are saying in the court at the moment. They are saying that they have all the clearances and that they are not the owners but only the licensees. Now the question here, Shambhavi, that emerges, that if they are only the licensees and not the owners, A, why did they flee the country to begin with? Secondly, if they have all the clearances, why wasn't their first flight to go to Goa and submit all the information to the available investigating authorities instead of fleeing the country in the dead of the night? And what about the demolition orders and notices that Republic has brought to the fore in the last 2 years that were issued against the same club, ladies and gentlemen, Birch by Romeo Lane, in which there is also now a new angle emerging of corruption, and now the officials who are now suspended by the Vigilance Department in Goa have been summoned yet again by the authorities for questioning. But apparently the two Luthra brothers deem it fit to go and argue in the court that they have the documents and they want to come back to Goa, but only if they are granted an anticipatory bail. But also questions remain now, Shambhavi. Let's say if they do not get this bail, if the court is against giving an anticipatory bail, will the Luthra brothers then come back to the country, or will they continue their quote-unquote work in Phuket?
Well, if the court rejects their anticipatory bail, and the one thing that if they've also brought up in their argument during the hearing in the Rohini court is that they are saying that we'll get arrested once we come back. So they run that risk of getting arrested because they were the ones who actually flee the country. And you raise a very valid point, Krutarth, here, that if they had all the required license, if they had every license which is required for a proper club or a proper lounge to function, what was the need to flee? Why did they not go to Goa, submit all the required documents, participate, which they're now saying is that we want to aid, we want to help in this process, we want to help in this proceedings, we want to help rectify or just identify what actually caused this fire. And there were several issues which has come up from the club, Krutarth, which actually caused the death of several other people, because when there was a fire on the floor, a lot of people trying to escape the fire, they went to the basement, but because the basement did not have proper ventilation, they died because of suffocation. So that also happened. And because the location of the club was in a way,
you need to hear this, and our viewers also need to hear this. What's happening in court right now is completely unreal. The Luthra brothers have argued, and let me just read out what's happening inside the court, Shambhavi, for our viewers, that we want to join the investigation and the arrest should be to aid the investigation. The custody has to be made out in aid of the investigation. We are not personally here. My managerial personnel are already in the police custody, and there is no fault of the owners, whereas they say that they are not even the owners, they are the licensees apparently, according to the legal representation that has been provided to the court there in Delhi. They are saying there is no mens rea, as in there is no intent behind causing this accident. They have in fact further gone on to play the victim card here, Shambhavi, saying that 2 of my restaurants were demolished without any notice. The question to ask there is also whether did they have the requisite clearances that the Goa Chief Minister and the Goa administration has directly contradicted. And now the irony, ladies and gentlemen, the biggest irony in this entire conversation and the entire argumentation that has been submitted in the court, the owners, the Luthra brothers, are claiming a threat to their existence, life and liberty in Goa if they come and join a police investigation. But what of those 25 people, Shambhavi, who lost their lives in that Birch by Romeo Lane club, where there was no fire NOC, where the land also had a demolition notice which was stayed by the Panchayat Directorate, and then subsequently there are now more cases and concerns emerging of a possible corruption angle and of the local police intervening, but yet being stopped by a mysterious IPS officer who did not allow the investigation to be carried out. What about these questions? What about the accountability of those 25 people? What about the personnel and the staff members who lost their lives? And what about joining the investigation in good faith rather than leaving the country to begin with? Shambhavi.
See, Krutarth, the way they're building up their argument and their final one contention that you actually, when you read the arguments that are being made, their main point was to raise that my club or my two other of my properties were demolished without any notice, and that this was the main contention. They were building up to it by claiming that we have all the licenses, we have all the required papers, we have all the required documents, we are running our business as per the law. Every license, every document is being taken care of. But now it is the other party's fault that you actually demolished two of our properties, which, by the way, and they have a history, Krutarth. Even in the past 2 years, there have been several complaints made against the club. When we were reading about it, actually, their club in Goa, this Birch by Romeo Lane, was one of the clubs, one of the 7 clubs which got a notice, and which was among the top 7 clubs who have time and again violated the noise pollution rules back in Goa. Now that is a huge thing. So this something, them not actually following the law, them not actually making sure that everything is up to the T, or they have the proper licenses, they have the proper NOC, the proper clearances. This is not something new. They have a history of it. But now you see them, they're actually standing in the court of law and they're defending their action, they're defending the lack of accountability, their lack of licenses or lack of clearances, which actually cost 25 people their lives. And they're saying that they've actually, 2 of their properties have been demolished without any notices, and we want to aid. Another contention that they're raising is we want to aid the investigation, we want to help in the investigation. Then why flee the country in the first place? Why flee the country? Why abscond within the first few hours of this accident? If at all, you could have stayed here and helped in the investigation. And they're saying that take us in custody, but in aid of the investigation. Don't take us in custody as accused in the cases. So you can see that very ironic argument is being raised in Rohini court right now. Krutarth.
Indeed, Shambhavi, and ladies and gentlemen, we raised some very tough questions today also to the Chief Minister of Goa, Pramod Sawant, who has denied any connection between the crime branch notice and the investigation into the Birch nightclub fire, calling it an internal party allegation. He has assured that strict action will be taken, emphasizing that the government is committed to uncovering the truth behind the tragedy that has claimed the life of 25 people. But here the Luthra brothers are in the court and arguing otherwise. Let's listen into what the Goa Chief Minister said earlier today to your network Republic.
मैं आपको एक बात कहता हूं, क्योंकि किसी का ऐसे सीनियर ऑफिस ने रोका है, ऐसे कभी सामने नहीं आया है, तो डेफिनेटली उसके ऊपर जितने सारे कंप्लेंट्स थी उसके ऊपर ऑलरेडी इंक्वायरी हो रही है. डेफिनेटली इसका मैजिस्ट्रेट इंक्वायरी करने के बाद इसके जो कुछ सच है वो सामने आ जाएगा.
बीजेपी एमएलए माइकल लोबो हिमसेल्फ इज सेइंग कि द एंटायर सिस्टम इज इन्वॉल्व, तो उस पे क्या कहेंगे?
मैं आपको कहता हूं कि इस केस में जो कोई इस तरह के समझो मैजिस्ट्रेट इंक्वायरी आने के बाद जो कोई मिला तो उनको सस्पेंड कर देंगे, चाहे तो टर्मिनेट भी करेंगे.
ऑफिसर्स आर एलिजिंग ईच अदर सर.
मैं डेफिनेटली कहता हूँ एक बार इंक्वायरी का रिपोर्ट आने दो.
सर नेक्स्ट डिमोलिशन वेयर इज इट एक्सपेक्टेड?
डेफिनेटली विदिन द 8 days that report will come.
So yesterday we saw action taken place at the Vagator lane, and how many other places that we are expecting, sir?
At present Vagator जिसका वायलेशन किया हुआ था उन्होंने, इसलिए उनका हमने ऑलरेडी डेमोलिशन किया है. बाकी भी किसी का वायलेशन इस तरह से मिला तो हम उसका डेफिनेटली, जो हमने जॉइंट एनफोर्समेंट कमेटी जो बिठाई है, उनका रिपोर्ट आने के बाद इस तरह के वायलेशन दिखे तो उसका डेमोलिशन हो जाएगा.
It is an unfortunate, tragic incident that has occurred in Goa.
in a peaceful state like Goa when things have never happened in this regard for a long time. But when this type of things happen out, a lot of things get exposed. There have been lacunas in the system which allowed and got exposed when things were not in the right frame. Understanding whether trade and license was not issued without any paperwork, without construction license, from there how the other people departments come in is a basic preliminary inquiry that has come out. Importantly, we have to know that we have lost 25 lives. It is not 4. We have lost 25 lives. बाकी के भी 21 लोग आदमी है ना, they are humans only. 4 are tourists, but 21 more were there. They were also not from Goa. So all 25 people who have lost lives, 4 have come in as tourists, 21 were there working, coming from various parts of the country, working in that particular place. The episode is quite tragic, and I think we have to understand 2 parts. We as a tourism department ensure that we promote tourism. We have our enforcement done in areas which are coming under tourism as a department. This type of areas, Butch by Romeo Lane, what the episode happened, was not a registration under us as a department. But it's a collective responsibility that every department needed to act. It's a learning. It's a time for, I think, departments who have been irresponsible. I think Honorable Chief Minister has already ordered for an inquiry. Action has already been initiated and further action will be taken care.
Sir, opposition and BJP MLA himself, Michael Lobo, is saying that if an audit is conducted, more than 50%, it's his allegation that more than 50% nightclubs will not have fire NOC.
See, this is not a time to give the political blame games. If you want to get into the topic, things are happening in the same belt from Kalangut to the areas. So I need to, if Mr. Michael has been knowing about these issues, I think he has to share it with the Chief Minister and action has to be initiated. It cannot be government. There are government which are politicians. There are officers who are of department. There are bureaucrats. I think it's everybody needs to be in a frame to ensure that collectively everybody works, and accountability of these officers also need to be there for this type of incidents don't occur. And whatever Michael has been talking about, I am also on the same page, saying that there are similar type of, it is not one Birch by Romeo Lane. There might be many more this type of in the places which might have been creeping up immorally in this particular beach belt. I think in the coastal belt, I would rather say, and this need to be made accountable. Regulations have to be flowing in, and the government needs to move things across very seriously, because end of the day, we are promoting tourism.
Also joins us live on the broadcast with more details. Swarali, you have been tracking this case from the Goa. Right now, the arguments are ongoing in the Delhi court. You have talked with the Chief Minister and the Tourism Minister there, but what's the investigation angle at the moment? The Luthra brothers say that they are willing to fly back to the country tonight if they are granted anticipatory bail and if they are taken into custody only for investigation purposes.
Yes, that's true. According to the recent update, they are ready to fly back to India if the bail is being granted to them. On one hand, there is a pressure on the government and the entire ecosystem that a justice should be done and Luthra brothers should be arrested. That's what the demand and expectation is, because they had flown out of the country within the few hours of a very tragic incident wherein 25 people had to lose their lives. Now, all the investigation, all the angles of investigations are being explored, as in the crackdown on the officers is going on one hand, wherein 3 officers are already suspended. On another, total 6 arrests are being made, including Ajay Gupta, who is the 3rd partner of Luthra brothers, who could provide major details in this case. On the other hand, Bharat Kohli is also being brought down to Goa for further investigation. And according to the upcoming major update, they are ready to fly back to India. But the expectation of the families of deceased who are demanding justice, they are saying Luthra brothers should come forward, accept whatever they are guilty for, and proper course of action, proper justice should be done. But they are trying to avoid the arrest. They want that only investigation should be done. They should not be arrested, and that's the reason why they have demanded an anticipatory bail plea in Delhi's court. Back to you.
Thank you very much, Swarali, for tracking those details, ladies and gentlemen. That's the latest coming in on the Luthra brothers, who have now approached the Delhi Rohini court for matter of seeking bail. And the breaking news update that we have at the moment is there is no immediate relief for the Luthra brothers in the Delhi Rohini court, where they had approached for an anticipatory bail. They even offered the court to fly in tonight if possible, if they are granted an anticipatory bail, to go and make representation in the Goa court, where a lookout notice has been issued against them in Goa. But no immediate relief for the Luthra brothers. That's the big breaking news update. My colleagues will be joining us in just a moment to bring us more details on the developments taking place in the Delhi court. But at the moment, the biggest headline, ladies and gentlemen, no immediate relief for the Luthra brothers who are seeking an anticipatory bail in the Delhi Rohini court. That's the big breaking news development coming in. They continue to abscond. They are still outside the country. The last known location was a flight of Indigo en route to Phuket. On the night the fire took place and early hours of Sunday morning, they fled the country. Today in the court, they offered to come back tonight as earliest as possible if an interim relief was granted to them vis-a-vis anticipatory bail, so that they could come to Goa and make representation. They claim that there is a threat to their life and liberty, and that their restaurants are being demolished without notice, and that they want to join the investigation as part of providing and assisting the investigation, as they claim that they are not the owners but only the licensees. That's the big breaking development coming in. Despite of all of that, the court has now adjourned the matter for now, and no immediate relief has been given to the Luthra brothers in the case as it stands. That's the big breaking news development coming in, ladies and gentlemen, on the big Goa fire case of the club. No immediate relief for both Gaurav and Saurav Luthra, despite the arguments made there in the court that we have been tracking for the past half an hour. In the interim, ladies and gentlemen, let me also bring you a breaking news detail coming in the world news sector. Donald Trump has repeatedly claimed to have mediated a lot of wars. One of them was the Thailand and the Cambodia war, which once again resumed in a way when Thailand authorities struck Cambodia across the border after hostilities once again resumed. Now, Trump is saying that he'll once again give them a call. Let's take a look at what all is happening on the Thailand-Cambodia front and how Trump is once again ready to jump in the mix.
While Trump's tariff spree continues since returning to office, the American president again brought up how he has ended wars globally. Mentioning the Cambodia-Thailand clash, Trump said he will make a call to stop the war between the two powerful countries.
In 10 months, I ended 8 wars, including Kosovo, Serbia, Pakistan and India. They were going at it. Israel and Iran, Egypt and Ethiopia. You didn't know about that. Armenia and Azerbaijan. And I hate to say this, one named Cambodia, Thailand, that had started up today. Tomorrow I'll have to make a phone call, and I think they'll get it. Who else could say, I'm going to make a phone call and stop a war of two very powerful countries, Thailand and Cambodia? They're going at it again. But I'll do it. So we're making peace through strength. That's what we're doing. We've cut federal funding for any school that pushes critical race theory or transgender insanity. No more money.
Trump has time and again been spotted saying he is deploying sanctions tactically to end wars across the globe.
Ladies and gentlemen, it was 5 months ago when Republic brought you the breaking news update with Republic Kannada leading the coverage on how the entire story around Dharmasthala was a hoax. Today, the Karnataka government has received the SIT report finally, in which it has been once again confirmed how one masked man led a witch hunt in a defamation case against the Dharmasthala Holy Shrine. And after we come back of this very short break, we'll bring you all those details. Once again, do not go anywhere. Republic is live and breaking.
सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला सिप सिप जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला
भाई मेरा बेटी को प्यार चाहिए प्यार
मेरा बेटी का ब्लड आया, ब्लड नीचे से ब्लड।
MDH की देगी मीरज,
देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का।
MDH की देगी मीरज।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा,
सबका राजा आरती और मसाला।
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Luthra's anticipating bail hearing in the court. They say that they are not the real owners of the club, need relief to travel, no immediate relief for the Luthras. Focus on top officer who blocked action against the Birch nightclub. Senior IPS officer allegedly stopped the police from taking action.
मैं स्लीपिंग पार्टनर हूं, मुझे इसके बारे में कुछ नहीं पता।
Third owner Ajay Gupta arrested by Luthra brother, but Luthra brothers continue to abscond, say that they need a bail in order to come back. Delhi High Court hears plea on Indigo crisis, questions airline crisis profiteering, also slams over 35,000 airfare surge in the process of the crisis. Republic coverage on Dharmasthala hoax case vindicated as SIT exposes how the accused planned the entire anti-Hindu campaign. There is no escape for fugitive Mehul Choksi now. Belgium Advocate General says no further appeal is possible in the case. US delegation leaves from the Ministry of Commerce and Industry at the Vanijya Bhavan in Delhi as trade talks between India and United States resume once again. Meanwhile, ladies and gentlemen, it's a big day in the courts. The Delhi riots hearing is presently underway as ASG Raju is arguing against the bail for Umar Khan. says, planned to leave Delhi before the riots happened. He wanted to deflect responsibility, says the ASG. The planning was done by Umar Khalid. Those are the big developments coming in the Delhi riots hearing, which is ongoing in the Supreme Court of India over Umar Khalid's bail plea, and now serious arguments being made in the top court right now as we speak by ASG Raju, who is now saying and giving us details of how meticulously the entire riot conspiracy was planned and why Umar Khalid should be denied a bail. The hearing has been ongoing for several weeks now, ladies and gentlemen, and we are at Republic have been tracking all these details. At the moment, Justice Kumar is asking counsels about the policy and to convince the bench on the bail matter. As we speak, that's the latest development coming in. ASG Raju is saying on Bharat Tere Tukde Honge, the entire FIR which had this anti-national slogan was relied on this in the charge sheet. It is a subject matter of FIR 110-16. ASG Raju also handed the documents to the court in which they are now making a case against Umar Khalid's bail plea, which is now in the Supreme Court of India, ladies and gentlemen. That's the latest coming in. ASG Raju has read 164 statements of witnesses. ASG Raju also said that he, as in Umar Khalid, has deliberately planned to leave Delhi before the riots happened. ASG said that he deflected responsibility. The planning was done by Umar Khalid. They have misstated that he is not the administrator of the DPSG WhatsApp group and only admins could send messages. Everyone could post messages before March 11, including Umar Khalid, says the ASG. After March 11, they deleted everything and subsequently he was not made an admin of that group. That's the big argument coming in by the ASG in the court, who continues to argue against the bail plea of Umar Khalid, which is now in the Supreme Court of India being argued as we speak. ASG Raju also said that Umar Khalid had deliberately planned to leave Delhi. My senior colleague Rhythm now joins us live on the broadcast with more details. Rhythm, take us through these updates as they are coming in from the Supreme Court on the bail matter.
We are seeing in the Supreme Court the bail hearings in Umar Khalid, Sharjeel Imam and others' case. We've been reporting on it. We showed you the video that the Delhi police has put forward, which shows the kind of shocking anti-national statements that were being made by Sharjeel Imam. They also showed in the courtroom how sticks and other things had been organized before the riots broke out in Delhi in 2019-2020. The Delhi police put forward a case in which they say everything had been pre-planned, there was a conspiracy. Today they are going in their rebuttal after the arguments had been made for bail by the accused lawyers in the Supreme Court. Today's hearing has started off with just a rebuttal. So we're just seeing the Additional Solicitor General warming up and talking about how the Delhi police has done its best to make its case. He's spoken about Umar Khalid today, and he said Umar Khalid should not be granted bail. He also said that they had tried to make sure that Umar Khalid should be able to get away. He was earlier the admin of the DPSG group. And the DPSG group is the group that we at Republic TV in 2021 had reported on as having been the group in which everything was being planned. He said in this he was sending messages. He was the admin of this group. It is only later when they went to another app, the Signal app, this group had become something in which only certain people could send certain messages. What he's trying to say is that the Tukre gang was behind the Delhi riot case. They tried to say earlier, and ASG Raju sticking to that ground, that what we are seeing is a very clear attempt being made for the regime change operation. So the Delhi police has made forward a very strong case before the top court to state that these people who are not out on bail should not be given bail. They are terrorists under the UAPA Act, the kind of utterances they made. My only thought here is it's taken the Delhi police several years to reach this far. If this video, the 8-minute clipping that has been shown in the Supreme Court, accessed exclusively by Republic TV and the other documents had been known earlier, this public perception would have been formed earlier. Today, when we are seeing the ASG Raju speaking about it, drawing the parallel with the Delhi Red Fort blast and saying that terrorism and these terrorists who are educated, when he's talking about the parallel with doctors and white-collar terrorists in the Red Fort case and Sharjeel Imam, who is an engineer, this kind of an operation, this kind of an understanding should have happened much earlier. He also says it's very possible, the affidavit of the Delhi police says in the Supreme Court, that there was possibly international support that these accused got. If all this available information was there, then in fact, and this was a pan-India operation they had planned, the case should have been handed to the NIA, much more should have been done. But for now, we're looking at that bail hearing that's continuing in the Supreme Court. Possibly today or tomorrow, this hearing is going to be, it's going to end, and we're going to see an order soon from the top court of the country.
Indeed, Rhythm, and this is a continuing hearing, ladies and gentlemen, that we have been tracking over the various weeks. And Rhythm, as we speak, the ASJ has also made a very important point there, where he is saying that there was an attempt to deflect the responsibility from Umar Khalid on how he was able to send messages in that DPSG group, as you mentioned, that we have been breaking news on since 2021, beg your pardon, and how, despite of that, there was an attempt to cover it up. There was an attempt of him attempting to flee. What are these all allegations, and why are they severely important in this entire bail hearing, Rhythm, if you can explain to our viewers?
The whole point that the accused in this case are trying to make is it's taken 5 years, the trial has not started. However, the trial has not started because the accused, some accused or the other, will always ask for one document or the other, which runs into thousands and hundreds of pages. This is something the Additional Solicitor General S.V. Raju, who's argued this case before several benches in the Delhi High Court, has said. He's repeating the same here. He's got orders from the Delhi High Court in his favor, and he's repeating the same thing, that when it comes to this trial not having started, the delay has not been caused by the prosecution, which is the Delhi police. It has been caused because of accused not trying to let the trial begin because of their demands and wants. Please seeing once again same effort being made by the Delhi police to try and say that there was a regime change operation, there was a larger conspiracy. These people had tried to target India under the Unlawful Activities Prevention Act. This is a bench of Justice Kumar and Justice Anjaria who are hearing the arguments of the accused Umar Khalid, Sharjeel Imam, Gulfisha Fatima, Miram Haider, Shadab Ahmed, and also Muhammad Khan. So we're all hearing these arguments today. Siddharth Dave had earlier picked up arguments for Sharjeel Imam, where he said he did not make a call to pick up weapons. But if you actually see, we also saw senior advocate Salman Khurshid represent Shifa ur-Rahman here. But if you actually see the words that had been spoken by Sharjeel Imam and Umar Khalid, what comes to a revelation, this was not about CAA. Because in that 8-minute video, Sharjeel Imam spoke about everything under the sun to try and mobilize members of the minority community, the Muslim community, to try and mobilize them arms. Where he spoke about CAA, he spoke about triple talaq, the Babri case, anything and everything, chakka jam, chicken neck, trying to get Assam into the picture. He tried in different settings in 2019 and 2020 in a very nefarious, dangerous fashion to try and get them to pick up arms. He was a part of the WhatsApp which Umar Khalid was a part of, and therefore today S.V. Raju says whatever we attribute to Sharjeel Imam as evidence, all the evidence, these are not like the Washington Times would like to have us believe, or any international rag magazine would have us like believe. These are not educated people who are suffering in prison. These are terrorists with a motivated agenda, backed by international organizations to try and have a regime change in India, just like was done in Nepal and Bangladesh, and they had been stopped at the right time. They wanted a pan-India operation.
Rhythm, I'm so sorry to interrupt you, Rhythm, at this stage. Ladies and gentlemen, that's the latest coming in from the Supreme Court, but I'm getting a bigger development coming in from West Bengal. A big development, ladies and gentlemen, has taken place. A key witness against Shah Jahan Sheikh, the main person accused behind the entire Sandesh Khali incident. Bhola Ghosh was seriously injured in an accident while he was on his way to court. A head-on collision occurred between a car and a lorry in Boiramari, Sandesh Khali, where the lorry was being driven by one of Shah Jahan Sheikh's close aide, Alim Molla. 2 people have died in this incident, ladies and gentlemen, including Bhola Ghosh's son. And this is a big breaking development taking place in West Bengal during the Sandesh Khali hearings. Those are the visuals on your screen, ladies and gentlemen. 2 people have lost their lives after key aide of Shah Jahan Sheikh was driving a lorry which had a head-on collision with the vehicle that was transporting key witnesses against Shah Jahan Sheikh to the court. It is open anarchy in West Bengal. As you see on your screen, 2 key witnesses have been killed in this head-on collision, including Bhola Ghosh's son, who have lost their lives in a head-on collision while the vehicle was transporting the 2 people to the court in the Sandesh Khali case. And now 2 key witnesses, Bhola Ghosh has been injured, and his son has lost his life. These are key witnesses against the mastermind, alleged mastermind of the Sandesh Khali entire row that erupted in West Bengal, that Republic Bangla had led the most coverage, with forefront coverage exposing how there was, with impunity, the local TMC strongman there, Shah Jahan Sheikh, led the entire racket, and now two key witnesses against him have been injured in a head-on car collision. That's the car, ladies and gentlemen, and whatever is left of it, as locals now gather nearby to salvage it and try to rescue people. These are the visuals, raw and first visuals coming in from West Bengal of the two people who have lost their lives in this head-on collision. It is said that the lorry that had a head-on collision with this vehicle was driven by one of the close aides of Shah Jahan Sheikh. His name is Alim Mullah, and now in open daylight, a truck driven by Shah Jahan Sheikh's aide goes on and has a head-on collision with a car that has witnesses against him traveling headed towards court. That's the big breaking news development coming in, ladies and gentlemen, from the state of West Bengal. These are live and fresh visuals coming in only on Republic, as Republic Bangla continues to lead the coverage on the Sandesh Khali saga. A fresh turn, a shocking turn of events. Key witness and his son. His son has been killed, the key witness has been injured, and the truck was driven allegedly by Shah Jahan's key aide, who is now unclear. His situation is unclear, whether he is at the scene, whether he has fled or is in custody. But a massive security lapse there in a very crucial case of Sandesh Khali. Two key witnesses being targeted in broad daylight in West Bengal. The conspiracy of Sandesh Khali continues to now intrigue, and the plot thickens further as an open daylight attempt to silence key witnesses in the case takes place, with a key aide of Shah Jahan Sheikh driving a lorry into a car heading to a head-on collision, showing perhaps a possible intent behind the crash to injure or attack the witnesses in the case. And now two people have lost their lives, including the son of one of the key witnesses in the case, that is Bhola Ghosh. He is injured and his son has lost his life. Two people have lost their lives as rescue efforts continue, with locals attempting to open the doors of that car, which is now left in complete shambles. This is a big breaking news development story, ladies and gentlemen. Only Republic bringing you the visuals from ground zero on how the witnesses were hit by a lorry and a truck in a head-on collision. These are live visuals coming in, ladies and gentlemen, from West Bengal, where two key witnesses in the Sandesh Khali case were headed towards the court, and they met with a head-on collision with a lorry. My colleague from Republic Bangla, Kishlay, joins us live on the broadcast with more details. Kishlay, take us through this sensational development now that has taken place in the Sandesh Khali case.
Oh, well, exactly. Shocking details coming from Sandesh Khali. Bhola Ghosh and his son was heading towards a court where they were supposed to. Today, they were supposed to arrive at that court, and as key witness, they were supposed to give out statements against Sheikh Shah Jahan, who is inside jail right now as we speak. But when they were on their way to Kolkata, on their way to Bosirhat towards the court, a truck collided with their vehicle, and it was a head-on collision. The car was heading towards Bosirhat. The truck was coming from the other side of the road, and it straight away hit the car. And Bhola Ghosh, who was in the back seat of the car, he got injured. He is critically injured right now. His son is dead as he was sitting in the front seat of the car, and the driver is also dead as we speak. Two people have died in this case. Now, very crucially, the truck was driven by Alim Mullah, who is a close aide of Sheikh Shah Jahan. More sensational details coming out in this case. The truck was supposed to be driven by someone else. The driver was removed forcefully by Sheikh Shah Jahan's aides, and then Alim Mullah took to the driver's seat and he started driving the truck, according to sources. According to locals, the truck was straight away heading for the car when the car was coming towards Bosirhat. On the from the other end of the road, the truck came and hit the car, and the car fell down into a water body just beside the road, and the truck also overturned. However, the driver of the truck, Alim Mullah, the lorry was driven by Alim Mullah, close aide of Sheikh Shah Jahan. He fled from the spot, and right now he is not there inside the truck, or he has not been caught by the police. Now the CBI is seriously looking into the matter, as it is very clear that Sheikh Shah Jahan has been trying to control what was happening outside the jail from inside the jail. Relatives of Bhola Ghosh are clearly alleging that Sheikh Shahjahan was the one who has caused this accident, which was actually not an accident. It was a staged drama to kill the key witnesses against him, and he has done it from within the jail with the help of local TMC leaders. This is what the elder son of Bhola Ghosh is saying. The younger son has already died, the driver has died, and Bhola Ghosh, who is critically ill, is right now being treated in Kolkata. On the other hand, his elder son is alleging this is a clear case of a conspiracy to kill the key witnesses, and in fact the younger son was also a key witness to this case who already died. On the other hand, Bhola Ghosh is critically injured.
Kishle, do also tell us, Republic Bangla has been leading the coverage when it comes to these strong-arm tactics to silence the entire Sandesh Khali case. Tell us the significance of the testimony and the witness stature of Bhola Ghosh, and why Shahjahan Sheikh would benefit if such an attack, if indeed took place, as the elder son of Bhola Ghosh is now alleging. Also, Kishle, I also have Union Minister Shukanta Majumdar on the phone line with us. Sir, a shocking development has taken place in this case. Now, allegations are being made by Bhola Ghosh's son that this was a TMC orchestrated, allegedly, a Shahjahan Sheikh orchestrated attack on the key witnesses in the Sandesh Khali case.
It's a matter of great concern that one of the main witness of Sheikh Shahjahan case has been attacked by a truck, and as per the statement of the victims, that this driver who was driving the truck is a close aide of Sheikh Shahjahan. Then it can be concluded from their observation that it is totally planned, and there is a planning. The planning is going on to erase those people, to kill those people. Those are the witness of the Sheikh Shahjahan case. So I would like to urge the Honorable Court to take the cognizance of this, and the security and the safety of these people should be increased, because the West Bengal government won't help these people. They are trying their level best to save Sheikh Shahjahan. Mamata Banerjee is standing beside the Sheikh Shahjahan, who has looted so many women, who has looted land, and who has raped so many women. And Mamata Banerjee is standing just behind this Sheikh Shahjahan. And now Sheikh Shahjahan is trying to kill the witnesses, and it's a matter of great concern.
Mr. Majumdar, this was a head-on collision. That also brings in questions over the intent of the driver. Reports are telling us that Alim Mullah, close aide of Shahjahan Sheikh, did it. If Shahjahan Sheikh is in jail, how is this possible? How can this happen in TMC rule Bengal?
Now see, in TMC rule Bengal, it is very much easy to have a connection from the jail to the outside world, because if you go in these jails, and you can ask those people, they are providing all kind of facilities to Sheikh Shahjahan, because Mamata Banerjee is standing behind him. So that's why he is getting phones and all these things inside the jail.
Are you saying that despite of being suspended, he is still getting patronage and favoritism from the TMC there?
Yes. TMC is very much with Sheikh Shahjahan.
And sir, the elder son of Bhola Ghosh, obviously he's lost one of his sons in the accident, who was sitting in the front seat. We are told that Bhola Ghosh is in a critical condition in the hospital. If he loses his life as it stands, or if something happens to him, we hope that it doesn't. But who would be responsible? Who would you hold responsible for such this act?
Mamata Banerjee and her administration is responsible for this killing. It is not an accident, it is a killing, and it is a murder. And it is a cold-blooded murder by the Sheikh Shahjahan, and Sheikh Shahjahan is getting the support of TMC.
Sir, have you been able to talk to the family of Bhola Ghosh? What kind of support is the government planning to extend to them for protection of these witnesses?
Our party is trying, our party people, local people, they are trying to connect with this, Bhola Ghosh family. We are with the family, and we stand beside the family.
Sir, today he was supposed to go and present a key testimony. He was a very important witness. What damage does this do to the case, and what does this speak about the law and order situation in Bengal? A key witness meets a head-on lorry collision driven allegedly by a key aide of the main accused, who happens to be an alleged TMC-linked leader who is now in jail in custody.
Now, this is, enough to conclude that Mamata Banerjee is trying to save Sheikh Shah Jahan from the court. And law and order, what I should say? The whole country is watching. So what is the law and order situation in the state of West Bengal? Mamata Banerjee's policy is always busy to secure the life of Mamata Banerjee and Mamata Banerjee's family members. No other's life, or no one's life other than this family is important in Bengal.
Sir, this is a very dangerous precedent right now being set. If witnesses are targeting like this, we have seen the women of Sandesh Khali, how they were intimidated and threatened. Now witnesses meeting head-on collisions in broad daylight. What protection can we provide to the people of Sandesh Khali? Can they ever expect justice in such a case and scenario?
Steve, I think, the court should take the cognizance of this and ask the state government to secure the witnesses. Otherwise, number one, this case, these people, the Sheikh Shah Jahan, the culprit, he will be released as there will be no evidence or no witness to give the statement against him. So it is also a matter that they are trying to eradicate all these witnesses. Not only so, they are trying to create a fear psychosis among the other persons. Those are the victims. That they are trying to terrifying them. That if you come to court and say anything against the Sheikh Shah Jahan and Trinamool Congress, then you will face the same consequences.
Mr. Majumdar, fact-finding teams have gone there, your party colleagues have gone there, the Judicial Commission has gone there, but nothing has happened. Is it finally now time for the centre to intervene before one after the other witnesses are targeted in broad daylight ahead of the testimonies, sir?
See, it's a federal structure, my dear friend, and we obey the Constitution. And law and order is a pivotal function of the state government. So, that's why from the beginning, I am saying that the court should take the cognizance. We should have the faith on the judiciary of this country. I have full faith on the judiciary of this country.
Will you be approaching the court, sir, in this case now?
Obviously, our party workers and party leadership will be in touch with the family and the family as per their wish.
And are you going to go to Sandesh Khali, or are you planning to meet the family of Bhola Ghosh in light of this to show solidarity? What is going to be the further steps, sir, here? Mr. Majumdar. All right, that was Sukanta Majumdar, the union minister there, in a scathing attack against the TMC. He says that this is an open and broad daylight attempt to kill a key witness in the Sandesh Khali case under TMC rule. Bengal Kishla, you heard what Sukanta Majumdar was telling there. Also break us down what significance now does this have in light of whatever the minister has said and the sequence of events that are now unfolding in West Bengal. Kishla.
Well, exactly. The previous question you were asking me is whether this particular incident will have an impact on the case or not. Well, Bhola Ghosh was at one point of time one of the closest aides of Sheikh Shah Jahan, who used to also deal in business with him, fisheries. So Bhola Ghosh knows Sheikh Shah Jahan inside out. Also, Bhola Ghosh alleges that he's still now he owes 20 lakh rupees from Sheikh Shah Jahan, which he hasn't got yet. On the other hand, Bhola Ghosh's family members allege that they had to stay out of their house due to Sheikh Shah Jahan's atrocities for about 1.5 years, and recently they returned to Sandesh Khali after Sheikh Shah Jahan was arrested. So Bhola Ghosh knows Sheikh Shah Jahan inside out, his family members as well. Therefore, it was very important to stop Bhola Ghosh from reaching the court and give out his testimony and statement against Sheikh Shah Jahan. It is a very clear fact, and allegations have come again and again that Sheikh Shah Jahan from within the jail premises used to call his men in Sandesh Khali and controlled them, and he used to dictate them how they should conduct their businesses around Sandesh Khali. So the family members are alleging that Sheikh Shah Jahan himself called this particular person who was driving the truck and his aides to cause this so-called accident, this whole drama of accident, to kill Bhola Ghosh and the whole family members as well, so that the witness against Sheikh Shah Jahan is no more available to the court and to the CBI. The CBI is taking up this matter seriously. There has already been a very important meeting at CBI headquarters in Kolkata. The IO of this case, of this particular case against Sheikh Shah Jahan, was present in this meeting. There has been a video conference with Delhi CBI office, and the CBI officials are deciding on their next course of action, how to provide protection to the rest of the family members and how to analyze this whole incident of this alleged murder, which is looking like an accident, and what impact would it have on the case. So all these are going on one hand. On the other hand, the family members are scared that they could also be attacked by Sheikh Shah Jahan's men in Sandesh Khali.
Thank you so much, Kishlay, for bringing us those details. Ladies and gentlemen, that's the latest coming in. A big development has taken place in West Bengal, where a key witness against Shah Jahan Sheikh, Bhola Ghosh, was seriously injured in an accident while on his way to court to give a key testimony in a head-on collision allegedly by a car and a lorry driven by one of Shah Jahan Sheikh's key aide. What is this going to have an impact? Whether it is going to have a big impact on the Sandesh Khali case, we will bring you all those details when we come right back after a very short break, ladies and gentlemen. Do not go anywhere. Republic is live and breaking.
Our pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
QS and THE, the world's foremost university rankings organizations, have ranked Amity amongst the top 3% universities globally, making it among the very few Indian universities to be included in both rankings. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला। MDH।
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो, मिलाओ और खाओ,
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
Big development as key witness against Sheikh Shah Jahan, Bhola Ghosh, was seriously injured in an accident while on his way to the court. Luthra's anticipatory bail hearing in court. They say they are not real owners of the club, need relief to travel to India. Court to hear the case tomorrow. Top officers who blocked action in the Birch nightclub case. Senior officers allegedly stopped cops from taking action. Republic coverage on Dharmasthala hoax case vindicated, and SIT exposes how the accused planned the anti-Hindu campaign. There's no escape for fugitive Mehul Choksi. Now Belgium Advocate General says no further appeal is possible in the case. US delegation leaves from the Ministry of Commerce and Industry in New Delhi as trade talks held in national capital. started the edition with a massive development that has taken place in West Bengal, where key witness against Sheikh Shah Jahan, Bhola Ghosh, was seriously injured in an accident while on his way to the court. A head-on collision took place between the car in which the witness was travelling and a truck in Sandesh Khali. The truck was being driven by Shah Jahan's close aide, Alim Mullah. 2 people have died in the accident, including Bhola Ghosh's son, is what we are being told. Bhola Ghosh is said to be critical. Let me just quickly take you through some more details that we're getting in before we go across to our reporters on the ground. First to you, Kishule. In terms of who exactly is this witness that we are talking about, what is his condition and how critical is he to this entire case? Kishula, if you can hear me, as far as this key witness is concerned, how critical is he and what really happened? I'm not too sure whether... We seem to have lost the line with Kishula. Let me just quickly explain what we know so far in terms of the incident that took place a short while back. We do have a confirmation that the key witness was on his way to the court when the accident took place. And from the preliminary information that we have, the person who was driving the car happens to be Sheikh Shah Jahan's close aide, Alim Mullah. Now, 2 people have died in the accident, which includes Bhola Ghosh's son. There have been some allegations that have been leveled by Bhola Ghosh's elder son that even while in jail, Shah Jahan orchestrated the murder through Trinamool leaders. This is a sensational claim that has been made by the main witness, Bhola Ghosh's elder son, Bishwajit Ghosh. He has alleged that Shah Jahan made phone calls from jail to local leaders, and allegedly the murder plot was hatched against the main witness, Bhola Ghosh, who was on his way to testify in the court against Shah Jahan. So there is a direct allegation that has been leveled by Bhola Ghosh's elder son here. He says that this was a murder and not an accident, Kishore.
Well, exactly. And the big update right now is, as we speak, Bhola Ghosh has spoken out from within the hospital. He has said that it was an attempt on my life. And I was fearing this, and it has happened. Sheikh Shah Jahan's men have tried to kill me. So this is what Bhola Ghosh himself is saying. Now, I'll give you updates about the matter. At one hand, the accident, so-called accident, which was staged, allegedly it was a murder, and Bhola Ghosh's elder son has clearly made allegations that it was Sheikh Shah Jahan who instructed from within the jail premises that how to conduct this whole murder. His close aide, Alim Mullah, was used, in fact, to cause this whole incident. The person who was driving the truck, he was removed from the driver's...
Kishore, I believe Rekha Patra is joining us on this broadcast. Perhaps you could take that question with Rekha Patra. Rekha ji, आपसे सवाल करना चाहूँगा इस वक्त कि जो हादसा हुआ है, भोला घोष के बेटे, वो एलिगेशन ये लगा रहे हैं कि इसके पीछे, इस षड्यंत्र के पीछे शेख शाहजहां है और वो भी शेख शाह जेल के अंदर से कर रहे हैं।
देखिए, वो अभी एक कैदी जो जेल पे अभी है, वो सेंट्रल जेल से फोन पे वो उनका साथ जो आलिम मोल्ला जो ट्रक से जो कुचल दिया है हमारी जो भोला घोष की गाड़ी को, ये पूरा प्लानिंग के साथ जो ये ब्लॉक कोर्ट ना पहुंच पाए, उनका जो बयान है वो ना दे पाए, उनका जवानबंदी से उनका वो जो छूट पाए नहीं पाएगा, इसलिए ये शेख शाहजहां और हमारी राज्य की मुख्यमंत्री दोनों मिल के पूरा प्लानिंग के साथ उनका मारने की, मर्डर करने की पूरा प्लानिंग किए थे। वही प्लानिंग में तो भोला घोष तो इंजरी हुई है, उनका बेटा और जो गाड़ी ड्राइवर थे वो उनको स्पॉट पे डेथ हो गए। तो ये इसकी जो दोषी है वो शेख शाहजहां और हमारी राज्य की मुख्यमंत्री ममता बंदोपाध्याय है। ये पूरा ये संदेशखाली में ये पूरा बांग्लादेशी रोहिंग्या से भरा के रखा है, जो संदेशखाली हिंदुओं ऊपर इतना अत्याचार कर पाए। और ये इसीलिए ये जो शेख शाहजहां है ना, ये शेख शाहजहां को वहाँ पर दामाद को जो इनवाइट करके रखते हैं ना, ऐसे ही रखा है। वहाँ पर कोई उनका जो कैदी है, वो जो आसामी है ना, उनको आसामी की नजर से नहीं दिखाए जाते। वो जेल पे जो रखा है ना, वहाँ पर उनको गेस्ट की तरह रखा है, मेहमान की तरह रखा है। वो इसलिए उनको हाथ पे फोन दिया है, फोन की मल पर वो संदेशखाली को पूरा कंट्रोल कर रहा है। उनका जो बांग्लादेशी रोहिंग्या है, वो रोहिंग्या के साथ कौन कहाँ जा रहे ना जा रहे, वो पूरा उधर से पूरा खबर उनका पास जाता है। और वो पूरा संदेशखाली को कंट्रोल कर रहा है शेख शाहजहां और हमारी राज्य की ममता बनर्जी मुख्यमंत्री।
रेखा जी, मैं किशोलय बात कर रहा हूं रिपब्लिक बांग्ला न्यूज रूम से। मेरा प्रश्न है, आज ही कोर्ट में जा रहे थे भोला घोष, और कोर्ट में जब जा रहे थे उसी वक्त ये एक्सीडेंट हो गया। उनका जो बड़ा बेटा है वो बोल रहे हैं कि ये रीजन ये है क्योंकि वो विटनेस अगर दे देते तो शेख शाहजहां और प्रॉब्लम में आ जाते।
एकदम ये ठीक ही कह रहे हैं। भोला घोष की जो बड़े बेटा ने बोला है, जो ये भोला घोष अभी जो बसीरात जिला कोर्ट पे जा रहा था, वहाँ पर इनका जो साक्षी देने जा रहा था ना, तो ये जो साक्षी दे देते तो शेख शाहजहां और भी बड़ा मुसीबत पे पड़ जाता, ये नहीं छूट पाते जेल से। इसीलिए भोला घोष को मारने की बड़ा से बड़ा प्लानिंग किया है। शेख शाहजहां अकेले नहीं है यहाँ पर, शेख शाहजहां के साथ हमारी राज्य की मुख्यमंत्री है ममता बंदोपाध्याय। वो चाहते हैं शेख शाहजहां संदेशखाली शेख शाहजहां नहीं है, इसलिए संदेशखाली ममता बनर्जी के हाथ से निकाल जा रहे हैं। संदेशखाली को कंट्रोल करने के लिए शेख शाहजहां को जरूरत है संदेशखाली पे, इसलिए भोला घोष को मारने की कोशिश करे। सिर्फ भोला घोष नहीं है, भोला घोष की तरह जितना संदेशखाली ममता बनर्जी के खिलाफ बात बोलेगी, उसी को ये संदेशखाली से शेख शाहजहां की दारिया ये ममता बनर्जी उनको मारने की कोशिश करेगा।
रेखा जी, तृणमूल कांग्रेस कहती है कि इन्वेस्टिगेशन होने से पहले ही बीजेपी ये आरोप लगा रही है, उनके पास कोई तथ्य नहीं है, कोई एविडेंस नहीं है। इस पर आप क्या कहना चाहेंगे? क्योंकि जिस तरह से इन्वेस्टिगेशन होने से पहले ये कहा जा रहा है कि शेख शाहजहां का ही लोग थे और जो लोग गाड़ी चला रहे थे वो शेख शाहजहां के साथ जुड़े हुए हैं, इसके ऊपर आप क्या कहना चाहेंगे जिस तरह से तृणमूल कांग्रेस इस पर जवाब दे रही है?
देखिए, तृणमूल कांग्रेस ने संदेशखाली को इतना नुकसान किया है ना, जो संदेशखाली कभी ये तृणमूल कांग्रेस ममता बंदोपाध्याय कभी भरपाई नहीं कर पाएगा। माँ बहन की सम्मान से लेके वहाँ का किशोर की जो जमीन है, इतना उनका नुकसान किया है ना, और माँ बहन की जो सम्मान हानि किया है ना, तो इतना बोल रहा है, इतना अपने खुद के लिए सफाई दे रहा है तृणमूल कांग्रेस से। तो तृणमूल कांग्रेस एक बार उनके गिरवान में धक्के देखने के लिए बोल दीजिए, जो क्या क्या किया है। अभी भी तो शेख शाहजहां की जो सरबरिया जो शेख शाहजहां मार्केट है, वहाँ पर मंडल परिवार में अभी भी कल रात को भी उनके ऊपर हमला करने की पूरा प्लानिंग किए थे। और अभी सुबह हमें फोन करके बताया, वो भी हम रिकॉर्डिंग करके रखा है, हम वो चाहे तो आपको दे सकते हैं। उनको भी जान खतरा है। वो मंडल परिवार से जो दादा हमें फोन किया था, उनका भी जान खतरा पे है। उनको ऊपर भी जब कभी भी अटैक हो सकता है। और ममता बनर्जी तृणमूल कांग्रेस से सब बोल रही है, इनका मुंह में तो क्या बोलूं, इनका जो जुबान है ना, चूते नक्कर कहीं ये कहाँ से आई है, ये पूरा देश को खा जाएगा। ये सिर्फ माँ बहन की सम्मान नहीं है, पूरा देश को खा जाएगा। यहाँ का हिंदू को तो खा ही रही है और पूरा देश को खा जाएगा ये ममता बनर्जी ने। ये तृणमूल कांग्रेस की एक जो लोग है ना, आदमी है ना, ये सब एक जो जुटा है, ये सब इतना अत्याचार कर रहा है लोगों के ऊपर, जो ये कह नहीं सकते। लोग इतना डर के रह रहे हैं, जो लोग जीने अपना खुद कैसे जिएगा यही सोच में पड़ गया, तो अपना जी नहीं पा रहा है यहाँ पर अपने ठीक से।
बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद रेखा जी, आप हमारे से बात करने के लिए। दैट वाज रेखा पात्रा, द सर्वाइवर इन द संदेशखाली केस, where she is now leveling a direct allegation saying that it is Sheikh Shahjahan who is behind bars, who's carried out this murder. BJP has called this as a murder and not a plain accident. In fact, our sister channel Republic Bangla spoke to Bhola Ghosh. This is what he had to say.
মানে কি দাদা ঘটনাটা ঘটলো কি? গেম প্ল্যান, আমাকে মারার প্ল্যান। এই যে ভেতরে আছে 9টা পাস।
Kill me. It was a plan to kill me.
চক্রান্তটা কে করলো? আমি খুবই আমার ভিডিও করবো না, একটু চিন্তা করলেন। ভিতরে যে আছে ওখান থেকে ঘুরে এসে আমার সবাই 3-4 জন।
So the truck was coming from the other side and they hit our car straight forward, head on.
কোর্টে যাবো দিদিবেলা গাড়ি নিয়ে। এই প্রোগ্রাম থেকে সব আপনাকে হোয়াটসঅ্যাপ লিখে পাঠাচ্ছি। মানে কি দাদা ঘটনাটা ঘটলো কি? গেম প্ল্যান, আমাকে মারার প্ল্যান।
It's a game plan. It's a plan to kill me. That is what Bhola Ghosh is saying.
চক্রান্তটা কে করলো? আমি খুবই আমার ভিডিও করবো না, একটু চিন্তা করলেন। ভিতরে যে আছে ওখান থেকে ঘুরে এসে আমার সবাই 3-4 জন।
So he's describing how the truck came head on and hit the car. The whole audio is not very clear, but this is very evident that he's alleging that it was a murder. It was a plan to murder him. It was a game plan, and that the car hit head on, the truck hit head on to the car, and it was a game plan to murder him. That is what Bhola Ghosh is alleging in this bite from the hospital exclusive.
Well, Bhola Ghosh himself, let's play that out once again, because this happens to be the key witness speaking on this entire matter, where he says this an attempt was made to take his life. Listen in once again.
মানে কি দাদা ঘটনাটা ঘটলো কি? গেম প্ল্যান, আমাকে মারার প্ল্যান। এই যে ভেতরে আছে 9টা পাস।
To kill me.
চক্রান্তটা কে করলো? আমি খুবই আমার ভিডিও করবো না, একটু চিন্তা করলেন। ভিতরে যে আছে ওখান থেকে ঘুরে এসে আমার সবাই 3-4 জন।
The truck came and then turned and hit our car.
কোর্টে যাবো দিদিবেলা গাড়ি।
And it was around 5 in the morning. Probably he's giving out a time of this accident. And he's saying that it is a game plan. It's a plan to murder him. A truck was used. Game plan. It's a plan to kill me.
চক্রান্তটা কে করলো? আমি খুবই আমার ভিডিও করবো না, একটু চিন্তা করলেন। ভিতরে যে আছে ওখান থেকে ঘুরে এসে আমার সবাই 3-4 জন।
So this is what Bhola Ghosh is saying. Bhola Ghosh is very clearly alleging that Bhola Ghosh was inside the car. It was a game plan to kill him. And we know that he lost his younger son, who was sitting in the front seat. In the front seat, Bhola Ghosh's son, younger son, and the driver was there. In the driver's seat, the truck came head on and it collided with the vehicle in which Bhola Ghosh was there in the back seat of the car. The car fell into a water body, after which the younger son of Bhola Ghosh, who was in the front seat, lost his life. The driver lost his life. Bhola Ghosh was critically injured, but he's speaking now. He is alleging that it was a plan to kill him, and his elder son is saying it was Shah Jahan and his men who was plotting a murder in order to remove Bhola Ghosh from this whole matter, because Bhola Ghosh knows Sheikh Shah Jahan inside out. Bhola Ghosh, who has been one of the close aides of Sheikh Shah Jahan himself, and one of the person who used to deal with his businesses, so he knows Sheikh Shah Jahan inside out. He also allegedly owes 20 lakhs from Sheikh Shah Jahan. He is also one of the key witnesses against Sheikh Shah Jahan in the CBI case, and he was supposed to reach today to Boshirhat court in order to give out a statement and testimony against Sheikh Shah Jahan when this attack happened, and alleged attack happened, and allegedly it was an attempt to kill him. His son was also one of the witnesses who is already killed. The elder son is saying that the whole family is now scared that more attempts on their life will be made.
More details right now in terms of what the Central Bureau of Investigation essentially wants to do. I'm given to understand that an inquiry is already being conducted by the Central Bureau of Investigation. This also comes at a time when, in fact, it turns out that the CBI had already informed the local court with regards to the security condition of Sheikh Bhola Ghosh. In fact, the CBI had already told the court that even from inside the jail, Sheikh Shahjahan had continued to wield influence and witnesses. We're going to just come out of the story right now and go across to what's really happening in the parliament. Asauddin Owaisi is
member. If Lok Sabha increase representation of OBCs and the upper caste is there, now it is at the cost of whom? Muslims are not there. They're not being reflected in the secular parties. For example, if Muslim majority seats like Wayanad can elect non-Muslims, surely Rai Bareli, Amethi, Ottawa can elect Muslims, sir. And now coming to this electors, sir. We are only become electors. We are not getting elected. Please coming, sir. I'm concluding, sir. Give me 2 minutes, sir. Please, sir. Now coming to this whole donations. BJP got 88% donations, sir. Nearly 2,243 crores. So we the people is now represented by We the Private Limited. I would request this ruling party to please consider adopting a mixed member parliamentary system like Germany. Each voter has 2 votes, one for their MP and one for a political party. A tally is done. First, all local winners get seats, and the rest of seats are filled with the overall number of seats. Each party matches roughly percentage. Secondly, sir, delimitation. Don't do delimitation like what you have done in Kashmir and in Assam. Because if BJP is delimitation another game, it has to win, then the loser is going to other political parties. But the loser will be country's democracy. Sir, right to vote. Ambedkar called it a principal theory of the Constitution. I would demand, I have put a private bill last assembly, the age of contesting elections for MLA and Lok Sabha should be brought down to 20. Rajya Sabha 25, for Vidhan Sabha 22. Why? Because, sir, we have 52% of India's population under the age of 30. What are we giving to them? So that is why I propose. And lastly,
Thank
sir,
you.
I'm including this. Lastly, sir. Sir, I'm just concluding, sir. Lastly, sir, we must build a consensus and make right to vote a fundamental right. I oppose the SIR. This is nothing but backdoor NRC. This is an exercise, a selective exercise to disenfranchise people in the name of religion. Thank you, sir.
सभापति जी धन्यवाद। आज का विषय देश के करोड़ों मतदाताओं के सम्मान और उनके लोकतांत्रिक अधिकार से जुड़ा हुआ है। सदन जानता है कि 22 दिसंबर 1930 को बाबा साहब अम्बेडकर लंदन स्थित सेंट जेम्स पैलेस में आयोजित फर्स्ट राउंड टेबल कॉन्फ्रेंस की फ्रेंचाइज उप समिति में अपनी बात रखते हुए उन्होंने स्पष्ट कहा था कि भारत में जिम्मेदार सरकार तभी बन सकती है जब वह उन सभी नागरिकों के प्रति जिम्मेदार हो जिनके जीवन, स्वतंत्रता और संपत्ति पर वह कानून बनाती। और डॉक्टर अंबेडकर ने चेताया था कि सीमित मताधिकार अलग।
A fiery debate taking place inside the Lok Sabha. AI-MIM Chief Asauddin Owaisi says that in the garb of SIR, it is essentially an NRC that is being done by the government, also taking on the Election Commission. The other big story that we have been tracking through the day is what's happened in the court, where the Delhi High Court sharply reprimanded the central government over the Indigo flight crisis that has essentially stranded lakhs of passengers triggered by the airline's mass cancellations due to revised pilots' flight duty and rest regulations under the delayed flight duty and time limitation scheme. The court essentially highlighted the severe passenger hardship with hundreds of flights scrapped nationwide, while the additional Solicitor General revealed a show cause notice issued to Indigo, which issued a profuse apology in response. Dr. Nitin Jadhav is joining us on this broadcast. In fact, Dr. Jadhav, as part of a representative pilots body, you've essentially called for a CBI inquiry into this entire matter. What led you and your association seek for such hard punishment?
Sir, definitely I would go for this thing only. CBI already, I requested CBI authorities, PM, Prime Minister of Honorable Prime Ministers, Honorable Home Ministers, Honorable Civil Aviation Ministers to take an action on DGCA also. who is supporting a lot to Indigo. Why they are? I'm very surprised to listen yesterday. The Honorable Minister has taken action on that and he reduced the flight 10%. He already applied for increase more than 1,000 flights in winter schedule. If you go for that, they don't have any pilots and they already increased the flight and they reduce the flights. That's it. It means what? They are playing with all the passengers, including honorable, all respective Indian citizens. And why they are playing this thing, Kela? Why? They are getting the priority for landing, priority for
Dr.
highest.
Jadhav, Indigo has largely been arguing that the monopoly is not by design. The very fact that the other airlines haven't been able to compete in those very sectors, and that is the reason why the monopoly exists in, say, roughly about 600 routes in which Indigo has been operating.
No, it's okay. I'm appreciate for this thing. They are increasing their flights. They are increasing their routes. They are giving service to citizens. They are giving service to passengers, Indian citizens. But when they were operating all those things, it's okay. But they should take the proper manner. They are increasing the rate also. They are increasing flights, but they can run the proper flight on that route. On time, there was a 2,300 flights before with 5,500 pilots. That time their performance was 95% something. Why then they reduce all those things? Why they come down? The one they fall now. How they come down? How?
Dr. Jadhav, do you believe, or as a representative of an aviation body, do you believe that there is a conflict of interest in the committee that has been formed? The very fact that some reports suggest that those who have passed the rostering of Indigo are the ones who are basically carrying out this entire probe.
From my side, my personal opinion is that you conduct the inquiry on DGCA. Everything will be come out within a couple of period only, because the main complete is the DGCA, who's the controlling body over there. They are not handling properly. They are one side they are preferring, they are giving support to Indigo. I am not telling don't give support for smooth running everything. But out of way they are supporting to Indigo. Why? And then now people were too much harassed. They lost their financial, physical, mentally. The movement who was coming once in a life only, their marriages and other things, so many that blah 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 blah. But here you see, I saw in your TV only. He was like this only. That Peter was like this only. He should come out, stand out of terminal, and just hand for passengers only. Not in one small room in 10 by 10. Only he should come out. He should come out.
Dr. Jadhav, one final question before I let you go. You are saying that the DGCA should be probed. Who carries out this entire probe? Because it appears that the watchdog has been given a complete free hand to run the aviation sector.
Yes. As a senior citizen, I spent my 45 years in aviation. Here, the complete is in all scenario. The DGCA is a main culprit. Main culprit is DGCA. He has not done his job properly. He is supporting a lot. I will ask to ATC also, always for giving main agenda to giving their performance to land properly first in sequence. Indigo is coming down, taking off. Always they are supporting ATC also, DGC also. Everybody is supporting Indigo. There is a lot of Air India. Always you see, you will find that announcement. Everything is we are waiting here for the ATC NOC. We are in sequence like this. They are standing more than 15 to 20 minutes for this thing. Always you will find in Air India flight and other flights. But Indigo, you will never find this thing announcement in flight.
Thank you very much.
Who is responsible?
Well, thank you very much, Dr. Nitin Jadhav, for joining us on this broadcast. The aviation body now essentially demanding a CBI probe into this crisis. On this other side, the big story that we are tracking through the day, the big development coming in from West Bengal, where a key witness against Shah Jahan, Bhola Ghosh, was seriously injured in an accident while on his way to the court. Luthra's anticipatory bail hearing in court. They say they are not the real owners of the club, need relief to travel to India. Court to hear the case tomorrow.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा,
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
भाई मेरा बेटी को प्यार चाहिए, मेरा बेटी का ब्लड आ रहा, नीचे से ब्लड आ रहा, प्यार चाहिए, दे दो। क्यों नहीं कर सकता? क्यों नहीं कर सकता? क्यों नहीं कर सकता? मेरे को प्यार चाहिए अभी।
That we have experienced severe operation.
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे, केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरी डे।
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला। सिप सिप जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप।
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Big development, key witness against Sheikh Shah Jahan, Bhola Ghosh, was seriously injured in an accident while on his way to the court. Luthra's anticipatory bail hearing in court. They say they are not real owners of the club, need relief to travel to India. Court is going to hear the case and the state's reply tomorrow. Focus on top officers who blocked Action Birch nightclub. Senior IPS officers allegedly stopped cops from taking action. Republic coverage on Dharamsala hoax case vindicated. SIT expose how the accused planned the anti-Hindu campaign. And there is no escape for fugitive Mehul Choksi now. The Belgium Advocate General has told Republic TV exclusively no further appeal is possible in his case.
US delegation leaves from the Ministry of Commerce and Industry at Vanija Bhavan in Delhi as trade talks held in the national capital. Good evening. Welcome to Republic TV. Our top focus, the Delhi riots case hearing in the top court of the country is finally over. The judgment has been reserved by the top court of the country. The advocates have appeared from both the sides, and the order that has been written down says that advocates appearing for both the sides have argued for considerable length of time, have produced authorities memos, short synopsis. For the purpose of convenience, it was taken on record. We call upon the lawyers from amongst themselves. We'll give the documents. ASG Raju has asked for some time. And the big news coming in, there will be a decision before the 18th of December. A decision in the Delhi riots bail hearing case before the 18th of December. That's the big news coming in right now. So let me tell our viewers the big breaking news that's coming in right now in the Delhi riots case. A story broken right here on Republic TV, followed extensively right here from 2020. And today, once the arguments are over, the court says before the 18th of December, and I'll request my director to even put out this breaking news before the 18th of December. Before the Supreme Court goes into vacations, there will be a verdict in this case. That means any time from today to the 18th of December, the Supreme Court of India is going to give a verdict in the Delhi riots case. Now, let me quickly tell our viewers what this really entails. There's a judgment in the bail plea on Umar Khalid and Sharjeel Imam. The Supreme Court has reserved the case, this judgment in the bail plea hearings, and we put it out, judgment reserved not only in the 2020 riots case, but in the bail plea hearings in the 2020 riots case. Viewers, Sharjeel Imam, Umar Khalid and others have been in prison. They've been in prison for the activities they planned in 2020. Republic TV showed you the kind of conspiracy that they had planned not only in 2020 but even before. The affidavit filed by the Delhi police in the Supreme Court very clearly said they had planned to have a regime change in India, which means they wanted the government change very seriously because they wanted it done internationally with international support. Similarly, that was done in Nepal and Bangladesh. With such serious charges, when rag magazines and international magazines and papers like Washington Times and New York Times say that these people need to be given bail, they need to understand they don't interfere in the affairs of this country because we are talking about terrorists. The Delhi police and the ASG appearing for them and the Solicitor General Tushar Mehta has very clearly said when they wanted a regime change operation, they wanted to change our government, they wanted a pan-India riot, they wanted a Chakka Jam pan-India. Let me also go across to Shamvi, my colleague, joining us on the story. Shamvi, what is it that's been said? Because the big breaking news that's coming today is before the 18th of December, there's going to be a verdict in the Delhi riots case. What happened in the case today?
Well, yes, yesterday just the petitioners ended the argument, and today it was the Delhi police's turn, and we already know that Delhi police had already just a few days ago filed a very detailed affidavit claiming and pointing out each of its arguments and making sure that the bail, they're not given the bail in this case. Now, it was Delhi police's turn today to make its argument where it was said, this entire, and this has been a point which has been constant since day one of the hearing, whether it's in High Court or Supreme Court, that this was not something that happened in the heat of the moment. This was a planned conspiracy. This was a planned conspiracy and a coordinated attack. And this entire act, this riot, which was caused by the few members, be it Umar Khalid, Sharjeel Imam, and others in the case who are due for bail, this was a coordinated attack to make sure that India is embarrassed globally. Because if we remember, that was a time when the US president was set to visit India, and the timing of it seemed to be a little too convenient, and this was a pre-planned conspiracy made or prepared to embarrass India globally or pull it down in its position. And also several other arguments which was made yesterday about the fact about one of the accused not being present at the location, especially Umar Khalid. This argument was made from Umar Khalid's end that Umar Khalid was not present in Delhi when this riot actually happened. So how can he be associated in this matter? But today, even Delhi police has raised several arguments saying that this was a lot of days in making. Several inflammatory speeches was made by Umar Khalid and even Sharjeel Imam, for that matter, has called for things like Chakka Jam, which is basically blocking the traffic to make sure for a riot or for some kind of
for making sure that the point is put across. So Delhi police has very strongly again made its point, saying that what these people have been claiming about the absence of the accused in the place when the riot happened, or there were several other arguments made by the petitioners that some of them, they've just participated in 1 or 2 meetings of this riot, and they were not actually physically present in the riot. So how can they be put in jail for more than 5 years as once? So huge points made by Delhi police today, and this is a huge breaking that any time before 18th of December, the judgment of this bail plea will be out. Back to you.
Shambi, for giving us those details. A top focus on Republic TV, not today, but has been for the past 5 years when these riots took place. We were the first channel to clearly tell you these are not CAA protests, but these are targeted at a more sinister plan. Now, viewers, more breaking news coming in. News coming in from Sagar in Madhya Pradesh, where we learned that a training aircraft has crashed during landing. This is in Madhya Pradesh, where the training aircraft crashed. I'm going to try and go across to Satya Vijay, who's going to be joining us on the story. The training aircraft crashed near Madhya Pradesh. And we've also learned from the visuals that are coming in that the training aircraft, the visuals that we can see on the screen, had crashed during landing, as we can see. Let me go across to Satya Vijay, who's joining us on the phone line. Satya Vijay, give us more details.
जी हाँ, देखिए मध्य प्रदेश के सागर में ये बड़ा हादसा हुआ है, जहां पर कि कोई कैजुअलिटी तो नहीं है, लेकिन ढाना हवाई पट्टी पर जो है ट्रेनिंग विमान हादसे का शिकार हुआ है। जो प्लेन है वो हवाई पट्टी पर पलट गया और उसका एक हिस्सा जमीन से टकराया, जिसकी वजह से यह हादसा हुआ। लैंडिंग के दौरान यह हादसा हुआ, चूंकि वहां पर भी ट्रेनिंग इंस्टीट्यूट है जिसमें कि लोग विमान चलाना सीखते हैं। इसी दौरान लैंडिंग के दौरान ये जो ट्रेनिंग प्लेन है ये हादसे का शिकार हुआ। इसका पीछे का हिस्सा जमीन से टकरा गया। ट्रेनिंग पायलट इसमें जो प्रशिक्षण ले रहे थे वो भी हादसे का शिकार हुए हैं, लेकिन किसी भी तरह से ये कह सकते हैं कि बहुत ज्यादा चोटें नहीं आई हैं, क्योंकि विमान की लैंडिंग हो रही थी जिस दौरान ये जमीन से टकराया। तो ऐसे में अच्छी बात है कि कोई कैजुअलिटी नहीं है, लेकिन बार बार इस तरह के जो हादसे हो रहे हैं ये कहीं ना कहीं ट्रेनिंग इंस्टीट्यूट की ट्रेनिंग पर भी सवाल खड़े करते हैं।
सत्य विजय, जैसे आप कह रहे हैं सवाल खड़े होते हैं, यहाँ पे क्या हुआ एक बारी, किस कारण आपको लगता है, क्या आपको बता रही हैं सोर्सेज वहाँ पे, किस कारण ये क्रैश हुआ और उसके बाद किस टाइप का प्रिकॉशन लिया गया?
देखिए, तकनीकी पक्ष तो अभी सामने नहीं आ पाया है कि कुछ इसमें जो विमान का इसमें कुछ टेक्निकल एरर या मशीनरी प्रॉब्लम है, उस बारे में तो अभी चीजें निकलकर सामने नहीं आई हैं। लेकिन जैसा कि यहाँ पर ट्रेनिंग स्कूल है और प्रशिक्षण दिया जाता है, तो एक पक्ष ये सामने आ रहा है कि हो सकता है जो ट्रेनिंग जो पायलट्स हैं उनमें कहीं ना कहीं उनसे कोई चूक हुई है इसको लैंडिंग करने के दौरान, शायद इसी वजह से ये हादसा हुआ है। और इस प्लेन का पिछला हिस्सा जो रनवे पर टकराया, जिसके बाद ये प्लेन पलट गया और ये हादसा हुआ।
Thank you, Satya Prakash, Satya Vijay, for giving us those details. And we're getting details from Saket Court in the capital that has granted a 36-hour transit remand of the arrested accused of the part owner, co-owner of the Birch Club, Ajay Gupta. This has been granted to the Goa police. The court has directed the Goa police to take medical care of Gupta as he's facing some medical issues, and that's why this transit remand has been granted. I'm also going to try and go across to Swarali, who's joining us live from Panaji in Goa. Swarali, give us more details. We are picking up that the key accused who has been arrested in the Birch by Romeo Lane nightclub fire incident, which claimed 25 lives, was taken to the Saket District Court. The co-owner has now, the Goa police has been allowed to take him into custody. Give us more details.
Yes, that is true. Goa police is now allowed to take Ajay Gupta's custody, who is a third partner of Luthra brothers. 36 hours remand has been allowed, and now court has also requested Goa police to take his medical care because he is facing certain health issues. That's what the information we are gathering right now. On one hand, where we all know that Luthra brothers are on plea and they have informed the government that they want to fly down to India only if they are allowed to come to Goa, and all the court proceedings should happen in Goa. They should not be arrested. They're trying to avoid and flee the arrest. That's the current situation. We know the sequence of events that had taken place on the day of incident when the huge fire tragedy took place. Within few hours, they had fled the country to Phuket, and after that a lookout notice was sent out. Then the blue corner notice was also sent out by the Interpol, which means to check the whereabouts. And now, according to the current update that we are getting, the big story we are continuously tracking is that they are ready. On the other hand, now the hearing will take place tomorrow in this ongoing case. Ajay Gupta might provide major leads and major information during the investigation with Goa police because he's a third partner and might be having the internal inputs of the entire business, because as we all know, certain lapses at various levels were seen. Fire NOC was not present. The land is allegedly, the construction, entire building is allegedly present on the CRZ zone, which means coastal regulation zone. And these are all the kinds of inputs. How did they get the trade license? What exactly went into this entire process? Which officers were involved allowing such permissions without parameters were present on scene? So
Yes.
Ajay Gupta might prove to be a very important source of information right now in the course of investigation. Back to you.
Thank you, Swarali, for joining us. We'll also tell our viewers that sources have claimed that after Anjana police and the crime branch issued notices to the nightclub owners Saurabh and Gaurav Luthra seeking documentation related to operations at Birch nightclub, a senior IPS officer had intervened and instructed officers to halt further action. According to the sources, we're being told notices were not pursued following the intervention of the IPS officer, prompting this concern. Renewed focus is now on the role of the senior IPS officer who shielded these fugitives. Let me first look at what the Goa Chief Minister Pramod Sawant has said, who denies any connection in this case between the crime branch notice and the investigation.
मैं आपको एक बात कहता हूं, क्योंकि किसी का ऐसे सीनियर ऑफिस ने रोका है ऐसे कभी सामने नहीं आया है, तो डेफिनेटली उसके ऊपर जितने सारे कंप्लेंट्स थी उसके ऊपर ऑलरेडी इंक्वायरी हो रही है. डेफिनेटली इसका मैजिस्ट्रियल इंक्वायरी करने के बाद इसके जो कुछ सच है वो सामने आ जाएगा.
बीजेपी एमएलए माइकल लोबो हिमसेल्फ इज सेइंग कि द एंटायर सिस्टम इज इन्वॉल्व, तो उस पे क्या कहेंगे?
मैं आपको कहता हूं कि इस केस में जो कोई इस तरह के समझो मैजिस्ट्रियल इंक्वायरी आने के बाद जो कोई मिला तो उनको सस्पेंड कर देंगे, चाहे तो टर्मिनेट भी करेंगे.
ऑफिसर्स आर एलिजिंग ईच अदर सर.
मैं डेफिनेटली कहता हूं एक बार इंक्वायरी का रिपोर्ट आने दो.
सर नेक्स्ट डिमोलिशन वेयर इज इट एक्सपेक्टेड?
डेफिनेटली विदिन द 8 days that report will come.
So yesterday we saw action taken place at the Vagator lane, and how many other places that we are expecting?
At present वागातोर जिसका वायलेशन किया हुआ था उन्होंने, इसलिए उनका हमने ऑलरेडी डेमोलिशन किया है. बाकी भी किसी का वायलेशन इस तरह से मिला तो हम उसका डेफिनेटली जो हमने जॉइंट एनफोर्समेंट कमेटी जो बिठाई है उनका रिपोर्ट आने के बाद इस तरह के वायलेशन दिखे तो उसका डेमोलिशन हो जाएगा.
It is an unfortunate, tragic incident that has occurred in Goa, in a peaceful state like Goa, when things have never happened in this regard for a long time. But when this type of things happen out, a lot of things get exposed. There have been lacunas in the system which allowed and got exposed when things were not in the right frame. Understanding whether trade and license was not issued without any paperwork, without construction license, from there how the other people departments come in, is a basic preliminary inquiry that has come out. Importantly, we have to know that we have lost 25 lives. It is not 4. We have lost 25 lives. बाकी के भी 21 लोग आदमी है ना, they are humans only. 4 are tourists, but 21 more were there. They were also not from Goa. So all 25 people who have lost lives, 4 have come in as tourists, 21 were there working, coming from various parts of the country, working in that particular place. The episode is quite tragic, and I think we have to understand two parts. We as a tourism department ensure that we promote tourism. We have our enforcement done in areas which are coming under tourism as a department. This type of areas, Butch by Romeo Lane, what the episode happened, was not a registration under us as a department. But it's a collective responsibility that every department needed to act. It's a learning. It's a time for, I think, departments who have been irresponsible. I think Honorable Chief Minister has already ordered for an inquiry. Action has already been initiated and further action will be taken care.
Sir, opposition and BJP MLA himself, Michael Lobo, is saying that if an audit is conducted, more than 50%, it's his allegation that more than 50% nightclubs will not have fire NOC.
See, this is not a time to give the political blame games. If you want to get into the topic, things are happening in the same belt from Kalangut to the areas. So I need to, if Mr. Michael has been knowing about these issues, I think he has to share it with the Chief Minister and action has to be initiated. It cannot be government. There are government which are politicians. There are officers who are of department. There are bureaucrats. I think it's everybody needs to be in a frame to ensure that collectively everybody works, and accountability of these officers also need to be there for this type of incidents don't occur. And whatever Michael has been talking about, I am also on the same page, saying that there are similar type of, it is not one Birch by Romeo Lane. There might be many more this type of in the places which might have been creeping up immorally in this particular beach belt. I think in the coastal belt, I would rather say, and this need to be made accountable. Regulations have to be flowing in, and the government needs to move things across very seriously, because end of the day, we are promoting tourism.
We also spoke to Bhavna, the lone survivor from her family in this tragic Goa fire. She lost 4 family members, including her husband, who called out authorities. She called out hiding the real death toll. She criticized the lack of help from police, hospital staff and the government representatives, and highlighted missing fire exits and extinguishers at the property.
डांस चल रहा था, वहाँ पे म्यूजिक चल रहा था, सब लोग एंजॉय कर रहे थे, बहुत एंजॉय कर रहे थे. वो गन शॉट्स की जो गन शॉट चला 3 to 4 टाइम्स हुआ वो, और मे भी हो सकता है एक ही प्रॉपर एक पर्टिकुलर स्पेस पे वो होने से वहाँ पे उस चीज़ ने आग पकड़ ली उसकी वजह से. और वो माइनर सी आग बढ़ते 2 मिनट में पूरे हॉल को उसने पूरा कवर कर लिया, जिसकी वजह से मतलब कई लोग तो दम घुटने से मर गए वहाँ पर. खुद मेरे हस्बैंड भी दम घुटने की वजह से वहाँ पे उनकी डेथ हुई है. और मतलब मेरे बल्कि जो आग जो फर्स्ट टाइम जो देखा था वो भी मेरे हस्बैंड ने ही देखा था, और उन्होंने ही बताया कि यहाँ आग लग गई है, और बहुत आराम से बताया था.
ये इंसिडेंट मतलब ये जो पूरा इंसिडेंट हुआ जब ये आग लगी, तो ये कितने देर का ये इंसिडेंट था कि कितने देर में सब कुछ इतना बुरा हो गया, ये कितना टाइम लगा ये सब चीज़ होने में?
मैम बहुत मिनिमम टाइम लगा था यहाँ पर, मतलब मैक्सिमम अगर आप देखेंगे तो 5 मिनट के अंदर पूरा हॉल मतलब 5 मिनट के अंदर पूरा हॉल जल गया था, जिसमें से बहुत कम लोग बाहर आ पाए, बाकी वो बेसमेंट की साइड चले गए. अब जो बेसमेंट में जो गए वहाँ से कितने लोग बचे आई डोंट नो, बट जो बाहर निकले वो ज़्यादा लोग नहीं निकले थे. जो मैंने अपने आंखों के सामने देखा था वो उतने लोग बाहर नहीं निकले.
The SIT's preliminary report submitted to the court in the Dharamsthala mass burial case had also exposed what it calls a major conspiracy by the group of anti-Dharamsthala activists, giving the Dharamsthala administration a clean sheet. The SIT states that the accused were paid, pressured and coached to deliver false statements, while the group procured a skull, staged evidence, recorded false videos to bolster the claims.
Openly said in the assembly that there is a conspiracy against Dharamsthala, because I know what is going on. Though some of our leaders had asked me about that also, I knew that this is not the fact. A big conspiracy is going on. But ultimately the truth has been prevailed. Justice has been given to them.
I'm also joined by my colleague Abhishek, who's joining us live from Belagavi. Abhishek, the SIT report is so clear, which says that these people, this masked man was coached by the anti-temple lobby. There was no mass burial. The Lutyens media had clearly claimed mass burials in Temple Town. They reported on mass burials now they are silent. That means all this evidence that was there was just a hoax anti-Hindu campaign.
The report very clearly suggests that this was a hoax and a preset agenda by the people who were against the Dharmasthala, who were trying to make sure that the belief on Dharmasthala reduces and people stop coming to Dharmasthala. It was a couple of months ago when the masked man, or the whistleblower also known as Chinnaya, mentioned in front of the Beltangadi court that he had buried over hundreds of bodies in and around Dharmasthala and river Netravati in the last 30 to 40 years, after which the government formulated a special investigation team in the leadership of Pranav Mohanty, which conducted the investigation in the last couple of months, which also dug up around 17 to 18 places, where only 2 places were found with pieces of skull which also belonged to a male, which is against the claim of Chinnaya, where he had claimed that it was all the women aged between 12 and 80 that he had buried. And he also had mentioned that all of them were brutally raped and they were killed and the bodies were being buried by him. After which the government demanded, the opposition parties demanded from the government in the last assembly session which happened in Bengaluru, that a detailed report be kept in front of all the MLAs in the state of Karnataka. Today, Pranav Mohanty had met the Home Minister Dr. G. Parameshwara, and various other officials have also had a meet with Dr. G. Parameshwara to explain the depth of the report which has been submitted to the Beltangadi court as of now. Primarily 6 persons who are in this issue have been named in the report. It is Vittal Gowda, Girish Mattananavar, Mahesh Shetty, Thimureddy, Sujata, Chinnaya, and various other persons have been named as of now. However, the BJP and the JDS demands not only strict action against these people, but also against the people who were the mastermind behind this entire hoax and agenda against Dharmasthala.
Thank you, Abhishek, for giving us those details. In Karnataka, the power tussle within the Congress has now taken a significant turn. A powerful group of seers has now thrown its weight behind Home Minister G. Parameshwara for the Chief Minister's post, saying a Dalit Chief Minister will bring development and social balance. The endorsement comes even as the Siddaramaiah-DK Sivakumar rivalry continues to strain the ruling party.
A major shift in Karnataka's leadership tussle. A group of influential seers has publicly endorsed Home Minister G. Parameshwara for the Chief Minister's post, saying a Dalit Chief Minister will bring both stability and development. The seers praised Parameshwara's administrative record and argued that Karnataka is ready for a Dalit leader. Their backing adds a new dimension to a power struggle that has dragged on for months.
ಈ ಜಿಲ್ಲೆಯವರೆಲ್ಲರೂ ಕೂಡ ಅವರಿಗೆ ಹೆಚ್ಚಿನ ಅವಕಾಶ ಕೊಟ್ಟರೆ ಮುಖ್ಯಮಂತ್ರಿ ಆದರೆ ತುಮಕೂರು ಜಿಲ್ಲೆ ಡೆವಲಪ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಆಗಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಒಳ್ಳೆ ಅವಕಾಶ ಸಿಗ್ತದೆ. ಮುಖ್ಯಮಂತ್ರಿ ಅವರದೇ ಆದ ಒಂದು ನಿಧಿ ಇರ್ತದೆ. ಈಗ ಬಂದು ಒಂದು ಗೃಹ ಮಂತ್ರಿ ಕೊಟ್ಟಾರ, ಅವ್ರು ಕೆಲವೇ ನಿಧಿ ಕೊಡ್ತದ, ಆ ನಿಧಿ ಒಳಗೆ ಅಷ್ಟೇ ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ, ಹೆಚ್ಚು ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡ್ಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಅವಕಾಶ ಇಲ್ಲ. ಮುಖ್ಯಮಂತ್ರಿ ಆದಂದ್ರೆ ಎಲ್ಲಾ ದೃಷ್ಟಿಯಿಂದ ಮುಖ್ಯಮಂತ್ರಿ ಆದ ಒಂದು ನಿಧಿ ಫಂಡ್ ಇರೋದ್ರಿಂದ ಬೇರೆ ಬೇರೆ ದೃಷ್ಟಿಯಿಂದ ಒಂದು ಬೆಳವಣಿಗೆ ಆಗಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಅನುಕೂಲ ಇರ್ತದೆ. ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ನಾವೆಲ್ಲ ಈ ಜಿಲ್ಲಾ ಅಭಿಮಾನ ಹಿಡ್ಕೊಂಡು ಕೊರಟಗೆರೆ ತಾಲೂಕಿನ ಆದಿಯಾಗಿ.
For long, the Chief Minister's chair has been at the center of a tug-of-war between Siddaramaiah and Deputy Chief Minister DK Shivakumar. Despite repeated talks, the Congress High Command has not announced any change or power-sharing deal. MLAs from both camps have been in quiet lobbying mode, even as the party leadership has called for unity. But the public intervention of seers has once again intensified pressure on the top brass. Parameshwara has been seen as a dark horse in the Chief Minister race. With strong backing from Dalit organizations and now religious seers, his name has gained unprecedented traction in political circles. And he has made his own ambitions clear. Parameshwara has said that he is always in the race, signaling that he is ready to take charge if the High Command chooses him. With Sears endorsing him and caste equations shifting, Parameshwara is now firmly a contender in Karnataka's leadership battle. All eyes are now on the Congress High Command's next move.
Coming up after a short break, we get you grand news. There is no escape for fugitive Mehul Choksi. The Belgium court has said that every plea that he's filed has been denied. The Belgium Advocate General says no further appeal possible for him in the case.
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा हार्डकोर मसाला।
सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला।
भाई मेरा बेटी को प्यार चाहिए
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरीडे।
Good evening, welcome to Republic. We begin with some fantastic news in the extradition case of Mehul Choksi, the fugitive who's now been arrested in Belgium. The extradition proceedings had been continuing. He'd filed a petition in the Belgium court that has now been rejected in the Court of Appeal. The Advocate General in Belgium says there is no further appeal that is possible. It's very soon that we're going to see the extradition happen of the fugitive right here back to India, where we welcome him with open arms. First, a look at our top headlines. We take a look at what's making headlines. Big development, key witness against Sheikh Shah Jahan, Bhola Ghosh, seriously injured in an accident while on their way to the court. Luthra's anticipatory bail hearing happened in the court. They say they are not the real owners. The court is going to continue hearing the case tomorrow when they hear the state side. Focus on top officers who blocked action in Birch nightclub. Senior IPS officer allegedly stopped the cops from taking action. Republic coverage on Dharamsala hoax case is vindicated. The SIT exposes how the accused planned the anti-Hindu campaign. There is no escape for fugitive Mehul Choksi. Belgium Advocate General says no further appeal is possible in the case. Training aircraft crashes during drills in Madhya Pradesh. The Indigo mess continues to be our top headline. The DGCA now sets up an oversight team to monitor Indigo operations and heightened details and regulatory scrutiny. The team comprises of 8 senior flight operation inspectors. They are tasked with conducting continuous reviews. As part of this oversight operation team, 2 DGCA officers will be permanently positioned at Indigo's corporate headquarters in Gurgaon. This is finally the government taking some action. I also want to go across to my colleague Shamvi, who's joining us with these details. Shamvi, it seems like too little, too late, but it's very clear today the Delhi High Court slammed the Indigo airline as well as the government for doing too little, too late. But finally, the government has woken up. We're seeing an oversight team that is going to be monitoring Indigo's operations. Give us more details.
Definitely, and in this, we know that there will be 8 flight operations officers who will be responsible to monitor everyday operations of Indigo. Before this also, DGCA has said that they will require Indigo to give a detailed updated report about their operations every 15 days. And 2 of these officers of this team will be constantly stationed at the Indigo's office in Gurgaon. So this is a new update where DGCA has finally taken some action. We also know that DGCA has also summoned the CEO of Indigo and he is required to appear before them tomorrow around 3 p.m. and he is also required to bring the revised schedule, because we know that first the DGCA has slashed around 5% of the everyday operations of Indigo across all sectors, but then it was increased to 10% by the government. So now 10% of the Indigo's everyday operations will be slashed all across the sectors. So there has been, of course, too little, too late, but there has been little steps from DGCA's and the government's end to rectify this Indigo crisis. And definitely the Delhi High Court's coming down heavily on the government as well as Indigo has seemed to be that it has made some impression now that dedicated team has been formed to monitor, to make sure that Indigo resumes its operations without any further problems being caused to the passengers. Back to you.
There is also details, Shamvi, that you're picking up that there will be a 24/7 monitoring team, and also 2 teams that are formed consisting of senior inspectors are going to permanently be positioned at Indigo's corporate headquarters in Gurgaon.
Right, because even Indigo, when it initially submitted its report to DGCA about why this entire Indigo fiasco happened in the first place, Indigo asked DGCA to give it a time till at least 10th of February 2026 to make sure that everyday operations come back to normal. And Indigo is required to present an updated report every 15 days. So now that a dedicated team will be stationed at the office itself, Indigo office itself is just going to aid or even act as a catalyst in this entire process. And Indigo will also have somebody from the government watching it constantly, watching every move, every revised schedule, every flight and every movement of this revised flight operations that Indigo will be undergoing. Studio.
Thank you for giving us those details, Shamvi, and tracking the story very closely. It's time that Indigo is held accountable. Viewers, the other top focus that we continuously tracking, big developments. Key witness against Sheikh Shah Jahan, Bhola Ghosh have been seriously injured in an accident while on their way to the court. A head-on collision occurred between a car and a lorry in Boiramari, Sandesh Kali. The lorry was being driven by Shah Jahan's close aide, Ali Molla. 2 people died in the accident, including Bhola Ghosh's son. A witness is critical. A son has been killed. This is in the key Sandesh Kali witness. Bhola Ghosh has been injured as the truck driven by Shah Jahan's aide. The family is blaming the former TMC leader. This is a news break from our Republic sister channel, Republic Bangla, and I'm going to try and go across to our Kolkata newsroom. But first, let's go and listen to a reaction coming in from witness Bhola Ghosh, who's been injured.
দাদা ঘটনাটা ঘটলো কি? গেম প্ল্যান, আমাকে মারার প্ল্যান কটা যে ভেতরে আছে 9টা 5 এর ভিতরে বয়ার মানে পারমিশন করবো বলে
চক্রান্তটা কে করলো?
মানে খুবই আমি মিডিয়া করবো না, একটু চিন্তা করতেন ভিতরে যে আছে ওখান থেকে ঘুরে এসে আমার সবাই 3-4 জন আছে, আর যে করতে এসছে তার সবাই দিয়ে দিচ্ছে। মানে এখানে 5-7 দিন একটা হালকা খবর পেয়েছিলাম, কোর্টে যাবো দিদি বেলায় গাড়ি নিয়ে, এই প্রোগ্রাম থেকে বুঝতে পারি আমি সব আপনাকে হোয়াটসঅ্যাপ লিখে পাঠিয়েছি।
মানে কি দাদা ঘটনাটা ঘটলো কি?
গেম প্ল্যান, আমাকে মারার প্ল্যান।
মারার প্ল্যান
এই যে ভেতরে আছে 9টা 5 ভেতরে বয়ার মানে পারমিশন করবো বলে
চক্রান্তটা কে করলো?
মানে খুবই আমি মিডিয়া করবো না, একটু চিন্তা করতেন ভিতরে যে আছে ওখান থেকে ঘুরে এসে আমার সবাই 3-4 জন আছে, আর যে করতে এসছে তার সবাই দিয়ে দিচ্ছে। মানে এখানে 5-7 দিন একটা হালকা খবর পেয়েছিলাম, কোর্টে যাবো দিদি বেলায় গাড়ি নিয়ে, এই প্রোগ্রাম থেকে বুঝতে পারি আমি সব আপনাকে হোয়াটসঅ্যাপ লিখে পাঠিয়েছি।
And Sandesh Kauli witnesses have been injured as the former TMC leaders 8 had driven the car. We're getting these details, and witnesses who've been injured have spoken and said that this key aide of the former TMC leader has been driving the car. Very serious as a truck hit the car of witnesses against the jailed TMC leader, and it was en route to the court. The key witness, Bholanath, has been critically injured. His car was hit by the truck. The son and driver died in the incident. He was the prime witness in the Sandesh Kauli attack case, critically injured. Let's also tell our viewers that Sandesh Kauli is a case that has been done by our sister channel Republic Bangla, where we exposed the details on what was happening at Sandesh Kauli. And Sandesh Kauli had been in turmoil after the mob had attacked the ED officers searching the premises of TMC's leader Shah Jahan Sheikh, who was wanted in a scam. Right after the aid, the ED officers were assaulted by local villagers who, along with the supporters, had destroyed their files. There was an unrest caused a major political controversy. But the big story, the political blame game had intensified, and today the key witnesses have been injured. We move to what's really happening in Pakistan, where Imran Khan's 3 sisters staged a sit-in outside Adiala jail in Rawalpindi after police at the factory checkpoint barred them from meeting the former Prime Minister, with the protest continuing for more than 10 hours through the night. As tensions have escalated, Rawalpindi police launched a late-night operation. They used water cannons on the sisters accompanying the PTI workers, leaving all participants drenched and further intensifying the standoff outside the jail. It's Pakistan police now, a sit-in protest there, where we're seeing Rawalpindi police have barred the sisters of Imran Khan from meeting him. Let's first listen in to reactions coming in. We've got an exclusive conversation with the representation of PTI founder Sardar Tayyab Khan. Listen in.
सीनियर रहनुमा पाकिस्तान तरीके इंसाफ नईम हैदर पंजोता साहब मौजूद हैं। सर 11 रात के बज रहे हैं, खान साहब की बहनों से मुलाकात नहीं हुई, आप वकला को भी नहीं छोड़े, क्या फरमाएं?
बहुत शुक्रिया तैयब साहब, आपने मौका दिया जी। देखिए आज मुलाकात का दिन है और हम तो मुलाकात के लिए आए हैं, कोई हम हमला करने नहीं आए अडयाला जेल के ऊपर। ये राइट है कि उनसे उनकी फैमिली की मुलाकात हो, और ये राइट है कि इमरान खान बाहर हों। मामला तो उनकी रिहाई का है ना जी, कि वो बेगुनाह कैद हैं, आपने बेगुनाह रखा हुआ है, फिर उनकी फैमिली को भी आप मिलने नहीं दे रहे। तमाम झूठे केसेस बनाकर नेशनल इंटरनेशनल बड़ी कोशिश की आपने कि उसे साबित किया जाए करप्ट। आज भी लिखें तो नवाज शरीफ का नाम आता है। 7-8 घंटे से हम बैठे हुए हैं, खान साहब की बहनें बैठी हैं, दीगर आपके सामने लोग यहाँ कारकुनान मौजूद हैं। हम इंतजार कर रहे हैं कि अंदर से संदेशा आया कि हम अभी भी पुलिस हकाम से अभी बात हुई है और वो कहते हैं जी कि ऊपर से इजाजत नहीं है। तो ये पूछ के जो बताना है ना, इससे मुल्क पहले भी 75 ईयर के अंदर जो नुकसान हुआ मजीद नुकसान होगा और होता जा रहा है। आज इकॉनमी कहाँ खड़ी है, आज कानून कहाँ खड़ा है, आज इंसाफ कहाँ खड़ा है, आज अदालतें कहाँ खड़ी हैं, आज आम आवाम कहाँ खड़ी है, आज गरीब कहाँ खड़ा है। कोई इनको परेशान हाल नहीं है।
निम साहब, आप लोग अब यहाँ बैठे रहेंगे क्योंकि आप तबीयत भी आपकी सेट नहीं, उसके बावजूद भी आप यहाँ, क्योंकि हर मंगल को और आठ पेशी में आप यहाँ मौजूद होते हैं अडियाला में फील्ड में, इर्द गिर्द की दुकानें भी बंद है। आम रूटीन में ये होता है कि दुकानें खोले रखते हैं, इन्होंने तो सब कुछ ही बंद किया हुआ है यहाँ।
बिल्कुल जी, आप अंदाजा लगा रहे होंगे मेरे शोल्डर से और मेरे आवाज से भी, मुझे 2 दिन से बुखार है, जुकाम है, खांसी है। हम आए इसलिए हैं इस बुखार की वजह होने के बावजूद कि जो धमकियां दे रहे थे ये ना कहें कि बीमारी का बहाना बना के घर बैठ गए हैं। अब जैसे भी हो, वो क्या कहते हैं ना, जिस्म जले जो भी हो, हमने आके अपना फर्ज हमेशा अदा किया और नेक्स्ट भी अदा करते रहेंगे। देखिए बात यह है कि जेल मैनुअल जो है वो वाज़ेह कहता है कि उससे कोई भी कैदी होगा तो आम कैदी, उससे उसके वकला फैमिली रफ़का मिल सकते हैं। एक शिक लगाई गई थी जिसके हवाले से कहते हैं जी सियासी गुफ्तगू के ऊपर पाबंदी है। तो आर्टिकल जो 16 है और आर्टिकल 17 और 19 जो है आईन पाकिस्तान का, वो हक देता है हर शहरी को गुफ्तगू करने का, बात करने का, ये आज़ादी देता है। आप उसकी आज़ादी सलब नहीं कर सकते। आइन के नीचे कानून बनता है, कानून के नीचे रूल्स बनते हैं। तो ऐसा कानून जो उस वक्त ज़िया-उल हक ने बनाया था 1978 के अंदर, जिसमें 365 जो है वो शिक डाली गई थी, इसलिए कि उस वक्त जो जुल्फ़िकार भुट्टो थे उनके ऊपर पाबंदी लगानी थी कि वो सियासी गुफ्तगू न करें। अब उस शिक को हाई कोर्ट ने कलअदम करार दे दिया। जब हाई कोर्ट ने कलअदम करार दे दिया तो फिर 3 मेंबर बेंच बैठा जिसके अंदर चीफ जस्टिस ने सरबराही की, जिसका नाम अभी वो सरफराज डोगर साहब है, 16वें नंबर पर लाहौर हाई कोर्ट में थे। उन्होंने उस शेख को दोबारा बहाल कर दिया जी सियासी गुफ्तगू पर पाबंदी है। तो नवाज शरीफ क्यों सियासी गुफ्तगू करते थे, मरियम क्यों करती थी, जरदारी क्यों करता था, बाहर काबीना की मीटिंग क्यों बुलाते थे? सिर्फ इमरान खान की आवाज बंद करने के लिए। जो हक की होगी बात, जो जमहूरियत की बात होगी, जो इंसाफ की बात होगी, वो सूट नहीं करेगी।
कारकुनान बड़े चार्ज है यहाँ जो मौजूद है, शदीद सर्दी भी है, रात 11-12 का वक्त हुआ चलता है, लेकिन उसके बावजूद भी आप लोग चार्ज हैं। ये बताएं कि वफाकी वज़ीर ने कहा है कि हम बड़े संजीदा है और आप वफाकी हुकूमत संजीदा है कि PTI पे पाबंदी लगने जा रही है, तो कोई पाबंदी वगैरह अगर लग गई तो आप लोग आगे क्या लाए लोग? आप
देखिए, जो पाकिस्तान जब से बना है तब से ही पाबंदियां जो है पाकिस्तान के अंदर लगी हुई है। कौन सी आज़ादी है? पहले इसी पाबंदी से तो छुटकारा पाना है, इसी पाबंदी से तो निकलने के लिए, हकीकी आज़ादी के लिए इमरान खान आज अडियाला जेल में भी है और कारकुनान जेल के अंदर हैं, लीडरशिप जेल के अंदर है। लोगों ने जो है वो जख्मी हुए, शहीद हुए, जेलों के अंदर गए। 30,000 प्लस हमारे लोग गए जेलों के अंदर। तो क्यों गए? इसी वजह से गए कि ये जो पाबंदियां हैं, ये जो एक आज़ादी सलब की गई है, उससे छुटकारा पाना है। बाकी कोई चीज़ भी पाकिस्तान के अंदर पहले आज़ाद ही नहीं है, तो नई पाबंदी उन्होंने क्या लगानी है?
तो आप लोग यहाँ बैठे रहेंगे?
बिल्कुल बैठे रहेंगे जब तक बहनें हैं, जब तक बहनें कहेंगी कि हमने बैठना है, बैठे इंशाल्लाह।
क्या कहेंगे? इमरान खान साहब को कहते तनाई में रखा हुआ है, फैमिली को भी नहीं मिलने दिया जा रहा है, वकला को भी नहीं जाने दे रहे, क्या फरमाएंगे?
देखें, ये जो इमरान खान के साथ जुल्म कौन कर रहे हैं, वो कौन है जो इमरान खान को कैद तन्हाई में रख रहा है? वो कौन है जो ये गैर आईनी और गैर कानूनी काम कर रहा है? कौन है? पहले ये बता दें, हमें नहीं पता। और किसकी जरूरत है पाकिस्तान में कि इमरान खान को कैद तन्हाई में डाल दें?
तो आपके समझती है कब तक ये पुरअमन यहाँ आप लोग बैठे रहेंगे? वाटर कहने के इर्द गिर्द की दुकानें तक बंद है और स्कूलों को भी छुट्टियां यहाँ दी गई है, मतलब कितना खौफ और आस है।
मेरी बात सुने, ये हमने आज तक पिछले 8-9 महीने से आ रहे हैं, लोग भी आते हैं, बच्चे भी बैठे हैं, छोटे छोटे बच्चे बैठे हैं। क्या ये यहाँ पे लोगों की दुकानें तो नहीं तोड़ने आते? ये जान के लोगों को तंग कर रहे हैं। ये लोगों की दुकानें जान के बंद करा रहे हैं, ट्रक जान के खड़े करते हैं।
जो मतलब कोई अखबार था वो भी एक्सेस नहीं है और भी चीज़ों का एक्सेस उनसे ले लिया गया। तो आप समझती है कि आप हुकूमत के जो वज़रा आकर टीवी पे बयान दे रहे हैं, आज भी प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस उन्होंने की और वो कह रहे हैं कि पाबंदियां भी लग सकती हैं, कहीं किसी और जेल में भी मुंतकिल हो सकते हैं अगर इस तरह के एहतजाज वगैरह जारी रहे।
मेरी बात सुने, ये जो हुकूमत के वजीर बोल रहे हैं, इन बेचारों के पास क्या है कहने के लिए? ये बेचारे ऐसे आके वो क्या है, वो इन बेचारों के पास कुछ भी नहीं है ना कहने के लिए। पीछे बैठ के यही लोग कहते हैं जी हमारे हाथ में कुछ नहीं, हम बेबस हैं। ये तो बेबस हैं बेचारे, तो इसलिए अपने हक के लिए खड़े हो। आज तक इमरान खान ने नहीं कहा कि मेरे लिए निकले। इमरान खान हमेशा कहते हैं अपने हक के लिए खड़े हो। या हम कह रहे हैं कि हम अपने भाई को कैद तन्हाई हमें कबूल नहीं है, इमरान खान को ये टॉर्चर कबूल नहीं है हमें।
ये लास्ट में बताइएगा कि हम देखते हैं अडियाला जिम में अब इंटरनेशनल मीडिया भी आ रहा है और इमरान खान साहब नेशनल हीरो है, नेशनल लीडर है, उनको दुनिया भर में पसंद किया जाता है। आपकी फैमिली ने इंटरव्यूज वगैरह दिए मुख्तलिफ इंटरनेशनल मीडिया पे, उसको भी मुतनाज़ब में आ गया, जबकि बाजी में नवाज शरीफ साहब खुद दे चुके हैं, बेनज़ीर साहिबा दे चुकी है और परवेज़ मुशर्रफ साहब कई बार पड़ोसी मुल्क में इंटरव्यू दे चुके हैं। तो आपके इंटरव्यू पर इतना ववेला इतना क्यों मचाया गया कि आपने मुल्क दुश्मनी कर दी इंटरव्यू दे
के? इन बेचारों का क्या है, ये पहला जहाज पकड़ के ये तो लंदन चले जाते हैं, ये रहते ही उधर हैं, हमने तो इधर ही रहना है। अब सरकारी ये जो आपके सियासतदान है ये क्यों मुल्क छोड़ के बाहर रहते हैं और सिर्फ यहाँ आते हैं इसको थोड़ा सा लूट मारो और पैसे बनाने, पूरे नहीं पड़ रहे। जो भूख होती है अल्लाह ताला ने कहा वो भरेगी नहीं, ये जो कुआं है ये नहीं भरेगा। ये मुल्क पाकिस्तान सारे हर पाकिस्तानी का है। इस वक्त जो ये हमारा नहीं कुछ कर सकते, करें तो सही, इस बारी ये करें तो सही। हम आराम से बैठे हैं, ये करें और फिर ये खुद डरें। और ये जो बच्चे खड़े हैं ना पीछे पुलिस वाले, जरा इनसे पूछ लें, किसी का दिल नहीं है किसी औरत पे जुल्म करने का, किसी का दिल नहीं है। वो हमें पुलिस वाले कह रहे हैं, हम तो सारे इमरान खान के साथ हैं। तो ये इमरान खान के साथ खड़े वाले बच्चे हैं, पूरी पुलिस इमरान खान के साथ है, फौज इमरान खान के साथ है। इन लोगों के साथ कौन है जो पाकिस्तान के साथ ये जुल्म कर रहे हैं और इमरान खान के साथ जुल्म कर रहे हैं।
Gursimran's joining us on the phone line. Gursimran, his family is protesting. They've unleashed water cannons on them on the PTI protests. What is the current situation that you are looking at on ground?
See, if we speak of the situation that is evolving in Pakistan, it is very clear that it is not the Adiara jail administration or the Pakistani establishment, but these are the direct orders of the Pakistani army that are being followed on ground, and the atrocities that we are being seen commented upon Imran Khan in the solitary confinement or his family outside the Adiala jail. These are all the scripts that the Pakistani army has written, because it is just a couple of days after the DGCA has held a press briefing in which he has leveled serious allegations against the Pakistan Tehreek-e-Insaf, in which he has said that all these attempts are to malign the image, all these attempts are being made to benefit other countries. So it is very clear that Imran Khan has denied to toe the line of the Pakistani army. That was to keep silent and get out of Adiala jail. And now that Pakistan army fears that once Imran Khan is out, he will actually expose the wrongdoings of the Pakistani army, and that's why we have witnessed this rude punishments being given to the protesters and the supporters of Imran Khan outside the Adiala jail. And in days to come, this similar fate is going to continue, because in Pakistan, contempt of court is nothing when it comes to the orders being followed of the Pakistani army and the DGCA.
Thank you, Gursimran, for giving us those details. We hope the Pakistan government realizes to let the family know about the whereabouts of a former prime minister is a part of their human rights, something Pakistan needs to understand. But our focus now on the DGCA that has set up finally an oversight team to closely monitor Indigo's mess amid heightened regulatory scrutiny now. The team is comprising of certain flight operation inspectors that are tasked with continuous review of the airline safety and operational practices. This enhanced oversight includes 2 DGCA officers who are permanently going to be positioned at Indigo's corporate headquarters in Gurgaon. 2 teams have been formed. The DGCA teams now deployed inside the Indigo office. They've also set up a 24/7 monitoring team. Indigo management has been summoned again, and this biggest aviation crisis. Also remember, the Delhi High Court, looking at this case, has slammed the government for waking up late to what had happened. The court also raised the issue of profiteering. I want to go across to Shamvi, who's joining us. Shamvi, today lots of developments have happened in the Indigo mess case. First, I want to ask you that you're reporting from outside the Indigo's headquarters in Gurgaon. What is this DGMO? What is this court? Court has raised the profiteering issue. What is the DGCA setting up the 24/7 monitoring team? Who is it going to comprise of, and what is it going to do?
So one of the most major problems that the passengers were struggling with when there were constant cancellations and delays from Indigo's end were the heightened and spiked prices of the fellow airlines, be it Air India, be it Air India Express, SpiceJet or Akasa. For example, a normal flight, we were speaking to one of the passengers at the IGI airport, and there he explained his ordeal that for a normal ticket from Delhi to Chennai, it cost him around 7,000 to 9,000, 9,000 being the max. But at that time, when Indigo has cancelled all the flights, delayed, or most of them were delayed, the normal price that airline was charging for the ticket was around 60,000. Now, the same matter was brought up in court today in the Delhi High Court, when the Delhi High Court slammed the government and even Indigo, and even especially the government, that what were they doing when the passengers, when the citizens of this country were suffering from this. The middle class man was having issue with this when thousands and thousands of rupees was increased, 6 times, 10 times was increased just in prices, to which the government said that this is the first time that the government has intervened in the matter, and the airlines, we have asked the airlines to quickly cap the issues, and the tickets were capped at a certain price. But then the Delhi High Court was not taking it. They were very adamant on the fact that why did the situation happen in the first place? Why did you let the situation persist in the first place? So now that the DGCA has formed 2 teams, where 8 senior flight operations officers will be there as a part of the team, but 2 of them will be permanently stationed at the Indigo office in Gurgaon, and will make sure that Indigo resumes its everyday operations just the way it was before this entire Indigo crisis. It will also help Indigo with presenting its revised schedule, or even the updated report regarding what are the routes, or what is the updated timing with the same. Back to you.
All right. Thank you, Shambhavi, for those details. Just stay with us, because this is a focus we're having. We're also having viewers, Shambhavi, join in right now. Captain Hassan Khalid, an aviation expert, is joining us on the phone line. Captain Khalid, how are you looking at the situation? We've seen so many things happen today. The Delhi High Court has slammed the government. Of course, they've questioned the Indigo for this mess. Today, now, an oversight committee has there. The DGCA has set up a 24/7 monitoring team. There's someone going to be at the headquarters of Indigo 24/7. But the passengers have suffered. These flight guidelines were there last year. It's this year that everyone is waking up. Interestingly, the lawyer for the government in the court says the Civil Aviation Ministry is not someone responsible for this. It's only the DGCA. Lots of things coming. One thing is clear. Nobody wants to take responsibility for the biggest aviation crisis in the country. Captain Hassan Khalid.
All right. Look, the things that have happened to do the damage control, I think they are sufficient. In the sense that the routes are being curtailed, a close monitoring body has been appointed, the CEO has been given notice. They are now in the public eye and regulatory eye 24/7. However, the compensation mechanism for the passengers whose flights are disrupted without valid reason, and valid reason, I mean, it could be an extreme weather phenomena or extreme technical problems like, the Microsoft, the entire system hanging or something. Nothing of that sort happened, and it was inconvenience to passengers. I would look forward to airline themselves announcing some kind of compensation to the passengers who have been inconvenienced in the way that, like what we have outside world, in case your flight has been, you have not been boarded on flight because of overbooking or airline mistake, they give you a free flight ticket. So I don't think it is sufficient enough to give their money back after the flight has been cancelled and government has said, and now you're giving. This is just not sufficient. I think airlines should be gracious enough and give free ticket or some kind of an allowance, let's say, as a compensation. That will also serve as a message to other airlines that do not play with the convenience of the passengers, because they all plan their trip well in advance. And now that they have taken an alternate ticket at a higher cost, maybe that higher cost should be refunded by the Indigo airline. These are justified mechanisms to control such fiasco.
Yes, we just wish, Captain Khalid, that this had happened sooner, but I thank you for joining us and giving us that perspective. We're also pleased that this has finally happened. Coming up after a short break, we get you more details on the Goa fire and the investigation. There is a focus on the top officers who blocked action at the Birch nightclub. A senior IPS officer allegedly stopped cops from taking action. Much more on that after a short break. Stay on with us.
चर्चा के लिए सत्र की शुरुआत में 2 दिन गतिरोध भी हुआ। इससे एक प्रकार की गैरसमझ, गलत धारणा जनता के बीच में पड़ी कि हम लोग ये चर्चा नहीं चाहते। माननीय अध्यक्ष जी, मैं स्पष्ट करना चाहता हूं, संसद ये देश का चर्चा का सबसे बड़ा पंचायत है और हम भाजपा वाले, एनडीए वाले चर्चा से कभी नहीं भागते। कोई भी मुद्दा हो, संसद के नियमों के अनुसार चर्चा के लिए हम तैयार रहते हैं। हमने 2 दिन तक विपक्ष के चर्चा करी कि इसको बाद में किया जाए, 2 सत्र बाद में किया जाए, मगर नहीं माने। हमने हां भर दी। मेरा दायित्व है मान्यवर कि हमने क्यों ना बोली थी। ना बोलने के 2 कारण थे। एक कारण था कि चर्चा गहन पुनः निरीक्षण के नाम पर वो मांगते थे, एसआईआर के नाम पर मांगते थे। मान्यवर, मेरा बहुत स्पष्ट मत है कि एसआईआर पर इस सदन पे चर्चा नहीं हो सकती, क्योंकि गहन पुनः निरीक्षण की जिम्मेदारी भारत के चुनाव आयोग की है। भारत का चुनाव आयोग और चुनाव आयुक्त ये सरकार के तहत काम नहीं करते। अगर जब चर्चा होती है और कुछ सवाल खड़े किए जाएंगे तो इसका जवाब कौन देगा? मान्यवर, जब उन्होंने कहा कि हम चुनाव सुधार पर चर्चा करने के लिए तैयार है, हम तुरंत मान गए और आज चुनाव सुधार पर ही चर्चा हुई। मान्यवर, लगभग 63
प्लीज मान्य
दादा बीमार हो, मैं समझ रहा हूं, मगर बीमार ज्यादा हो तो घर पे रहा करो, यहां सदन का माहौल मत बिगाड़िए। मान्यवर, 63 सदस्यों ने
प्लीज ऐसे माहौल
अरे यार, व्यक्तिगत बात है मेरी और दादा के बीच में,
माहौल ठीक रहना चाहिए।
मान्यवर, 63 सदस्यों ने पक्ष और विपक्ष से इस चर्चा में हिस्सा लिया है और जो चर्चा का समय हुआ था तय, उससे ज्यादा आपने समय लिया है। इसलिए भी मैं आपका धन्यवाद व्यक्त करना चाहता हूं। मान्यवर, चर्चा तय हुई थी चुनाव सुधारों के लिए, मगर ज्यादातर विपक्ष के सदस्यों ने एसआईआर पर ही चर्चा करी। अब चर्चा इन्होंने जिस तरह से शुरू करी है, जवाब तो मुझे देना पड़ेगा मान्यवर, और मैं मानता हूं उनको सुनना भी चाहिए। मान्यवर, इस एसआईआर पर, गहन पुनर्निरीक्षण पर एक तरफा 4 महीने से झूठ फैलाया और देश की जनता को गुमराह करने का प्रयास किया। और मेरा आग्रह है सदन के पक्ष और विपक्ष के सभी सदस्यों, मैंने एसआईआर की प्रक्रिया का, इससे जुड़े हुए संवैधानिक अनुबंधों का और भूतकाल में जो एसआईआर हुए वो सभी का गहन अभ्यास किया है। मैं आज आपके माध्यम से इस सदन को और सदन के माध्यम से पूरे देश की जनता को जो झूठ विशेषकर कांग्रेस पार्टी द्वारा फैलाया गया है, वो झूठ का मेरे तर्कों के हिसाब से जवाब देना चाहता हूं।
आप बेटे बेटे ज्ञान मत दीजिए।
मान्यवर, ये देश के संविधान में मान्यवर, ये देश के संविधान से, संविधान के अनुच्छेद 2 से चुनाव आयोग की रचना हुई। एक प्रकार से चुनाव आयोग एक संवैधानिक संस्था है। संविधान के अंदर चुनाव आयोग का गठन, उसकी शक्तियां, चुनावी प्रक्रिया, मतदाता की परिभाषा और मतदाता सूची को तैयार करने और उसके सुधारने के लिए की शक्तियां, इसके बारे में स्पष्ट प्रावधान किए गए। और मान्यवर, बड़ी विनम्रता से मैं बताना चाहता हूं कि प्रावधान जब किए गए तब हमारी पार्टी बनी ही नहीं थी। हमारी पार्टी के अलावे जो लोग हैं, इन लोगों ने संविधान सभा में चर्चा कर संविधान को बनाया था। इसलिए ये पूरी चुनाव की प्रक्रिया जो संविधान के अंदर व्याख्यायित की गई है और आज जो हो रहा है, ये दोनों के बीच में क्या अंतर है और आरोप क्या है, इसको मैं जवाब देना चाहता हूं। मान्यवर, फ्री एंड फेयर चुनाव कराने का हमारा संविधान ने जिम्मेदारी चुनाव आयोग की तय की। मतदाता सूची बनाने की और मतदाता सूची में सुधार करने की जिम्मेदारी भी चुनाव आयोग को दी। अनुच्छेद संविधान के भाग 15 में अनुच्छेद 324, इसमें चुनाव आयोग का गठन, चुनाव आयुक्त की नियुक्ति, लोकसभा, राज्यसभा, विधानसभा, उपराष्ट्रपति और राष्ट्रपति, ये सभी चुनाव का संपूर्ण नियंत्रण संविधान ने चुनाव आयुक्त को दिया है। और चुनाव आयुक्त एक से ज्यादा हो तो इलेक्शन कमिश्नर को दिया है। अब 325 जो अनुच्छेद है, वो किसी भी पात्र मतदाता को मतदाता सूची से बाहर नहीं रखा जाता, इसका प्रावधान करता है। मगर 326 एक गहन पुनर्निरीक्षण के लिए, SIR के लिए बहुत महत्वपूर्ण है। क्या है 326 मान्यवर? इन्होंने मतदाता की पात्रता, योग्यता और मतदाता होने की शर्तें आर्टिकल 326 में तय की है। और वो शर्तें क्या है? सबसे पहली शर्त है कि मतदाता भारत का नागरिक होना चाहिए, विदेशी नहीं होना चाहिए। ये सबसे पहली शर्त है। और ये कह रहे हैं कि चुनाव आयोग क्यों ये कर रहा है? भाई, इसका दायित्व है, इसलिए कर रहे हैं। दूसरी है 18 साल से ज्यादा आयु का व्यक्ति मतदाता बन सकता है। तीसरा, वैधता का निर्धारण मानसिक असमर्थता, अपराध और भ्रष्टाचार में संलिप्तता के लिए जो कानून ने समय समय पर तय किया है, इसके पर। तो ये 3 पात्रताओं के आधार पर भारत के मतदाता होने की बात तय होती है। और ये 3 चीजें किसने देखनी है मान्यवर? चुनाव आयुक्त को देखनी है। चीफ इलेक्शन इलेक्शन कमीशन मतलब चीफ इलेक्शन कमिश्नर और कमिश्नर्स ने देखनी है। और 327 में मतदाता सूची, सीमांकन, चुनाव संचालन और उसके लिए कानून बनाने की सिफारिश संसद को करने की सत्ता चुनाव आयोग को दी है। कल हमारे सदस्य मनीष तिवारी कहते थे गहन पुनर्निरीक्षण का इनको अधिकार ही नहीं है। आर्टिकल 327 पूर्ण अधिकार देता है कि मतदाता सूची इस व्याख्या के आधार पर बनाने का अधिकार चुनाव आयोग को है। मान्यवर, अब SIR पर ही सवाल उठा दिए। मान्यवर, इन्होंने कहा कि SIR आज क्यों हो रहा है। मैं इनको थोड़ा इतिहास और मान्यवर, एक नई फैशन हो गई है, इतिहास बताते हैं तो नाराज हो जाते हैं कि आप इतिहास मत बताइए। अरे भला कोई भी प्रक्रिया, कोई भी देश, कोई भी समाज इतिहास को छोड़कर कैसे आगे बढ़ सकता है? इतिहास कोई भी समाज का महत्वपूर्ण अंग है। मान्यवर, हमारे लोकतांत्रिक इतिहास की शुरुआत 1952 से हुई। तो सबसे पहला गहन पुनर्निरीक्षण एसआईआर कब हुआ? 1952 में। एसआईआर की क्या जरूरत है वो कहते हैं, इसलिए मैं कहता हूं। तो उस वक्त प्रधानमंत्री कौन थे? जवाहरलाल नेहरू। किस पार्टी से थे? कांग्रेस पार्टी से। दूसरा कब हुआ? 1957 में। फिर जवाहरलाल नेहरू प्रधानमंत्री थे, कांग्रेस पार्टी से थे। तीसरा हुआ 61 में, उसमें भी जवाहरलाल नेहरू प्रधानमंत्री थे और कांग्रेस पार्टी थे। 65-66 में भी हुआ, एक ही गहन पुनर्निरीक्षण 2 साल में हुआ। उस वक्त भी श्री लाल बहादुर शास्त्री प्रधानमंत्री थे, कांग्रेस पार्टी थे। 83-84 में हुआ, इंदिरा जी थी। 87-89 में हुआ, राजीव गांधी थे। 92-93-95 में हुआ, नरसिम्हा राव थे। 2002 और 3 में हुआ, तब श्री अटल बिहारी वाजपेयी थे। मान्यवर, 2004 में गहन पुनर्निरीक्षण समाप्त हुआ, तब डॉक्टर मनमोहन सिंह जी प्रधानमंत्री थे। तो 2, 3, 4 का एक गहन पुनर्निरीक्षण हुआ, एसआईआर हुआ। उसमें 2 साल एनडीए के प्रधानमंत्री थे, भाजपा के थे, और 1 साल डॉक्टर मनमोहन सिंह। 2004 के बाद सीधा 2025 में गहन पुनर्निरीक्षण हो रहा है और इस वक्त हम हैं। एक पूरा गहन पुनर्निरीक्षण एसआईआर की प्रक्रिया का आज तक 2004 तक किसी भी दल ने विरोध नहीं किया है। मान्यवर, क्योंकि ये चुनाव को पवित्र रखने की प्रक्रिया है, चुनाव के उद्देश्यों को, लोकतंत्र को स्वस्थ रखने की प्रक्रिया है। अगर लोकतंत्र में चुनाव जिसके आधार पर होते हैं वो मतदाता सूची ही प्रदूषित है, तो चुनाव कैसे साफ और सुथरे हो सकते हैं? समय समय पर मतदाता सूची का गहन पुनर्निरीक्षण जरूरी है, इसलिए चुनाव आयोग ने फैसला किया कि 2025 में इसको किया जाएगा। मान्यवर, एक बीच में एक घटना मैं जरूर कहना चाहूंगा। 2010 में एक चुनाव आयुक्त महोदय ने निर्णय किया कि रिटर्निंग ऑफिसर को मतदाता सूची में से नाम काटने का अधिकार नहीं है, और उसके बाद से किसी की मृत्यु हुई तो भी नाम नहीं कटते थे, कोई एक क्षेत्र से दूसरे क्षेत्र में गया तो भी नाम नहीं कटते थे। एक व्यक्ति का ट्रांसफर हो गया तो कोयम्बटूर से वो शिमले चला गया, भारत सरकार का कर्मचारी है, तो उसका नाम कोयम्बटूर में भी रहता था, शिमला में रहता था, क्योंकि 2010 में, मैं बताता हूं किसे, मैं बख्शूंगा नहीं, आप चिंता मत करो, क्योंकि 2010 में एक व्यवस्था हुई कि किसी का नाम नहीं काट सकते, और उस वक्त भी कांग्रेस पार्टी की सरकार थी। तो एक गहन पुनर्निरीक्षण क्या है? मानिए, एक गहन पुनर्निरीक्षण है कि जिनकी मृत्यु हो गई उनके नाम कट जाए, जो 18 साल से बड़े हो गए उनके नाम जोड़ जाए, जो किसी भी प्रकार से 2 जगह मतदाता है उनके नाम कट जाए, और जो विदेशी नागरिक है उनको चुन चुन कर डिलीट किया जाए। ये गहन पुनर्निरीक्षण। और मैं आज इस मंच से, आपके माध्यम से इस सदन को और देश की जनता को कहना चाहता हूं, क्या कोई भी देश का लोकतंत्र सुरक्षित रह सकता है जब देश का प्रधानमंत्री और राज्य का मुख्यमंत्री कौन हो वो घुसपैठिए तय करेंगे? मान्यवर, नहीं रह सकते। एक मतदाता का एक से ज्यादा जगह पर वोट होना चाहिए। मान्यवर, एक से ज्यादा जगह पर वोट होना चाहिए। जो लोगों का मृत्यु हो चुका है, मान्यवर, जिन लोगों का मृत्यु हो चुका है उनका वोट मतदाता सूची में होना चाहिए। मान्यवर, ये एसआईआर और कुछ नहीं है, मतदाता सूची का शुद्धिकरण है। मैं मानता हूं इससे कुछ दलों के राजनीतिक स्वार्थ आहत होते हैं। मुझे उन दलों के प्रति एक प्रकार से अनुकंपा भी है, क्योंकि देश के मतदाता तो वोट देते नहीं है। ये थोड़े विदेशी दे देते थे, वो भी चले जाएंगे। मगर मान्यवर, क्या हमने भारत के नाते निर्णय करना पड़ेगा कि इस देश की संसद को चुनने के लिए, राज्य की विधानसभा को चुनने के लिए विदेशी को वोट देने का अधिकार देना है या नहीं देना है? और मेरा मत है, मेरा विनम्र मत है मान्यवर, कि ये नहीं देना चाहिए। दादा बैठ जाइए
प्लीज प्लीज।
मान्यवर, इसमें कानूनी स्थिति का प्रश्न नहीं है। अभी सांसद महोदय बोला कि इलेक्शन कमीशन का अधिकार नहीं है। लाल बाबू हुसैन 1995 में एक वाद हुआ मान्यवर, भारत की सर्वोच्च अदालत तक वो वाद पहुंचा। लाल बाबू हुसैन बनाम मतदाता रजिस्ट्रेशन ऑफिसर 1995 में इसका जजमेंट आया और उसमें अदालत ने स्पष्ट कहा, देश की सर्वोच्च अदालत ने कहा, मैं नहीं कह रहा, जहां मतदाता का नाम दर्ज किया जाना है वहां रिटर्निंग ऑफिसर ये सुनिश्चित कर सकता है कि आवेदक भारत का नागरिक है या नहीं है। ये लोग जो कहते हैं इलेक्शन कमीशन कैसे तय करेगा, ये इनकी ड्यूटी है और ये हमारा निर्णय नहीं है, भारत की सर्वोच्च अदालत का निर्णय है और हम सब भारत की सर्वोच्च अदालत के निर्णय से बंधे हुए हैं। किसी को भी अगर वेरीफाई करना है तो लाल बाबू हुसैन बनाम मतदाता रजिस्ट्रेशन ऑफिसर 1995 का जजमेंट निकालकर मान्यवर दे दे। मान्यवर, विपक्ष के नेता राहुल गांधी जी ने 5 नवंबर 2025 को एक प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस में परमाणु बम फोड़ा। अब वो परमाणु बम के अंदर उन्होंने कहा कि हरियाणा में एक ही घर में 501 वोट पड़ गए। चुनाव आयोग ने इतनी स्पष्टता करी कि हाउस नंबर 265 कोई छोटा मकान नहीं है और 1 एकड़ का पुश्तैनी प्लॉट में अनेक परिवार बस रहे हैं, मगर वहां हर परिवार के घर का नंबर नहीं दिया गया है, इसलिए सब जगह हाउस नंबर 501 दिया गया और एक परिवार की तो 3 पीढ़ियां साथ में रह सकती है। और पुराने नंबर से ही जब हरियाणा में कांग्रेस की सरकार चुनी गई तब से ये नंबर इसी तरह से चल रहा है। ये ना कोई फर्जी घर है ना फर्जी वोटर है। मान्यवर, वोट चोरी का नैरेटिव बनाने के लिए मान्यवर बिहार में भी मेरा भाषण पूरा हो जाने दो।
नहीं आप अभी पूरा भाषण
नहीं
कई बार नाम आएगा। माननीय सदस्य,
2 मिनट बैठिए, मैं कुछ बोलना चाहता हूँ। 2 मिनट बैठिए, मैं
एक मिनट। माननीय सदस्य, 1 मिनट।
मान्यवर, मेरा विपक्ष के नेता से एक निवेदन है कि 2 मिनट सुन ले मुझे, बाद में उनको बोलने का मौका दीजिए। मान्यवर, 2 मिनट। मान्यवर, मेरा आपसे विनम्र निवेदन है, मैं आधी रात तक बैठने के लिए तैयार हूं, मुझे कोई आपत्ति नहीं। मेरा भाषण समाप्त हो जाए, अरे सुनिए ना भाई, सुनो ना, 2 बड़े बोलते हैं तब बीच में नहीं बोलते। मान्यवर, मेरा भाषण समाप्त हो जाए।
प्लीज नहीं।
मान्यवर, मेरा भाषण समाप्त हो जाए बाद में, इसमें जितने भी मुद्दे विपक्ष के नेता खड़े करेंगे, मैं मेरी मर्यादा में इसका जरूर जवाब दूंगा, मुझे कोई आपत्ति नहीं। मेरा विनंती इसलिए है माननीय,
एक मिनट, उनको पूरी बात करने दें। हाँ हाँ
मान्यवर, मेरा विनंती भी मान्यवर,
नो प्लीज डिबेट नहीं करते बेटे।
मान्यवर, मेरा विनंती इसलिए है कि शायद वो जो मुद्दा खड़ा करना चाहते हैं उसका जवाब मेरे आगे भाषण में आ जाएगा तो मुद्दा ही नहीं बचेगा, इसलिए मैं कह रहा हूं मुझे पूरा सुन लिया जाए। मान्यवर, बिहार में एक मतदाता की उम्र 34 साल बताई गई, 34 साल की है, इसको 124 साल बताया गया। सच था कि इसमें उम्र 124 बार छपी थी। बाद में मिंता देवी जी ने खुद बताया कि उन्होंने ऑनलाइन आवेदन किया था और वो ऑनलाइन आवेदन करने में गलती हो गई, इसके कारण उम्र 124 बार साल छपी थी। अब इसके आधार पर मतदाता सूची पर प्रश्न कर दिए। सुबोध कुमार नवादा, प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस में कहा गया कि एक राजनीतिक दल के बीएलए है, इनका नाम कभी आया ही नहीं, वो भी सच नहीं निकला। रंजू देवी रोहतास, उनको कहा कि एक कार्यकर्ता, उन्होंने बाद में रंजू देवी जी ने स्टेटमेंट दिया, जबरन बुलाकर उनकी वोटर लिस्ट से नाम काट लिया गया, ऐसा आरोप हुआ। तो रंजू देवी ने यही कहा कि कांग्रेस के कार्यकर्ताओं को कहने पर मैंने गलत जानकारी दी थी। मान्यवर, ये जो प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस हुई और उसने जिस प्रकार का देश में माहौल बनाया, चलो ये तो मैंने आरोप जो लगाए थे और सत्य क्या है कहा, मगर मैं विपक्ष के नेता ने जो प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस में कहा कि मतदाता सूची ठीक नहीं है, इसको सुधार करना चाहिए, तो भाई गहन पुनर्निरीक्षण क्या है, एसआईआर क्या है, मतदाता सूची का सुधार करने की प्रक्रिया है, और वो कर रहे हैं तो भी विरोध कर रहे हैं, पुरानी मतदाता सूची कर रहे हैं तो भी विरोध कर रहे हैं। भाई मतदाता सूची पुरानी हो या नहीं, आपका हारना तय है, ये मतदाता सूची से नहीं होता। मान्यवर, उन्होंने कहा, अपने लॉजिक के समर्थन में कहा कि भारतीय जनता पार्टी को कभी एंटी इनकम्बेंसी का सामना नहीं करना पड़ता। मान्यवर, एंटी इनकम्बेंसी इनके खिलाफ होती है जो जनहित के विरुद्ध काम करे। ये बात सही है कि भाजपा को एंटी इनकम्बेंसी का फायदा विरोध बहुत कम करना पड़ता है। हमारी सरकारें बार बार चुनकर आती है, चाहे राज्य में है या केंद्र में, परंतु ऐसा नहीं है कि हम 2014 के बाद एक भी चुनाव नहीं हारे। छत्तीसगढ़ में 18 में हारे, राजस्थान में 18 में हारे, मध्य प्रदेश में 18 में हारे, कर्नाटक में भी 14 के बाद हारे, तेलंगाना में हम जीत नहीं पाए, चेन्नई में हम जीत नहीं पाए, बंगाल में भी हम हारे। भाई तो तब तो ये मतदाता सूची बहुत अच्छी होती है, तब से नए कपड़े पहनकर आप शपथ ले लेते हो। उस वक्त मतदाता सूची का विरोध नहीं करते हो, और जब मुंह की पटखनी पड़ती है बिहार की तरह, तब मतदाता सूची का विरोध करते हो। मान्यवर, दोहरे मापदंड नहीं चलेंगे लोकतंत्र में। जब आप जीतते हो तब चुनाव आयोग महान है, जब आप हारते हो तो चुनाव आयोग निकम्मा है, बीजेपी का कहने पर चलता है। जब आप जीतते हो मतदाता सूची अच्छी है, मतदाता सूची अच्छी है, और जब आप हारते हो तो मतदाता सूची खराब है। मान्यवर, मुझे कोई आपत्ति नहीं, इस प्रकार का भ्रांति फैलाए तो फैलाए, मेरा दायित्व है कि इस देश की जनता को एक ड्यूअल स्टैंडर्ड की जानकारी देना, जो मैं आज इस सदन में खड़े होकर दे रहा हूं। मान्यवर, आगे पर भी मैं इस विषय को कहूंगा, और ढेर सारे आरोपों के मेरे पास जवाब है, जो 3 प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस में, एक सादा प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस, एक एटम बम वाला प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस, एक परमाणु बम वाला, ये तीनों में क्या हुआ, इसके सारे जवाब मिले। मेरे पास है मान्यवर। अब ये कहते हैं कि दो जगह है, दो जगह मतदाता है। मान्यवर, किन किन लोगों के दो जगह मतदाता में, इसमें जिनके नाम 2 जगह रजिस्टर्ड है उसका दोष नहीं निकालता मैं, क्योंकि एक जगह से कोई व्यक्ति दूसरी जगह गई तो 2010 के बाद इसको डिलीट करने का अधिकार आरओ के पास से ले लिया गया। इसके कारण ये विसंगतियां खड़ी हुई है। किसके हैं? श्री प्रशांत किशोर जी के 2 जगह मतदाता है, पवन खेरा जी का भी है, तेजस्वी यादव का स्वयं का है, टी सिद्दीकी एनआईसी केरल के नेता का है, मान्यवर संजय सिंह आप पार्टी के नेता के हैं, एक किशोरी पेडनेकर यूबीटी शिवसेना के हैं, इनका भी है। मान्यवर, सामान्य गलतियां हैं, क्योंकि एक नियम आ गया, जिसका जब वोट काटने का जिसका अधिकार है उसको रोक लिया गया, तो आरओ वोट काट नहीं सकता था, इसलिए 2 जगह रह गए। अब वो ही एक गहन पुनर्निरीक्षण से सुधरना है, मगर आप गहन पुनर्निरीक्षण को वोट चोरी कह रहे हो। मान्यवर, वोट चोरी किसको कहते हैं वो मैं बताना चाहता हूं, और हमारे यहाँ कुछ परिवार ऐसे हैं जो पूछते नहीं, वोट चोरी करते।
अच्छा बोलिए आप। हाँ बोले आप, बोले। हाँ बोले आप, बोले।
स्पीकर सर, मेरा कल एक सवाल था, जो हिंदुस्तान के इतिहास में पहली बार डिसीजन लिया गया कि इलेक्शन कमीशन को, इलेक्शन कमिश्नर्स को फुल फुल इम्यूनिटी दी जाएगी।
ठीक है, ये है ना, इसका जवाब
इसका पीछे मैं खत्म नहीं किया सर। इसके पीछे जो थिंकिंग थी वो हमें सबसे पहले बताएं।
ठीक है।
दूसरी बात, नहीं हरियाणा की जहां इन्होंने बात की, इन्होंने एक उदाहरण लिया, वहां पर अनेक उदाहरण हैं।
वो भी आपने दिया था ना,
19
वो भी आपने दिया था, इसलिए दिया वो भी।
19 लाख वहां पे फेक लोग,
वो उदाहरण आपने दिया था, इसलिए उनका जवाब दिया।
और ये भी हमें बता दीजिए, एक्चुअली let us have a debate on my press conference. Yes. Let us go. Yes. Let us have very good idea. Let us have a debate on my press conference.
Okay.
Amit Shah ji, I challenge you to have a debate on the 3 press conferences.
Please.
ठीक है, बैठ जाइए। बैठ जाइए।
माननीय, प्लीज माननीय, आपने बात की थी, प्लीज।
उत्तर प्रदेश में और हरियाणा में दोनों चुनाव में वोट कैसे दे रहे हैं? प्लीज ये भी जवाब दे दीजिए।
माननीय गृह मंत्री जी।
मान्यवर, पहली बात मैं स्पष्ट करना चाहता हूं, मैं 30 साल से विधानसभा और संसद में जनप्रतिनिधि के रूप में चुनकर आता हूं। मुझे लंबा अनुभव है संसदीय प्रणाली का। विपक्ष के नेता महोदय कहते हैं कि पहले मेरी बात का आप जवाब दीजिए, मैं सुनना चाहता हूं। आपकी मुंसफी से संसद नहीं चलेगी, मेरे आप बोलने का क्रम मैं तय करूंगा, इस तरह से नहीं चलेगी संसद। मान्यवर, उनको धैर्य रखना चाहिए, मेरा जवाब सुनने का। इनकी एक बात का जवाब मैं दूंगा, मगर मेरे भाषण का क्रम वो तय नहीं कर सकते, मैं करूंगा, क्योंकि मैं बोल रहा हूं।
एक मिनट गृह मंत्री जी, एक मिनट गृह मंत्री, क्या गलत बोला उन्होंने यही बोला, आपने जो बात उठाई है मुझे कब बोलना है मैं तय करूंगा, यही बोला ना, उसमें क्यों उत्तेजित हो रहे हो आप? हाँ, आपके 2-2 मिनट में खड़े होने से थोड़ी जवाब देते रहेंगे। नो, माननीय गृह मंत्री, नहीं हो सकता। मैं आपको फिर मौका दूंगा, आपको। आप बोलिए। हाँ बोलिए
सर। ये बोलिए, आपने अगर अमित शाह जी का रिस्पॉन्स देखा तो ये कंप्लीटली डिफेंसिव रिस्पॉन्स है, ये घबराया हुआ रिस्पॉन्स है, ये डरा हुआ रिस्पॉन्स है।
अब सुनिए पूरी बात, प्लीज प्लीज मानिए। नो,
सच्चा रिस्पॉन्स नहीं है।
माननीय गृह मंत्री जी,
मान्यवर आपके चेहरे पर बैठो मान्यवर आपके चेहरे पर चिंता की लकीरें मैं देख रहा हूं कि मैं क्या बोलूंगा। मैं उनके उकसावे में नहीं आऊंगा, मैं मेरे विषय पर बोलूंगा। मान्यवर, मैंने इतना ही कहा कि मैं मेरे भाषण का क्रम मैं तय करूंगा। मेरे भाषण का पहले क्या बोलना, बाद में क्या बोलना, मैं तय करूंगा। और मैं मानता हूं कि हर एक वक्ता का ये अधिकार है, उनका भी है, मेरा भी है। कल वो बोल रहे तो हम ऐसा थोड़ी ना बोले आप झूठ क्यों बोल रहे हो, हम नहीं बोले, नहीं बोल सकते साहब। वो माननीय विपक्ष के नेता है, वो बोल सकते अपना भाषण मान्यवर। और मैंने तो ये भी कहा, मेरा पूरा भाषण छूट कर कुछ बच जाता है तो आप पूछिएगा, मैं जवाब दूंगा। मगर अब धैर्य भी चाहिए और सुनना भी चाहिए, दोनों चीजें करनी पड़ती है। मान्यवर, वोट चोरी का कोहराम बचा है। मैं वोट चोरी किसको कहते हैं वो बताना चाहता हूं। वोट चोरी के 3 आयाम हैं। एक तो मतदाता नहीं है, मतलब योग्यता नहीं है, और आप वोटर बन जाते हो तो वोट चोरी माना जाएगा। दूसरा, आप गलत प्रकार से चुनाव जीतते हो तो वोट चोरी माना जाएगा। और तीसरा, जनादेश को डिफाई करते हो, मतलब वोट के विपरीत आप कोई पद प्राप्त कर लेते हो तो भी एक प्रकार से वोट चोरी होता है। अरे सुनो ना, क्यों जल्दबाजी करते हो मानिकम, क्यों? अब मैं 3 वोट चोरी की घटनाएं बताना चाहता हूं। सबसे पहली घटना हुई, आजादी के बाद देश का प्रधानमंत्री तय करना था। तय कौन करना था? तो उस वक्त के जितने प्रांत थे, इसके कांग्रेस के अध्यक्षों ने, उनके एक एक वोट से तय होना था। अब 28 वोट श्री सरदार पटेल को मिले और 2 वोट जवाहरलाल नेहरू जी को। और साहब प्रधानमंत्री जवाहरलाल जी बने। मान्यवर,
प्लीज माननीय गृह मंत्री जी, माननीय गृह मंत्री जी, प्लीज। बैठो बैठो, बैठिए माने, प्लीज प्लीज प्लीज।
मान्यवर, दूसरी,
प्लीज बैठिए बैठिए माननीय सदस्य, प्लीज, हर बार नहीं उठते, बैठिए।
मान्यवर, दूसरे प्रकार की वोट चोरी और नैतिक तरीके से चुनाव जीतना, ऐसी वोट चोरी भी भूतकाल में एक बार हुई थी। श्रीमती इंदिरा गांधी रायबरेली से चुनी गई। इलाहाबाद हाईकोर्ट में श्री राजनारायण पहुंचे कि चुनाव नियमों के अनुसार नहीं हुआ। इलाहाबाद हाईकोर्ट ने ये तय कर दिया कि श्रीमती गांधी ने उचित तरीके से चुनाव नहीं जीता है, हम इसको रद्द कर दें। मान्यवर, ये भी वोट चोरी थी, बहुत बड़ी वोट चोरी थी। और उसके बाद में क्या हुआ? उसके बाद में वो वोट चोरी को ढकने के लिए संसद में कानून लाए कि प्रधानमंत्री के खिलाफ कोई केस ही नहीं हो सकता। मैं विपक्ष के नेता को कहना चाहता हूं, इम्यूनिटी की बात आप चुनाव आयोग की पूछ रहे हैं, इसका तो मैं जवाब दूंगा, इम्यूनिटी का। मगर ये इम्यूनिटी जो श्रीमती गांधी ने दी थी, इसके लिए आपका क्या कहना है? और उन्होंने तो स्वयं के लिए ले ली, उनका आरोप है।
ऐसे नहीं चलता।
मान्यवर,
आप जब बोले, जब 5-5 मिनट में उठेंगे क्या? ये
मान्यवर, उनका आरोप है।
आप भी बोले, आप भी बोले, आप भी बोले। नो, गलत। 1-1 मिनट में सदस्य नहीं उठेगा ना।
मान्यवर, उनका आरोप है कि सरकार ने
बनाया तो लोकतंत्र ने बनाया, तो जो समय का केस था वो बताया है, आगे का
तो
बताया।
मोदी जी को भी सब लोगों ने प्रधानमंत्री बनाया है भाई, आपकी कृपा से नहीं बने हैं। मान्यवर,
नो, प्लीज से मानित तरीका ठीक नहीं है आपका, 2-2 मिनट में उठना।
मान्यवर, विपक्ष के नेता ने कहा कि आपने चुनाव आयुक्तों को इम्यूनिटी दी। इनका आरोप सत्य नहीं है, मैं इसकी बात बाद में करता हूं, परंतु हमने तो चलो मानो चुनाव आयुक्त को इम्यूनिटी दी, श्रीमती गांधी ने तो अपने आप को इम्यूनिटी दी। और फिर जब ये संवैधानिक सुधार के वायरस चैलेंज हुए तो वो केस जीतने के लिए 2, 3 और 4 नंबर के सर्वोच्च न्यायालय के जज को बाईपास कर चौथे नंबर के जज को चीफ जस्टिस बनाया और वहां केस भी जीत लिया। और मान्यवर, ये तो इतिहास है, कौन जुटला सकता है? इनको कोई पढ़ाता नहीं है इतिहास, ये तो इतिहास है, सर्वोच्च अदालत और संसद के रिकॉर्ड में रखा हुआ इतिहास है। इसके खिलाफ लल्लन सिंह जैसे कितने लोग पूरा जीवन लड़े बिहार में, इमरजेंसी के खिलाफ जेल में गए, लाखों लोग गए। और तीसरी वोट चोरी कहना चाहता हूं, तीसरी वोट चोरी का प्रकार मैंने बताया था कि योग्यता नहीं है और मतदाता बन जाना। अभी एक वाद पहुंचा है, वाद मतलब डिस्प्यूट पहुंचा है दिल्ली की सिविल अदालत में। उसमें डिस्प्यूट ये है कि सोनिया गांधी जी इस देश की नागरिक बनने से पहले मतदाता बने।
आगे सुनो, बोल क्या रहे, पूरी बात तो सुनो।
मान्यवर, मैंने इतना ही कहा है कि अदालत में केस चल रहा है जो फैक्चुअल है। अब जवाब तो उनको अदालत में देना है, सोनिया जी ने यहां क्यों दे रहे हैं? अदालत में जवाब देना है।
बीच के भाषण में पॉइंट ऑफ ऑर्डर नहीं होता। नहीं, मुझे याद है जो माननीय सदस्य नहीं है, ये 352 ये रहा, 352 टेबल पे रहता है, मुझे वहां याद है 352।
Home Minister is speaking about an issue which is pending in the court. Actually, what happens is, Rosa will report some senior filed a case on Madam Sonia Gandhi's voting on that 80. Sir, that Rosa Avenue court dismissed that case without, there is no substance in that case. After the same person given an appeal. Gandhi not even voted in that election. I am challenging Home Minister. Sonia Gandhi not even voted that election. Can you prove it? Can you prove it? Sir, misleading statement a Home Minister doing. Sir, you are what is this, sir?
एक मिनट प्लीज दादा, एक मिनट प्लीज। नो, बैठिए। नो मान्य प्लीज। देखिए मान्य सदस्य, 2 दिन से मैं चर्चा को सुन रहा हूं और 2 दिन से चर्चा को सुन रहा हूं और 352 आपने भी पढ़ा है, मैंने भी पढ़ा है, ठीक है ना। कई बार इधर से भी उधर से भी इस विषय को कई बार बोला गया है। जब डिबेट चलती है उसके संदर्भ में कई विषयों को बोला जाता है, ठीक है ना। और इसीलिए सुनिए बात, माननीय गृह मंत्री जी ने, आपने आधी बात सुनकर हर 2-2 मिनट में उठने लगोगे, ऐसे चर्चा नहीं होती। आप उनकी पूरी बात को सुनिए, क्या संदर्भ था, उन्होंने कोई फैसला नहीं दिया है, उन्होंने एक जानकारी जो आई है वो जानकारी सदन के पटल पे रखी है।
अब मुझे सुनिए तो, अब आपने एक मुद्दा खड़ा किया, मुझे जवाब तो देने दीजिए। मान्यवर, मैंने कुछ ऐसा नहीं कहा, मैंने सिर्फ इतना कहा है कि एक वाद दायर हुआ है दिल्ली की अदालत में, मैंने कोई कंक्लूजन नहीं कहा। मैंने कहा कंक्लूजन का, मैंने कोई कंक्लूजन नहीं कहा। कंक्लूजन तो जब उनका नोटिस का जवाब वो दे देगी तब अदालत देगी, तब फिर से बताऊंगा मैं। मगर अभी तो मैंने सिर्फ इतना कहा है कि वहां एक केस रजिस्टर्ड हुआ है जिसमें श्रीमती गांधी को नोटिस इश्यू किया है। इसमें इतने लाल पीले होने की जरूरत क्या है? मान्यवर, हम सबका साझा दायित्व है, हम भी विपक्ष में बैठे, हम चुनाव जितने जीते हैं इससे ज्यादा हारे हैं। हम लोगों का तो एक प्रकार से पौना जिंदगी ही विपक्ष में ही चला गया, चाहे राज्य हो या केंद्र हो। कई चुनाव हमारे, हमने चुनाव आयुक्त और चुनाव आयोग पर कभी आरोप नहीं लगाया। एक नया पैटर्न खड़ा, एक नया पैटर्न। मैं पूरा वाक्य नहीं बताना चाहता। श्रीमती ममता बनर्जी ने चुनाव आयोग पर आरोप लगाए, स्टालिन जी ने लगाए, बीडी सतीशन जी ने लगाए, श्री राहुल गांधी ने लगाए, मल्लिकार्जुन खड़गे जी ने लगाए, तेजस्वी यादव जी ने लगाए, अखिलेश यादव जी ने लगाए, वी शिवन कुट्टी ने लगाए, हेमंत सोरेन जी ने लगाए, भगवंत मान जी ने लगाए। अब पहले तो ऐसी परंपरा सिर्फ कांग्रेस पार्टी में थी, मगर संपर्क का दोष कहता होता है साहब, ये सारे इंडिया अलायंस वाले चुनाव आयोग के खिलाफ आए। मान्यवर, चुनाव आयोग एक तटस्थता से चुनाव कराने वाला संस्थान बनाया गया और इसकी मान्यता कोई पॉलिटिकल पार्टी ने नहीं दी। भाग और अनुच्छेदों के तहत हमारे संविधान ने दी और ये संवैधानिक प्रक्रिया है। इस संवैधानिक प्रक्रिया पर सवाल खड़े कर कर, अनर्गल आरोप कर कर आप पूरे चुनाव आयोग की एक प्रकार से पूरे दुनिया में इसकी छवि को धूमिल करने का काम कर रहे हैं। आपको लगता है कि आप सरकार की छवि धूमिल कर रहे हैं? ना जी, आप पूरी दुनिया में भारत के लोकतंत्र की छवि को धूमिल कर रहे हैं। मान्यवर, सरकार का तो इतना ही सवाल है, मान्यवर सरकार का तो इतना ही सवाल है कि भारत के मतदाता क्या सोचेंगे, मगर मतदाता का सोचने का सवाल नहीं है। मतदाता को तो मालूम है कि हमने तो वोट दिया है इसलिए चुनकर आए हैं, तो उसके मन में कोई डाउट नहीं है। ये वोट चोरी करते रहे, घुसपैठिया बचाओ यात्रा निकाली और बिहार में 2/3 बहुमत से हम जीते। मान्यवर, ये जो नई परंपरा शुरू हुई कि देश के अंदर चुनाव न जीते तो चुनाव आयोग को बदनाम करो, चुनाव प्रक्रिया को बदनाम करो, मतदाता सूची को बदनाम करो, ये हमारे लोकतंत्र का भला नहीं करेगी। यही आयुक्त के करते, यही सरकार के होते हुए आप कई चुनाव जीते, हम कुछ नहीं बोले हैं, हम पार्टी में बैठकर इसकी मीमांसा की, मगर ये लोग चुनाव आयोग पर
प्लीज नो, आप बैठिए, आप ठीक है बैठिए। माननीय सदस्य प्लीज प्लीज।
मान्यवर, मैं थोड़ी स्पष्टता के लिए आंकड़ा देना चाहता हूं। मई 14 में श्रीमान नरेंद्र मोदी इस देश के प्रधानमंत्री बने, तब से उनको आपत्ति है। तो एनडीए क्या क्या जीती? 3 लोकसभा चुनाव हम जीते, 41 राज्यों के विधानसभा चुनाव जीते, तो हम 44 विधानसभा टोटल चुनाव जीते हैं 2024 से 25 तक, मगर वो भी 30 चुनाव जीते हैं। अलग अलग विधानसभा में 30 जगह पे। अगर मतदाता सूची करेक्ट है तो क्यों शपथ लिया, क्यों चुनाव लड़ा? अब बताइए देश की जनता को।
आप लोग यहाँ कैसे पहुंचे?
श्री राहुल गांधी जहां से चुनकर आए थे, वो वायनाड की मतदाता सूची में भी मेरी पार्टी ने प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस कर इसी प्रकार की डिस्क्रिपेंसी को बताया है। इसका जवाब नहीं देते। हमने अमेठी का भी बताया है, इसका जवाब नहीं देते हैं। मान्यवर, एक चुनाव की मतदाता सूची में जो थोड़ी बहुत गलतियां हैं, उसको वो लोग मुद्दा बनाते हैं चुनाव हारने का। चुनाव हारने का कारण है नहीं, मैं अंत में बताऊंगा क्यों हारते हो चुनाव, मैं बताऊंगा माननीय अंत। परंतु फिर भी चलो मान ले कि मतदाता सूची ठीक नहीं है, तो गहन पुनर्निरीक्षण का मतलब ही ये है कि मतदाता सूची को सुधारने की प्रक्रिया। अब इसमें आपके बीएलए सहयोग नहीं करते हैं, आप उसका बहिष्कार का ऐलान करते हो, आपकी राज्य सरकारें जहां है वो मदद कम करती है, तो कैसे मतदाता सूची का शुद्धिकरण होगा? जो आपकी डिमांड है वो ही चुनाव आयोग कर रहा है। आपकी डिमांड है कि मतदाता सूची ठीक हो, वो चुनाव आयोग कर रहा है। मगर हुआ क्या है मान्यवर मालूम है? इनको अब अगर प्रेस में कोई पत्रकार उनको पसंद ना आए ऐसा सवाल पूछते हैं तो तुम बीजेपी के एजेंट हो ऐसा कहते हैं। मान्यवर, सवाल जो भी हो उसको लेना चाहिए। मान्यवर, पत्रकार कभी बीजेपी का एजेंट नहीं होता है, मगर आप अगर ऐसा मानते हो कि लोकतंत्र में आपको पसंद आए ऐसे ही सवाल पत्रकार पूछे तो ये नहीं हो सकता। इमरजेंसी नहीं है भाई, इमरजेंसी नहीं है। मान्यवर, एक प्रेस में कोई सवाल पूछता है तो कहते हैं बीजेपी के एजेंट हो, केस हारते हैं तो जज पर आरोप कर देते हैं, चुनाव हारते हैं तो ईवीएम पर आरोप करते हैं, ईवीएम की दलील अब गले नहीं उतरती तो वोट चोरी का मुद्दा लेकर आए, वोट चोरी का मुद्दा लेकर पूरा बिहार में यात्रा निकाली, फिर भी हार गए। अब हारने का कारण आपका नेतृत्व है, ये हारने का कारण ईवीएम और मतदाता सूची नहीं है। और अगर ये मानते हैं मान्यवर, अगर ये मानते हैं कि इनको कोई पूछने वाला नहीं है, भगवान करे मैं गलत पड़ जाऊं, कांग्रेस के कार्यकर्ता इनका हिसाब मांगेंगे। एक दिन कांग्रेस के कार्यकर्ता इनका हिसाब मांगेंगे कि इतने चुनाव कैसे हार गए। मान्यवर, कोई जज आजादी के इतने साल में नहीं हुआ है मान्यवर कि कोई जज एक जजमेंट दे तो जज के खिलाफ इंपीचमेंट लेकर आते हैं। अपनी वोट बैंक को एड्रेस करने के लिए इंपीचमेंट लेकर आते हैं मान्यवर। और ये सारे ने तो साइन कर दिया, साथ ही साथ उद्धव जी ने भी साइन कर दिया। उद्धव जी, जजमेंट क्या है? एक पहाड़ी पर मान्यता है कि हाँ सबसे ऊपर दिया जलाया जाए। मान्यवर, एक वोट बैंक को संभालने के लिए एक हाईकोर्ट के जज के सामने इंपीचमेंट लेकर आए हैं। देश की जनता उनको मदद नहीं करे।
प्लीज नो, माननीय गृह मंत्री जी।
गौरव जी बैठ जाइए, नया मुद्दा शुरू हो रहा है।
प्लीज,
अरे भैया
प्लीज
मेरी बात सुनो ना।
माननीय गृह मंत्री जी, माननीय गृह मंत्री जी, माननीय गृह मंत्री जी,
नया मुद्दा शुरू हो रहा है, फिर से खड़ा होगा होना। आप बैठ जाइए
प्लीज। नो, ये तरीका ना। मणिकम जी प्लीज बैठिए। नो, ये तरीका ठीक नहीं है। प्लीज बैठे। हर आपको ज्यादा समस्या है क्या हर 2 मिनट में खड़े होने की? हर 2 मिनट में खड़े होने की समस्या है क्या आपको लोगों? बैठिए, ऐसे नहीं चलेगा।
मान्यवर, 2014 के बाद अरे दादा ये भी बैठ गए, अब बैठ जाओ। मान्यवर, 2014 के बाद हारने की परंपरा शुरू हुई। हारने की परंपरा शुरू होने के बाद हाँ जीते ही है, मगर हारने की भी परंपरा हुई है। मान्यवर, हारने की परंपरा शुरू करने के बाद इन्होंने सबसे पहले ईवीएम को निशाना बनाया। आज मैं आपके माध्यम से सदन को और सदन के माध्यम से देश की जनता को बताना चाहता हूं, ईवीएम कौन लेकर आया इस देश में? मान्यवर, कौन लेकर आया? 15 मार्च 1989 को जब राजीव गांधी इस देश के प्रधानमंत्री थे, तब ईवीएम लाने का कानूनी बदलाव किया गया था। अब राजीव गांधी के ईवीएम के कानून का भी विरोध कर रहे हैं। मान्यवर, इसके बाद में अरे सुनो ना क्या प्रक्रिया हुई। इसके बाद में ईवीएम के खिलाफ किसी ने याचिका करी। इस देश की सर्वोच्च न्यायालय के 5 जजों ने बैठकर ईवीएम के कानूनी बदलाव को 2002 में उचित ठहराया। मान्यवर, राजीव गांधी को भी नहीं मानते, सर्वोच्च अदालत को भी नहीं मानते हैं। फिर 98 में मध्य प्रदेश, राजस्थान और दिल्ली, इसमें सिर्फ 16 विधानसभाओं में इसका ट्रायल लिया गया। कितना केयरफुल है ये भी बताता हूं। हुडा बैठो, ये भी कितना केयरफुली चुनाव आयोग आगे बढ़ा है। मध्य प्रदेश, राजस्थान और दिल्ली, ये राज्यों की सिर्फ 16 विधानसभा में इसका ट्रायल लिया गया। हर प्रकार से चेक कर ईवीएम का उपयोग सबसे पहली बार पूरे देश में 2004 में हुआ। 2004 का महत्व है माननीय, सबसे पहले 2004 में हुआ। पूरे लोकसभा चुनाव हमारे समय में ईवीएम का उपयोग हुआ। लाए राजीव गांधी, वहां से लेकर 2004 तक। और 2004 के चुनाव में कौन जीता भाई? वो जीत गए। उस वक्त ईवीएम की चर्चा बंद। 2009 का चुनाव हुआ, पूरा ईवीएम से हुआ, ये जीत गए। चुप्पी साध ली। 2014 में सब हम जीते तो कौ चालू कर दी।
वो सरकार में थे।
मान्यवर, ये क्या है? जब कानून आप लाए, मशीन आपने इंट्रोड्यूस किया, चुनाव आप पहला जीते मशीन से, दूसरा चुनाव जीते, मौत से 10 साल राज किया और हार गए तो फिर रोते हैं। मान्यवर, देश की जनता मानती है इसको। और दूसरी बात जब चुनाव आयोग को भी लगा कि सच्चे झूठे आरोप होते हैं, तो इस पर रिसर्च की एक प्रक्रिया हुई। मानिएगा 5 साल रिसर्च के बाद वीवीपीएटी की इंट्रोडक्शन हुआ। ये वीवीपीएट क्या है? मैं जब वोट दबाता हूं तो समझ गए दादा, धन्यवाद। मान्यवर, मैं जब वोट दबाता हूं तो मैंने कमल के निशान पर वोट दबाया, तो पास में एक पर्ची निकलती है कि आपका वोट कमल के निशान पर रजिस्टर हो गया है। फिर भी आरोप हुए कि पर्ची और ये 2 अलग होते। तो चुनाव आयोग ने निर्णय किया कि 5% ईवीएम और वीवीपैट के परिणाम कंपेयर होंगे। तो मशीन खुला, इसमें 396 वोट मिले। तो वीवीपैट में कितने वोट मिले? तो 396 है या नहीं है, ये 5% मशीनों में मिलता है। मान्यवर, मैं आंकड़े लेकर आया हूं चुनाव आयोग को पूछकर आज कि कितने वीवीपैट और मशीन का मिलान नहीं हुआ। आज तक 16,000 मशीन और वीवीपैट का मिलान हुआ है, एक भी वोट का बदलाव नहीं। और ये जब मतगणना होती है तब उनके पोलिंग एजेंट बैठते हैं मान्यवर, परिणाम पर वो साइन करते हैं, दोनों प्रकार के, मशीन के और वीवीपीएटी के परिणाम पर भी साइन करते हैं मान्यवर, और ये इस पर आरोप लगा रहे हैं मान्यवर। अब ये कह रहे हैं कि उस वक्त वाईफाई नहीं थी। सबसे पहली बात 2004 में वाईफाई आ चुकी थी, मगर फिर भी चलो मान लो, आरोप लगाते गए। ईसीआई ने 2009 में एक छेड़छाड़ के आरोप पर भाग लेने के लिए 10 राज्यों में 100 ईवीएम लगाई गई। सब लोगों ने प्रयास किया, 2009 में कोई छेड़छाड़ नहीं कर पाए। फिर भी आरोप लगाए तो 2017 में इलेक्शन कमीशन ने जून 2017 में 3 दिन तक ईवीएम इलेक्शन कमीशन की ऑफिस में रखे कि कोई भी पार्टी आकर, कोई भी टेक्नोक्रेट आकर, कोई भी साइंटिस्ट आकर ईवीएम को हैक कर कर बता दे। ये तो गए ही नहीं, ये नहीं गए मान्यवर। ये सिर्फ प्रेस में आरोप करते, ना अदालत में जाते हैं, ना चुनाव आयोग के पर जाते मान्यवर, मगर एक्सपर्ट भी नहीं गए। आप कोई एक्सपर्ट भेज देते भैया, एक्सपर्ट भी नहीं भेजा। और मान्यवर 2017 में फिर चुनाव आयोग इस निर्णय पर पहुंचा कि आने वाले सब चुनाव ईवीएम से होते हैं। अब चुनाव आयोग ने तो निर्णय कर दिया, मगर मैं भी साहब थोड़ा ज्यादा सोचता हूं। तो मैंने सोचा साला ये चुनाव आयोग कहता है कुछ नहीं हो रहा है, कुछ नहीं हो रहा है, तो ये लोग आरोप क्यों लगा? मान्यवर मेरे शब्द कोई ऐसे हो तो काट दीजिए। काट दिया राहुल जी। मान्यवर मैंने सोचा कि भाई कुछ गलती नहीं है, मान्यवर कोई गलती नहीं है, तो लोग विरोध क्यों कर रहे? फिर मुझे याद आया कि मान्यवर जब इनके जमाने में चुनाव होते थे, बिहार और यूपी में सरकारें बनाती होती थी, पूरे के पूरे वोट के बक्से हाईजैक कर लिए गए। ईवीएम आने से ये बंद हो गया, ईवीएम आने से बंद हो गया। और मान्यवर चुनाव की चोरी बंद हुई है, इसलिए पेट में दर्द हो रहा है। ईवीएम का दोष नहीं है, चुनाव जीतने का तरीका जनादेश नहीं था, करप्ट प्रैक्टिसेस थी, इसके कारण चुनाव जीतते थे। अब आज ये पूरे एक्सपोज हो चुके हैं। जब जनादेश पर चुनाव होता है तो आप जीत सकते हो, जीतो, स्वागत है उसका, मगर जब हारते हो तो अन्य कारण बताना, जैसे पहले मैंने कहा ऐसा बताना, ये ठीक नहीं है। मान्यवर कल मैंने लीडर ऑपोजिशन का भाषण स्वयं यहां बैठकर सुना है। पूरा भाषण उनका धागों में उलझ गया, थ्रेड्स में उलझ गया। मान्यवर ये कहते हैं पीएम का शेड्यूल देखकर चुनाव आयोग चुनाव तय करता है। मेरा सभी सांसद महोदय से करबद्ध निवेदन है कि चुनाव होने के पहले के 1 महीने पीएम का शेड्यूल, और पीएम को लगभग 24 और 16 कितना होता है, 40 महीना हो गया। इसमें से किसी भी 1 महीने का शेड्यूल दिखाओ। पीएम की गति ही इतनी है, कोई भी महीना उठाओगे तो इतने ही प्रवास करते हैं। मानवर इसको चुनाव का कोई लेन देन नहीं है। हमारे प्रधानमंत्री जनसंपर्क में आजादी के बाद सबसे ज्यादा प्रवास करने वाला प्रधानमंत्री, और मैं जानता हूं साहब, मैं जानता हूं नरेंद्र मोदी जी को 2001 से मैं बता सकता हूं, एक भी दिन की छुट्टी नहीं, एक भी वैकेशन नहीं, लगातार जनता का काम करना। मैंने कभी नहीं देखा उनको वैकेशन में। कई बार इनका अनुकरण करने का प्रयास करते हैं तो बीपी बढ़ जाता है। इतना ये फिर रूठ जाएंगे प्लीज। मान्यवर ये पूरी चर्चा चुनाव सुधार पर थी। मैंने आज ये भी जांच करा, सुनो ना, जरा धैर्य रखो भाई। मान्यवर मैंने आज सुबह चुनाव आयोग के वहां जांच कराई। जांच मतलब कोई गोपनीय चीज नहीं पूछी है, अब इसका इशू मत बने। मैंने ये पूछा कि चुनाव सुधार के लिए मई 2014 के बाद कौन सी पार्टी से कितने आवेदन आपको मिले, क्योंकि चुनाव सुधार जो करना है इसकी प्रक्रिया क्या है। चुनाव सुधार सभी राजनीतिक दलों के साथ चर्चा कर कर चुनाव आयोग भारत सरकार के विधि मंत्रालय को भेजता है और विधि मंत्रालय इसका कानून बनाकर संसद के सामने रखता है। ये प्रक्रिया है। तो मैंने सोचा कि इतना बड़ा हो हल्ला हुआ तो ढेर सारे चुनाव सुधार कांग्रेस पार्टी ने दिए होंगे, तो मैं जरा उसका पूछा कर दूं, लगे हाथ तो इसकी भी बात कर लूं, इसमें गोपनीय क्या है। तो मैंने पूछा तो साहब मुझे एक रहस्य मालूम पड़ा कि आज तक मई 2014 से चुनाव आयोग को एक भी चुनाव सुधार का सुझाव कांग्रेस पार्टी से नहीं। मान्यवर बैठे मैं बताता हूं मान्यवर,
मैं जवाब पूछोगे क्या? आप भी बोले, हर बोलने पर एक एक बार उठेंगे क्या? हर चीज का जवाब पूछेंगे क्या आप? नो, ये तरीका ठीक नहीं है। नो, ये तरीका ठीक नहीं है। नो, नो माननीय सदस्य, प्लीज बैठिए, 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 अच्छी परंपरा रखें। ओके, नो नो प्लीज, हर 2 मिनट में नहीं उठते। अच्छी है, नो ऐसी, नो प्लीज बैठिए आप, प्लीज बैठिए, प्लीज बैठिए, प्लीज बैठिए, सुनिए प्लीज, प्लीज बैठिए। माननीय सदस्यगण, ये कभी परंपरा नहीं रही कि सत्ता पक्ष और प्रतिपक्ष का कोई भी माननीय सदस्य कभी बोल रहा हो तो हर विषय पर बैठे बैठे टिप्पणी करना या हर विषय पर खड़े होकर सवाल पूछना, ये परंपरा कभी नहीं रही। आपने भी भाषण दिया आज, आपको कोई ने बीच में उठ के पूछा कोई ने? माननीय गृह मंत्री जी, अच्छी परंपराएं लागू करो, अच्छी तरह चलाएं सदन।
मैं मेरे स्टेटमेंट पर कायम हूं। नरेंद्र मोदी सरकार बनने के बाद आज तक कांग्रेस पार्टी ने चुनाव आयोग को एक भी चुनाव सुधार का प्रपोजल नहीं दिया। मान्यवर, ये कई बार मिलने गए हैं, मैंने उनका प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस भी देखा है। उनका प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस था चुनाव प्रक्रिया के अंदर उनका जो डिस्प्यूट है वो ऑन गोइंग इलेक्शन में इसको रजू करने का। चुनाव सुधार जो होता है, चुनाव के पहले चुनाव के नियम जो तय होते हैं, इसके लिए सभी दलों को बाकायदा पत्र लिखा जाता है और कोई मांगे तो उसको समय भी देना पड़ता है। ये दो अलग चीजें।
माननीय गृह मंत्री,
मान्यवर,
1 मिनट गृह मंत्री। माननीय सदस्यगण, सदन का समय माननीय गृह मंत्री जी के वक्तव्य की समाप्ति तक बढ़ाया जाता है। माननीय गृह मंत्री जी।
मान्यवर, कर विपक्ष के नेता ने 3 सवाल पूछे थे और 4 सुझाव दिए थे। पहला सवाल था मुख्य न्यायाधीश को चुनाव आयोग चयन समिति से बाहर क्यों निकाला गया, पहला सवाल था। दूसरा सवाल था दिसंबर 2003 में कानून बदलकर चुनाव आयोग को पूर्ण प्रतिरक्षा क्यों दी गई। और तीसरा शार्प क्वेश्चन था सीसीटीवी फुटेज 45 दिन में नष्ट करने का कानून क्यों लाए। कानून नहीं लाए हैं, सर्कुलर चुनाव आयोग ने इश्यू किया है, मगर ठीक है, हार्द में समझ रहा हूं, ये क्यों कर रहे हैं। ये 3 इसके जवाब थे। मान्यवर, मैं इसमें से सबसे पहले सवाल का जवाब देना चाहता हूं। मान्यवर, मुझे पूरा सुनकर जरा आप आपत्ति लीजिएगा, क्योंकि मैं बताऊंगा तो पास से ही, मगर वर्तमान का भी जवाब दूंगा। मान्यवर, 73 वर्ष तक इस देश में चुनाव आयोग की नियुक्ति का कोई कानून ही नहीं था। माननीय सभी सदस्य ध्यान से मुझे सुने, 73 साल तक इस देश में चुनाव आयोग की नियुक्ति का कोई कानून नहीं था। नियुक्ति प्रधानमंत्री सीधी कर देते थे। और मान्यवर, मैं आज ये पूरे देश को बताना चाहता हूं कि टोटल अब तक जितने चुनाव आयुक्त हुए और जितने मुख्य चुनाव आयुक्त और चुनाव आयुक्त, ये सभी इसी प्रकार से हुए। अब 2003 के कानून पर मैं बाद में आता हूं। 1950 से 1989 चुनाव आयोग एक सदस्यीय था। प्रावधान क्या था? कोई कानून नहीं था। प्रधानमंत्री जी फाइल भेजते थे राष्ट्रपति जी को और राष्ट्रपति जी नोटिफिकेशन बहाल नहीं करते। तो भाई उस वक्त बरोबर चुनाव था, सबसे अच्छा था। नहीं, मैं ये नहीं पूछता नियुक्ति की प्रक्रिया। मान्यवर, पूरा उनका 55 साल प्रधानमंत्री जी ने ही चुनाव आयुक्त को नियुक्त किया, तब तक कोई सवाल नहीं था। और नरेंद्र मोदी करते हैं तो उन पर सवाल उठाते हैं, मगर हमने तो ऐसा भी नहीं किया मान्यवर। फिर 89 से 91, जब 89 में चुनाव आयुक्त उनकी सुनते नहीं थे, तो पहली बार उस पर ब्रेक लगाने के लिए चुनाव आयोग को बहुसदस्यीय बनाया गया। ये बिहार के चुनाव के कारण ही हुआ, परंतु वो भी प्रधानमंत्री की फाइल से ही अपॉइंट होते हैं। और मान्यवर, 21 चुनाव आयुक्त, कमिश्नर और मुख्य चुनाव आयुक्त, और 21 और 29 इस प्रकार से हुए जिसमें कोई प्रधानमंत्री जी ही रखते थे। कांग्रेस पार्टी ने ही यह परंपरा बनाई थी। कानून भी कांग्रेस पार्टी ने बनाया था। मगर आज आरोप करना है इसलिए आपने चुनाव चोरी कर लिया, चुनाव चोरी कर लिया, चुनाव चोरी के कहने से कुछ नहीं होता। जनता हमको सुनती है भाई, और हम जवाब भी देते हैं। मान्यवर, ये 50 से लेकर 2023 तक कोई कानून नहीं। बाद में 2023 में एक अनूप वरणवाल बनाम भारत सरकार मुकदमा हुआ। उसमें सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने कहा कि भाई चुनाव आयुक्त की नियुक्ति थोड़ी पारदर्शी होनी चाहिए। सुझाव ही था, ऑर्डर नहीं था। हमारे सॉलिसिटर जनरल ने वहां कंसेंट दी, तो उन्होंने कहा कि भाई हमें कानून बनाने में थोड़ी देर लगेगी और हमें इस पर कंसल्टेशन भी करना पड़ेगा, चुनाव आयोग से भी करना पड़ेगा। तो उन्होंने कहा ठीक है, अगर आप सहमत हैं, मैं जजमेंट और आर्गुमेंट पढ़कर अगर आप सहमत हैं तो जब तक कानून नहीं बनता, चीफ जस्टिस ऑफ इंडिया की अध्यक्षता में एक कमेटी बने और प्रधानमंत्री और विपक्ष के नेता इसके मेंबर। हमें कोई आपत्ति नहीं थी, हमने हाँ बोला साहब। और विपक्ष के नेता भी थे, प्रधानमंत्री थे और सीजे। 2023 में कानून बन गया। कानून क्या बना? विपक्ष के नेता, प्रधानमंत्री तय करेंगे, वो एक मंत्री और स्वयं प्रधानमंत्री, ये 3 लोग बैठकर चर्चा कर मेरिट्स में चुनाव आयुक्त और मुख्य चुनाव आयुक्त की नियुक्ति करेंगे। मान्यवर, हमारे टाइम में तो और पारदर्शी, ये कह रहे हैं हमारा तो 33% ही हिस्सा है। भाई 33% तो है ना, हमारा तो हिस्सा ही नहीं था। और मान्यवर, मैं रिकॉर्ड से बताता हूं, 2012 में सीयूसी की नियुक्ति होनी थी। अडवाणी जी ने सुझाव दिया लिखकर कि एक प्रणाली बना जाए, नहीं बनाया और बीएस संपत जी को सीधा चुनाव आयुक्त बना दिया। उसके बाद में भी एक व्यक्ति कैसे है इसकी चर्चा है। नवीन चावला, जिसको आपातकाल की भूमिका पर शाह आयोग ने कहा था ये निष्पक्ष नहीं है, उनको मुख्य चुनाव आयुक्त बना दिया। जबकि मुख्य चुनाव आयुक्त गोपाल स्वामी ने इनके खिलाफ पक्षपात के सबूत भी भेजे, खारिज कर दिया। मान्यवर, सुने नहीं। हमारे समय में ऐसा कभी नहीं हुआ है। हमारे समय पर विरोध होता है, मगर पक्षपात के सबूत किसने नहीं दिए? और भाई जहां तक 66% और 33% का सवाल है, आप कह रहे हो कि वहां 2 लोग होते हैं और आप 1 होते हैं, ये तो हम तय नहीं करते हैं। 140 करोड़ की जनता तय करती है कौन 66 होगा और कौन 33। यहाँ कौन बैठेगा वो तो 140 करोड़ लोग तय करते हैं, वो आपके लिए तय करोगे तो आप 66 हो जाओगे। मगर आप तो 100 रख कर गए थे, हमने उसको 33 दे दिया। मान्यवर ये क्या सवाल उठाते, और वो समझते हैं कि मैं बोलता हूं तो बस ये ब्रह्म वाक्य होगा। ऐसे नहीं होता है मान्यवर, हर चीज के तर्क होते हैं। इनका जो भाषण तैयार करते हैं वो भी ठीक से नहीं करते, रिसर्च नहीं करते। मान्यवर इन्होंने सीसीटीवी फुटेज 45 दिन में इलेक्शन कमीशन ने नष्ट करने का निर्णय किया, इस पर आपत्ति उठाई। मान्यवर जन प्रतिनिधित्व अधिनियम 1951 की धारा 81 में एक प्रावधान है। प्रावधान क्या है? उम्मीदवार चुने जाने के बाद 45 दिन में चुनाव याचिका दायर कर सकते हैं। 45 दिन के बाद इसको कोई चुनौती नहीं दे सकता। ये नियम 1991 में बना, तब उस वक्त सीसीटीवी फुटेज नहीं था। सीसीटीवी फुटेज बाद में चुनाव आयोग ने एक सर्कुलर से रूल्स में बदलाव कर ऐड किया। अब किया क्या है चुनाव आयोग ने? सीसीटीवी फुटेज का जो रिकॉर्ड है उसको जन प्रतिनिधित्व अधिनियम की 1951 की धारा 81 के साथ संरक्षित किया है, मतलब अलाइन किया है कि 45 दिन के बाद कोई डिस्प्यूट की प्रोविजन ही नहीं है एक्ट में, तो 45 दिन के बाद ये सीसीटीवी फुटेज क्यों रखना चाहिए? अब इतनी सादी समझ नहीं है सब। मैं क्या कर सकता हूं? सब समझ के कोई इंजेक्शन नहीं होते जो भ्रम से दे दिया। मान्यवर ये धारा 81 1951 से है, मगर पहले पर्चियों से होते थे तो पर्ची के लिए थी। अब सीसीटीवी फुटेज का कैमरा आ गया तो सीसीटीवी फुटेज ऐड कर दिया। मान्यवर उन्होंने कहा, और इस वक्त जब सीसीटीवी फुटेज जब प्रक्रिया में ऐड किया, तब स्पष्ट चुनाव आयोग ने कहा था कि सीसीटीवी रिकॉर्डिंग संवैधानिक दस्तावेज नहीं है, ये आंतरिक प्रबंधन है। किस चीज का आंतरिक प्रबंधन? कि चुनाव सीज होने के बाद कोई पुनः मतदान की अर्जी करता है कि भाई ये मतदान मथक में चुनाव ठीक नहीं हुआ, तो चुनाव आयोग जो निर्णय करता है वो सीसीटीवी फुटेज के आधार पर करता है। पहले मौखिक करता था, टेक्नोलॉजी आई, सीसीटीवी फुटेज स्वीकार कर लिया। अब ये आंतरिक प्रबंधन के लिए है मान्यवर। फिर भी चुनाव आयोग का जो निर्णय मैं बताता हूं, उन्होंने कहा सामान्य जनता को एक्सेस होना चाहिए। रूल्स बनाया गया है, सामान्य व्यक्ति सीसीटीवी फुटेज उच्च न्यायालय में जाकर 45 दिन के अंदर ऑर्डर करा सकता है। अब ये कहेंगे 45 दिन में जजमेंट नहीं आएगा, मगर उच्च न्यायालय इतना ऑर्डर कर सकता है कि ये सीसीटीवी फुटेज आप डिस्ट्रॉय मत करना। मान्यवर राजनीतिक दलों को एक्सेस देने का उन्होंने प्रावधान करा है, तो वो चुनाव को चैलेंज करे राजनीतिक दल 45 दिन के अंदर। ऑटोमेटिक जो चुनाव चैलेंज होता है मान्यवर, उसका सीसीटीवी फुटेज नियमों से हम चुनाव आयोग रिजर्व कर देता है। मान्यवर ये प्रक्रिया है, कुछ पढ़ते नहीं। इसके बाद पॉलिटिकल एजेंटों को एक्सेस होनी चाहिए। पॉलिटिकल एजेंट भी मान्यवर हाईकोर्ट से इसको प्राप्त कर सकता है। अब करते कुछ नहीं, एक भी ना हाईकोर्ट में अर्जी करी, ना चुनाव आयोग में करी, और सीसीटीवी फुटेज का बहाना लेकर बोलने लगे। अब इतने लाखों बूथों का सीसीटीवी फुटेज हर नागरिक मांगने लगा कोई कारण के बगैर, तो किस प्रकार से चुनाव आयोग दे सकते हैं? किस प्रकार से दे सकते हैं? यहां हुआ क्या है, सब प्राप्त करना चाहते हैं वो प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस कर। उनको लगता है कि मेरी प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस ये संवैधानिक प्रावधान के तहत होती है। ऐसा नहीं होता है। प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस जो करते हो जिन मुद्दों का, इसकी लीक कर अर्जी दे दो, टपक से मिल जाएगी सारी लीक। मगर अर्जी नहीं करते, कोर्ट में नहीं जाते हैं, चुनाव आयोग में नहीं जाते हैं, और चुनाव चोरी हो गया, चुनाव चोरी हो गया, चुनाव चोरी हो गया करते। मान्यवर, ऐसे नहीं चलेगा। इस देश को, लोकतंत्र को आप धूमिल नहीं कर सकते, और सबने सीखना चाहिए, और भाषण ढंग से तैयार करने का भी सीखना चाहिए। मान्यवर, एक उन्होंने कहा सीईसी को 2003 में कानून बनाकर इम्यूनिटी दी है। मान्यवर, रिप्रेजेंटेशन ऑफ द पीपल एक्ट 1950 में ही ईसीआई के अधिकारियों को जो इम्यूनिटी प्राप्त है उससे जरा भी बढ़ोतरी नहीं करी। हमने सिर्फ रिप्रेजेंटेशन ऑफ 1951 के एक्ट को पुनरावृत्ति की है। मान्यवर, आरपीए एक्ट की धारा 32 और आरपीए एक्ट 51 के सुधार की धारा 146C कहती है कि चुनाव आयोग के कोई भी अधिकारी जिसमें इलेक्शन कमिश्नर आ जाते हैं, इस पर कोई मुकदमा चुनाव प्रक्रिया के लिए नहीं चल सकता। ये प्रावधान है मान्यवर, और वो प्रावधान को 23 के कानून में इसको भी हमने संरेखित किया है। मान्यवर, इतने सारे वकीलों को राज्यसभा दे रखी है, भगवान जाने क्या करते हैं सर, अपने नेता को ब्रीफ भी नहीं करते। मान्यवर, ये वाक्य आप निकाल सकते हैं, ये वाक्य निकाल सकते हैं। मान्यवर, मान्यवर, फिर ये सब हो रहा कल देर रात को मान्यवर, मैं मेरा भाषण तैयार कर लूं, तो मैंने अपने आप को पूछा कि ये सब इतना स्पष्ट है तो ये मुद्दा क्यों उठा रहे। मेरी समझ में अगर इतना पढ़कर आता है तो उन्होंने भी तो पढ़ा होगा। ये मुद्दा क्यों उठा रहे? मूल मुद्दा है अवैध घुसपैठियों को मतदाता सूची में रखने। इन लोगों ने मान्यवर,
माननीय सदस्य, आपका भाषण भी सबने शांति से पूर्ण सुना है। आप भी सुनने की सामर्थ्य रखो। नहीं, आप सुनने की सामर्थ्य रखो। नो, प्लीज बैठिए, प्लीज बैठिए, सुनो, पूरा भाषण सुनो। आप जब बोलते हैं तो इधर भी सुनते हैं, आप भी इधर भी बोलते हैं, इधर सुने।
इलेक्शन रिफॉर्म के लिए बात बोलता सर।
माननीय सदस्य, आप जब बोलते हैं तो इधर भी सुनते हैं, पूरे सुनने की क्षमता रखो।
सर, ये लोग डर गए हैं, जवाब नहीं सुन सकते हैं। इतना दिनों से देश के सामने में झूठ फैला करके इन्होंने गुमराह करके चर्चा मंगा। आज गृह मंत्री जी एक बात का जवाब दे रहे हैं, ये भाग गए, डर गए, सुन भी नहीं सकते हैं। अगर ये सुन नहीं सकते हैं, इतना दिनों से संसद का समय बर्बाद क्यों किया? अगर सच्चाई नहीं सुन सकते तो इतना दिनों तक सड़कों पर संसद का समय लोगों को भ्रम फैला करके क्यों समय बर्बाद किया? ये दिखा रहे, हमको मालूम था ये भागने वाले हैं। सच्चाई को सुनना चाहिए, सच्चाई को सुनना चाहिए। और जब सच्चाई सामने में आया तो डर गए, सुनने का कैपेसिटी तक नहीं है और इतना गुमराह किया। पिछले सेशन का पार्लियामेंट सेशन इन्होंने तबाही किया, मॉनसून सेशन को भी इन्होंने बर्बाद किया इसी मुद्दे पर, और ये हमारे शीतकालीन समय को भी इन्होंने 2 दिन बर्बाद किया। आज बारीकी से जो बता रहे थे ये लोग भाग गए, ये तो ठीक नहीं है।
मान्यवर, ये 200 बार भी बहसकार करेंगे, एक भी अवैध घुसपैठियों को इस देश में हम वोट नहीं देंगे। ये हमारे एनडीए का पॉलिसी है मान्यवर। डिटेक्ट मतलब ढूंढो, डिलीट करो, मतदाता सूची में नाम काटो और उनको डिपोर्ट करो। हम संवैधानिक प्रक्रिया कर कर डिटेक्ट, डिलीट और डिपोर्ट ये पूरा करेंगे। ये क्यों सदन छोड़कर भाग गए? मैं इनके सामने तो कोई बात भी नहीं कर रहा था, ना कांग्रेस पार्टी के सामने बात कर रहा था। मैं तो बात कर रहा था घुसपैठियों को देश के बाहर निकालने की। अब ये तो देखिए साहब, अगर मैंने इतने सारे आरोप करे श्री जवाहरलाल नेहरू पर, इंदिरा गांधी पर, इनके पिताजी पर, सोनिया जी पर, तब भागते तो लाजिम था। ये घुसपैठियों को लिए भाग गए क्योंकि उनकी हमारी पॉलिसी है डिटेक्ट, डिलीट और डिपोर्ट। उनकी पॉलिसी है नॉर्मलाइज कर दो घुसपैठ को, उसके बाद में मान्यता प्रदान कर दो और चुनाव में मतदाता सूची में डालकर फॉर्मलाइज कर दो। मगर साहब ये लंबे समय तक नहीं चलना। मैं मेरे मन से मानता हूं, मेरे पार्टी के सिद्धांत तो है ही, मगर मैं मानता हूं कि जनसांख्यिकी में इतना बड़ा परिवर्तन देश के लिए बहुत बड़ा खतरा है। यह देश एक बार जनसांख्यिकी के आधार पर बढ़ चुका है और हम नहीं चाहते कि आने वाली पीढ़ी ये देश के भी बंटवारे दिखे। इसलिए ये बहुत जरूरी है कि इस देश से घुसपैठ को रोकना पड़ेगा। मान्यवर, ये कहते हैं कि घुसपैठ हो रही है, भारत सरकार की जिम्मेदारी नहीं है। मान्यवर, मैं आज बताना चाहता हूं, घुसपैठ हो रही है भारत बांग्लादेश की सीमा से। वहां पर कुल 2216 किलोमीटर बॉर्डर है, इसमें से 1653 किलोमीटर बॉर्डर बन चुकी है। अब 563 कहां बाकी रही है मान्यवर मालूम है? केवल और केवल एक राज्य बंगाल। आसाम का पूरा हो गया, मेघालय का पूरा हो गया, त्रिपुरा का पूरा हो गया, जम्मू कश्मीर का पूरा हो गया, पंजाब का पूरा हो गया, राजस्थान का पूरा हो गया, गुजरात का पूरा हो गया, खाली बंगाल का बाकी रखा है। और मैं आज कहना चाहता हूं टीएमसी के लोगों को भी, ये राहुल जी के साथ में रहकर घुसपैठिया बचाओ यात्रा बिहार में निकली, साफ हो गए। आप भी घुसपैठियों को बचाओगे तो वहां भारतीय जनता पार्टी का विजय तय। मान्यवर, ये कहते हैं कि घुसपैठ क्यों हो रही? आप बॉर्डर नहीं बनाने देते, फेंसिंग नहीं करने दोगे, घुसपैठ नहीं होगी। फिर भी चलो, मैं पूछना चाहता हूं कि घुसपैठ होकर सबसे पहले घुसपैठिया कहां आता है? कहां आता है? तो गांव में आता है। पटवारी को मालूम नहीं पड़ता, गांव के थाने वाले को मालूम नहीं पड़ता। इसकी मतदाता सूची में नाम डालने के लिए आधार कार्ड कहां बनता है? वहीं बनता है। उसका राशन कार्ड कहां बनता है? बंगाल में बनता है। और मतदाता सूची में कौन सी मतदाता सूची में ऐड होता है? तो बंगाल में होते। आपकी कोई जिम्मेदारी नहीं है। मान्यवर, ये देश के भविष्य और सुरक्षा के साथ खिलवाड़ कर रहे। कभी कभार चुनाव तो जीत जाओगे घुसपैठियों के आधार पर, परंतु इस देश की सुरक्षा को आप ताक पर रखो। मैं आज कहना चाहता हूं मान्यवर, बिहार की जनता ने एक बहुत महान फैसला किया है घुसपैठिया बचाओ यात्रा के खिलाफ जनादेश, और बंगाल भी ये करने जा रहा है। मान्यवर, आने वाले दिनों में करेंगे, उनको मालूम नहीं। मान्यवर, मैं एक कल राहुल गांधी जी ने एक विषय कहा था कि सारी संवैधानिक संस्थाएं आपने करप्ट कर दी। मैंने पूरा बताया कि चुनाव आयोग की नियुक्ति के पहले क्या नियम थे। उन्होंने कहा कि महत्वपूर्ण पद पर आरएसएस की विचारधारा के लोग रख लिए जाते हैं, तो इसमें क्या आपत्ति है भाई? क्या इस देश में कोई कानून बना है कि आरएसएस की विचारधारा वाले हैं उनको कोई महत्वपूर्ण? अरे इस देश का प्रधानमंत्री आरएसएस की विचारधारा वाला है, इस देश का गृह मंत्री आरएसएस की विचारधारा वाला है, और जनादेश से बनकर आए, आपकी कृपा से बनकर नहीं आए मान्यवर। मगर उन्होंने क्या किया था वो मैं फिर बताना चाहता हूं। 1969 में इस देश का राष्ट्रपति का चुनाव हुआ। 1969 में इंदिरा जी अपनी पार्टी के अंदर ही संघर्ष करती थी। पार्लियामेंट्री बोर्ड ने राष्ट्रपति के चुनाव के प्रतिनिधि के रूप में कांग्रेस पार्टी का अधिकृत उम्मीदवार बनाया श्री संजीव रेड्डी को, और इंदिरा जी ने प्रधानमंत्री रहते हुए अपने पार्टी के मैंडेट को ही डिफाई कर कहा कि राष्ट्रपति का चुनाव में वोटिंग अंतर आत्मा की आवाज से करनी चाहिए, और उन्होंने श्री वीवी गिरी को प्रत्याशी बनाया मान्यवर। और फिर हुआ क्या? अल्पमत में थी वो। संजीव रेड्डी जी के वोट ज्यादा थे। जीतने के लिए उन्होंने कम्युनिस्टों से समाधान किया, और इस देश की सारे संस्थान पर, शिक्षा संस्थान पर, महत्वपूर्ण संवैधानिक पद पर कम्युनिस्टों को बिठाने का काम इंदिरा गांधी जी ने, और वहीं से इस देश के विमर्श को बदलने का काम किया है, वहीं से किया है। वामपंथी विचारधारा इस देश के प्रकृति को, इस देश के स्वभाव को, इस देश की जनता को स्वीकार्य नहीं है, और इसीलिए वामपंथी लुप्त हो गए मान्यवर। उन्होंने इस देश के युवा धन को वामपंथी विचारधारा पर डाइवर्ट करने का काम किया है, जो 2014 से फिर से नरेंद्र मोदी जी ने इसको एक अच्छी तरीके से, लोकतांत्रिक तरीके से परिष्कृत करने का काम कर रहे हैं मान्यवर। और ये कह रहे हैं कि आरएसएस की विचारधारा वालों को रखते हैं। कोई ऐसा कानून नहीं है मान्यवर कि आरएसएस की विचारधारा वाला व्यक्ति कोई, आरएसएस की विचारधारा क्या है? देश के लिए मरना ही आरएसएस की विचारधारा है। देश को समृद्धि के परम शिखर पर ले जाना ही आरएसएस की विचारधारा है। देश की संस्कृति का झंडा बुलंद करना ही आरएसएस की विचारधारा। ये क्या समझाते हैं? हम ऐसे मान लेंगे? हम नहीं डरते साहब किसी से, हम नहीं डरते। मैं मेरी ही बात करता हूं। मैं तो 10 साल का था और नारे लगाता था, आसाम की गलियां सुनी है, इंदिरा गांधी खूनी है। हम तो वहां से लड़ते लड़ते आए हैं, हम नहीं डरते मान्यवर। और मान्यवर, इन्होंने कहा कि वोट चोरी से जीतते हैं, वोट चोरी से नहीं जीते हैं। आपने सर्जिकल स्ट्राइक का विरोध किया, इसलिए हम जीते। आपने एयर स्ट्राइक का विरोध किया, इसलिए जीते हैं। आपने 370 हटाने का विरोध किया, इसलिए जीते हैं। आपने राम मंदिर बनाने का विरोध किया, इसलिए जीते हैं। आपने घुसपैठियों को हटाने का विरोध किया, इसलिए जीते हैं। आपने सीएए का विरोध किया, इसलिए हम जीते हैं। आपने ट्रिपल तलाक हटाने का विरोध किया, इसलिए जीते हैं। और आप 1 नेशन 1 इलेक्शन का विरोध कर रहे हो, इसलिए हम फिर से जीते हैं। मान्यवर, 60 करोड़ गरीबों के घर में इस देश के प्रधानमंत्री जी ने घर पहुंचाया, गैस पहुंचाया, पानी पहुंचाया, शौचालय पहुंचाया, 5 किलो अनाज मुफ्त पहुंचाया, और 5 लाख तक की दवाइयां मुफ्त कर दी। क्या समझते हैं कि वोट चोरी कर कर जीते हैं? इस देश के इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर को 40 साल देख लीजिए और हमारे 11 साल देख लीजिए, इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर को 3 गुना बढ़ाने का काम हमारे प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी, और इसलिए जनता हमें जिताती है। और मैं तो अभी भी कहना चाहता हूं, चले गए हैं मान्यवर, मैं अभी भी कहना चाहता हूं, यार कांग्रेस पार्टी तुझे टिकट तो देती नहीं है मान्यवर। मैं अभी भी कहना चाहता हूं, एसआईआर का विरोध करोगे तो बिहार की जगह बंगाल और तमिलनाडु में भी साफ। मान्यवर, 140 करोड़ की जनता का जनादेश ईश्वर का आदेश होता है। हमारे यहाँ तो कहते हैं ना कि जनता ही जनार्दन है, तो जनता का फैसला श्री कृष्ण का फैसला होता है, जनार्दन का फैसला। और वो जनता के फैसले को ये लोग वोट चोरी इस तरह की भाषा का प्रयोग करते हैं। जनता देख रही है, जनता आंख मूंद कर नहीं बैठी। मान्यवर, मैं तो धन्यवाद करना चाहूंगा हमारे पार्लियामेंट्री अफेयर्स मिनिस्टर का कि इन्होंने तो एक अलग रास्ता कर SIR पर चर्चा कर ली, वरना इनका झूठ एक तरफा जनता में जा रहा था। आज आपने भी मुझे इतना विपुल मात्रा में समय दिया, जरूरत पड़ी वहां प्रोटेक्शन भी दिया, मुझे संरक्षण दिया, इसलिए मैं आपका भी धन्यवाद करना चाहता हूं। और अंत में फिर से एक बार श्री राहुल गांधी के भाषण लिखने वालों को कहना चाहता हूं कि तथ्य ढंग से ढूंढ कर रखे, इनकी यहाँ पर तकलीफ होती है।
सभा की कार्रवाई कल गुरुवार दिनांक 11 दिसंबर 2025 को प्राप्त 11 बजे तक के लिए स्थगित की जाती है।
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला। MDH थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा,
भाई मेरा बेटी को प्यार चाहिए, मेरा बेटी का ब्लड आ रहा, ब्लड नीचे से ब्लड आ रहा, प्यार चाहिए, दे दो। क्यों नहीं कर सकता, क्यों नहीं कर सकता, क्यों नहीं कर सकता, मेरे को प्यार चाहिए अभी।
That we have experienced severe operational disruptions for the past few days. Since then, the crisis continued to aggravate, with today, December 5th, being the most severely impacted day, with the number of cancellations well over 1,000, or more than half of our number of daily flights. Of various causes.
Is it true, Rahul, that your concept drone was the one that featured in Three Idiots?
That was very, very long back. That was one of the early prototypes that we were playing around with.
Yes. But did it make you a celebrity? Are you in the film, by the way?
For small snippets, yes, in the background.
You are?
But interesting aspects of Three Idiots that subsequently people will tell us that, oh, you started a drone company, you must have copied the idea from Three Idiots movie.
MDH की देगी मिर्च,
देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का।
MDH की देगी मिर्च।
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है, सबका राजा हार्डकोर मसाला।
Ladies and gentlemen, those were live pictures coming in from Mumbai. We're cutting across to Parliament now. Let's cut across live. There's a political face-off there over SIR. Let's cut across. Rahul Gandhi speaking. Coming in from Delhi, where the opposition walked out as Home Minister Amit Shah was responding to Rahul Gandhi on the issue of special intensive revision. Okay, let's play out the responses from outside Parliament.
जहां पर सत्ता पक्ष विपक्ष ने अपने बातों को रखा, हमें लगा कि गृह मंत्री जी विपक्ष की कुछ बातें सुनकर आके उन पर अपना जवाब देंगे, लेकिन मुझे ऐसा लगा कि उनको एक भाषण दिया गया था, एक स्क्रिप्ट दिया गया था और वो स्क्रिप्ट के अनुसार पढ़ते जा रहे थे। राहुल गांधी जी ने जो अहम सवाल उठाए, अखिलेश यादव जी ने जो अहम सवाल उठाए, टीएमसी के कल्याण बनर्जी ने, डीएमके के मारन जी ने, एनसीपी के सुप्रिया सुले जी ने, विभिन्न जो हमारे राजनीतिक दल के नेताओं ने जो भी अहम विषय उदाहरण प्रमाण के साथ रखे, हमें लगा कि गृह मंत्री आएंगे, बातें रखेंगे, लेकिन गृह मंत्री एक भाषण, एक स्क्रिप्ट, एक लिखे हुए भाषण को वो पढ़ रहे थे और बार बार अफवाहें। अब वो एक उदाहरण देता हूं, उन्होंने कहा कि कांग्रेस पार्टी कभी चुनाव आयोग के पास गई नहीं। कितने बार चुनाव आयोग के बाहर हमारे दलों के नेताओं ने प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस किया है, कितने बार हमने कंप्लेंट दर्ज की है और सदन के अंदर कितने बार विभिन्न दलों के नेताओं ने कहा है कि हम चुनाव आयोग के पास जाते हैं, कंप्लेंट लेके जाते हैं, चुनाव आयोग हमारी बात सुनता ही नहीं, कोई उस पर जवाब नहीं और उल्टा बोल रहे हैं कि हम कभी गए नहीं। अब वो कहते हैं कि वोटर लिस्ट प्रदूषित है, वोटर लिस्ट प्रदूषित है, घुसपैठिए हैं। अच्छा, जब आपको 400 पार का सपना दिख रहा था, जब प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी अपने आप को दिव्य व्यक्ति समझ रहे थे, तब आपको वोटर लिस्ट में प्रदूषण नहीं देखा, तब आपको वोटर लिस्ट में घुसपैठियां नहीं देखा। घुसपैठियां तभी देखा जब लोगों ने आपके 400 पार के सपने पर काला पूरा ठंडा पानी फेंक दिया, तब आप समझ गए कि नहीं, ऐसे होगा तो सरकार जाएगी। और 400 पार का जो सपना का जो करारा हार मिला, आप समझ गए थे कि हरियाणा में आप हारने वाले, महाराष्ट्र में आप हारने वाले, बिहार में आप हारने वाले हो, सरकार 2.5 साल में पलटने वाली है। और अपने पलटने वाली सरकार को बचाने के लिए आपने विशेष रूप से हरियाणा में वोट चोरी की, आपने विशेष रूप से महाराष्ट्र में वोट चोरी की, आपने विशेष रूप से बिहार में वोट चोरी की। घुसपैठिए प्रदूषित वोटर लिस्ट, तो प्रदूषित वोटर लिस्ट के आधार पर नरेंद्र मोदी जी प्रधानमंत्री बने। घुसपैठियों के आधार पर आज उनकी सरकार सत्ता में है, ये कहना चाहते हैं। तो जब 400 पार नहीं हुआ, जब संविधान बदलने का उनका जो मंशा पूरा नहीं हुआ, उनको पता लग गया कि हरियाणा हारने वाले हैं, महाराष्ट्र हारने वाले हैं, बिहार हारने वाले हैं, सरकार पलट सकती है 2.5 साल में, तब ये नया SIR शुरू कर दिया। तब ये मुख्य चीफ इलेक्शन कमिश्नर को विशेष ताकत दे दी, विशेष सुरक्षा कवच दे दिया कि चाहे कुछ भी कर दो, क्रिमिनल प्रोसिक्यूशन नहीं होने वाला। और ये लोगों को बीच में अपनी बात ले जाने के लिए घुसपैठिए बोलने लगे। अभी दोबारा घुसपैठिए की बात कर ही रहे थे, हमने बार बार पूछा, बिहार में कितने घुसपैठिए मिले, कितने घुसपैठिए मिले बिहार में? और घुसपैठिए अगर इतने समय से है तो कौन इसका जवाब देगा? गृह मंत्री स्वयं जवाब देंगे 10 वर्ष से क्या कर रहे थे। तो ये जो पूरा जो एक महत्वपूर्ण चर्चा को बस जोर से और शोर से बोलने से हमारे विपक्ष के आवाज को दबाने की ये जो कोशिश वहां पे चल रही थी, जो नाटक चल रहा था, जो एक रटा हुआ स्क्रिप्ट पढ़ा जा रहा था, उसके विरोध में सारे विपक्षी दल वॉकआउट किए।
सर अमित शाह वहीं पे जिक्र किया, कहा कि हाँ 3 बार वोट चोरी हुई है। वहाँ उन्होंने जवाहरलाल नेहरू की बात की कि जवाहरलाल नेहरू को और सरदार पटेल को 28 वोट मिले थे, जवाहरलाल नेहरू जी को 2 वोट मिले थे, फिर भी वो पीएम बने। इंदिरा गांधी का जिक्र किया और सोनिया जी का भी जिक्र किया।
इतिहास तो व्हाट्सएप इतिहास तो उनका बैसाखी है। अगर ये बैसाखी हटा दे तो पूरा उनका तर्क लड़क जाएगा बीजेपी का।
Before the walkout happened in Parliament today, we've seen a face-off between Home Minister Amit Shah and the leader of opposition, Rahul Gandhi. In fact, while the Home Minister was speaking, Rahul Gandhi tried to interrupt the Home Minister, asking him to respond to his news conferences on the SIR, to which Amit Shah responded. It was a very, very heated exchange. Take a look.
आपकी मुंसफी से संसद नहीं चलेगी। मेरे यहाँ बोलने का क्रम मैं तय करूंगा। इस तरह से नहीं चलेगी संसद। मान्यवर, उनको धैर्य रखना चाहिए। उनको धैर्य रखना चाहिए मेरा जवाब सुनने का। इनकी एक एक बात का जवाब मैं दूंगा, मगर मेरे भाषण का क्रम वो तय नहीं कर सकते, मैं करूंगा, क्योंकि मैं बोल रहा हूं। मान्यवर
एक मिनट गृह मंत्री जी, एक मिनट गृह मंत्री, क्या गलत बोला उन्होंने? उन्होंने यही बोला, आपने जो बात उठाई है मुझे कब बोलना है मैं तय करूंगा, यही बोला ना। उसमें क्यों उत्तेजित हो रहे हो आप? हाँ, आपके 2-2 मिनट में खड़े होने से थोड़ी जवाब देते रहेंगे। नो, माननीय गृह मंत्री, मैं आपको फिर मौका दूंगा, आपको मौका दूंगा आपको। हाँ बोलिए, बोलिए
सर। ये
बोलिए।
आपने अगर अमित शाह जी का रिस्पांस देखा तो ये कंप्लीटली डिफेंसिव रिस्पांस है। ये घबराया हुआ रिस्पांस है, ये डरा हुआ रिस्पांस है।
अब सुनिए पूरी बात, प्लीज मानिए। नो,
सच्चा रिस्पांस नहीं है।
माननीय गृह मंत्री जी,
मान्यवर आपके चेहरे पर बैठो। मान्यवर आपके चेहरे पर चिंता की लकीरें मैं देख रहा हूं कि मैं क्या बोलूंगा। मैं उनके उकसावे में नहीं आऊंगा, मैं मेरे विषय पर बोलूंगा। मान्यवर, मैंने इतना ही कहा कि मैं मेरे भाषण का क्रम मैं तय करूंगा। मेरे भाषण का पहले क्या बोलना, बाद में क्या बोलना, मैं तय करूंगा। और मैं मानता हूं कि हर एक वक्ता का ये अधिकार है, उनका भी है, मेरा भी है। कल वो बोल रहे तो हम ऐसा थोड़ी ना बोले आप झूठ क्यों बोल रहे हो। हम नहीं बोले, नहीं बोल सकते साहब। वो माननीय विपक्ष के नेता है, वो बोल सकते अपना भाषण। मान्यवर, और मैंने तो ये भी कहा, मेरा पूरा भाषण छूट कर कुछ बच जाता है तो आप पूछिएगा, मैं जवाब दूंगा। मगर अब धैर्य भी चाहिए और सुनना भी चाहिए, दोनों चीजें करनी पड़ती है। मान्यवर, वोट चोरी का कोहराम बचा।
So that political face-off, we will play the entire sequence in just a while, and also the big political debate at 9 p.m. tonight with Arnab. Going back to our focus story here on Republic, on the Luthra brothers, owners of the Goa nightclub where 25 citizens were killed. A nightclub that should not have been open in the first place. Now, the Chief Minister of Goa was asked specific questions on why that nightclub operated, whether someone got kickbacks to keep it running, and how it operated for over 2 years and nobody did a thing. And the Goa Chief Minister, on 2 occasions, questions were asked to him. First time on the role of officers, he said there is no role of IPS officers, and then he again said that if there is a role of officers, then there will be action taken. Now, here's how the Chief Minister gave 2 different replies on the same question. Take a listen.
किसी का ऐसे सीनियर ऑफिस ने रोका है ऐसे कभी सामने नहीं आया है, तो डेफिनेटली उसके ऊपर जितने सारे कंप्लेंट्स थी उसके ऊपर ऑलरेडी इंक्वायरी हो रही है कि इंक्वायरी में ऐसा कुछ आया तो वी विल टेक द एक्शन ऑन देम आल्सो। डेफिनेटली मैं कहता हूँ कि पूरे इंक्वायरी से इस तरह का कोई रिपोर्ट आया तो उसके ऊपर भी हम एक्शन लेंगे। किसी का ऐसे सीनियर ऑफिस ने रोका है ऐसे कभी सामने नहीं आया है, तो डेफिनेटली उसके ऊपर जितने सारे कंप्लेंट्स थी उसके ऊपर ऑलरेडी इंक्वायरी हो रही है कि इंक्वायरी में ऐसा कुछ आया तो वी विल टेक द एक्शन ऑन देम आल्सो। डेफिनेटली मैं कहता हूँ कि पूरे इंक्वायरी से इस तरह का कोई रिपोर्ट आया तो उसके ऊपर भी हम एक्शन लेंगे।
And the big story this evening from Bengal. Sandesh Kali, a story that we have tracked very closely here on Republic TV. The key witness in the case, Bhola Ghosh, while he was driving in his car with his family, was hit by a truck mysteriously today. And behind the wheel on the truck was a close aide of Sheikh Shah Jahan, a former Trinamool Congress leader who was named as the mastermind in the Sandesh Kali case. And he was the key witness. And the key witness was he attacked. The family of Bhola Ghosh says that this was deliberate. It was an attempt to murder him. They claim there is a political motive, and the political motive was to murder him, to silence his family. His son has been killed in this attack. The family calls it an attack. A truck rammed into the car in which he was traveling along with his son and driver. Both the son and the driver are killed, and Bhola Ghosh, the key witness, survived. He survived to tell the truth about what happened. Here are the pictures. That's the picture from the scene where the attack took place, where a truck rammed his car from behind.
शाहजहां से कराया, ये सीधा है, मेन विटनेस है जो कराया शाहजहां. I would like to request to agency, please go to the higher court and transfer this case from West Bengal to another state. Shifted Shahjahan to another jail outside West Bengal. नहीं तो सब विटनेस को हालत एक कर देगा, खत्म कर देगा. Even IO is not safe, I think. ये जो ममता बनर्जी और उनकी जो गुंडा, ये they crossed all limitation. All limitation. इसके ऊपर सीरियसली नोट लेना चाहिए.
There was a BJP straight away saying that it's Sheikh Shah Jahan who tried to murder the key witness. We spoke to Bhola Ghosh, the key witness who was targeted in the Sandesh Kali case. Here's what he said hours after his car was hit by a truck driven by Sheikh Shah Jahan's aide.
দাদা ঘটনাটা ঘটলো কি?
গেম প্ল্যান, আমাকে মারার প্ল্যান।
মারার প্ল্যান
এই যে ভেতরে আছে 9টা 5-এর ভিতরে বয়ার মানে পারমিশন করে বলে
চক্রান্তটা কে করলো?
আমি আমি মিডিয়া করবো না, একটু চিন্তা করলাম ভিতরে যে আছে ওখান থেকে ঘুরে এসে আমার সঙ্গে 3-4 জন আছে, আর যে করতে এসছে তার সবাই দিয়ে গেছে। আমার কাছে 5-7 দিনের একটা হালকা খবর পেলাম, কোর্টে যাবো দিদিবেলায় গাড়ি নিয়ে, এই প্রোগ্রাম থেকে আমি সব আপনাকে হোয়াটসঅ্যাপ লিখে পাঠিয়েছি।
Ladies and gentlemen, we have a big breaking news update coming in. Republic TV is exposing the Luthra brothers right now. The Luthra brothers who in court today claim that they were on work in Phuket and did not flee India. We have details of the Luthra brothers booking the ticket to Phuket exactly 2 hours after the fire broke out. Even as the fire services in Goa were battling to douse the flames and were rescuing the people trapped, the rescue operations were still on. They booked their Thailand ticket at 1:17 a.m. on Sunday, 2 hours after the fire broke out. This is a Republic TV exclusive. We even have the details of the platform where they booked the ticket. It was on a ticket booking platform at 1:17 a.m. on the 7th of December. Luthra brothers were preparing to flee the country. So all this claim of saying they were going on work to Phuket is a full lie. They booked their ticket exactly at 1:17 a.m. 1:17 a.m. This is a little over 2 hours after the fire broke out. And they were planning to flee when they heard the news of the fire breaking out at their Birch by Romeo Lane club in Arpora, Goa. So we have the full details, ladies and gentlemen, full details of how they fled to Thailand the minute they got the information that morning. Sixth night at 11 p.m., a little after 11 p.m. is when the fire broke out at the nightclub. At 1:17 a.m., 2 hours later, they were booking their tickets. 1:17 a.m., they booked the ticket. The flight was at 5:25. Swarali, this is clear. It was no work. They are the owners. They got news of the fire and they managed to flee. They booked their tickets in time. Swarali. Swarali, are you there?
Let me tell you that Luthra Brothers booked tickets to Thailand on Make My Trip website at 1:17 a.m. on December 7th. So the event has unfolded in the midnight, just after 12 a.m. and we can see that within an hour, almost within an hour, they have booked their tickets to Thailand around 1:17 a.m. At that time, Goa police and the entire system, including the government administration, police department, fire department, were there on ground for the rescue operation that was going on at the birth night. So, current 25 people had to lose their life. Now, a major update is coming over here that Luthra Brothers had booked their flight back to Phuket.
Yeah. So in court today, the lawyers claim that they were not the owners and that they were on work in Phuket. There is no denying that the Luthra brothers are evading the law, trying to run away from India. 2 hours after the fire broke out, even as the fire was being doused at that nightclub, Birch by Romeo Lane, they were booking the tickets on a platform. We even have the name of the platform. 11 o'clock fire breaks out. 1:17, when they got the news of the fire, booked the tickets. 5:25 flight out of India, flew to Phuket in Thailand. Taking a short break, coming back with that big exclusive at 7 p.m. As well, the anti-temple lobby exposed. The SIT claims there was no mass burial, there was no mass rapes, murders in Dharmasthala in Karnataka. It was a hoax and the Latvian media lied about it. They haven't apologized for it.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा, सबका राजा आरती और मसाला।
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
भाई मेरा बेटी को प्यार चाहिए, मेरा बेटी का ब्लड आ रहा, ब्लड नीचे से ब्लड आ रहा, प्यार चाहिए, दे दो। क्यों नहीं कर सकता? क्यों नहीं कर सकता? क्यों नहीं कर सकता? मेरे को प्यार चाहिए अभी।
That we have experienced severe operational disruptions for the past few days. Since then, the crisis continued to aggravate, with today, December 5th, being the most severely impacted day, with the number of cancellations well over 1,000, or more than half of our number of daily flights. Various causes. Yet, for you as a customer, it's important how we as Indigo address this. We have defined 3 lines of action. Firstly, customer communication and addressing your needs. For this, messages have been sent on social media, and just now a more detailed communication with information on refunds, cancellations and other customer support measures was sent.
A legal journey that is carved through discipline and precision. Former Solicitor General of India, Counsel for Bihar Chief Minister Nitish Kumar, former Prime Minister P.V. Narasimha Rao and others. Senior Advocate Ranjit Kumar, insightful, unfiltered, candid. Only on Republic TV this weekend.
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे, केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरीडे।
Is it true, Rahul, that your concept drone was the one that featured in Three Idiots?
That was very, very long back. That was one of the early prototypes that we were playing around with.
Yes. But did it make you a celebrity? Are you in the film, by the way?
For small snippets, yes, in the background.
You are?
But interesting aspects of Three Idiots that subsequently people will tell us that, oh, you started a drone company, you must have copied the idea from Three Idiots movie.
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला। जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप।
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
भाई मेरा बेटी को प्यार चाहिए, मेरा बेटी का ब्लड आ रहा, ब्लड नीचे से ब्लड आ रहा, प्यार चाहिए, दे दो। क्यों नहीं कर सकता? क्यों नहीं कर सकता? क्यों नहीं कर सकता? मेरे को प्यार चाहिए अभी।
That we have experienced severe operational disruptions for the past few days. Since then, the crisis continued to aggravate, with today, December 5th, being the most severely impacted day, with the number of cancellations well over 1,000, or more than half of our number of daily flights. Various causes. Yet, for you as a customer, it's important how we as Indigo address this. We have defined 3 lines of action. Firstly, customer communication and addressing your needs. For this, messages have been sent on social media, and just now a more detailed communication with information on refunds, cancellations and other customer support measures was sent. Also, we've stepped up our call center capacity.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Hello and welcome. You're watching the Wednesday edition of This Is Exclusive. Tonight on This Is Exclusive, I come to you with 2 stories. One story which the entire media has brushed it under the carpet. What's really happening with the Deputy Chief Minister of Maharashtra, Ajit Pawar's son, Parth Pawar. A committee is formed, an FIR has been registered, but he's not been named. Tonight on This Is Exclusive, we put out the evidence that perhaps no one can really deny. And the other big story coming in from the state of Karnataka. We told you much earlier that Dharmasthala was just a hoax, and the SIT report vindicates our position. All this and much more. But up first, let me take you through the headlines we're tracking at this hour. Luthra's anticipatory bail hearing in court. They say they are not real owners of the club. Need relief to travel to India. Court to hear the case tomorrow. Big development in Sandeshkhali probe. Key witness against Sheikh Shah Jahan, Bhola Ghosh, seriously injured in an accident while on his way to the court. More documents accessed in the Pawar land scam probe. Court questions state government over giving leeway to Deputy Chief Minister's son.
आजादी के बाद देश का प्रधानमंत्री तय करना था, तो उस वक्त के जितने प्रांत थे इसके कांग्रेस के अध्यक्ष होंगे, उनके एक एक वोट से तय होना। अब 28 वोट श्री सरदार पटेल को मिले और 2 वोट जवाहरलाल नेहरू जी को, और साहब प्रधानमंत्री जवाहरलाल जी बने।
Heated debate in Parliament over the SIR. Amit Shah schools Rahul Gandhi over latter's vote chori claims. Ladies and gentlemen, a major controversy erupted in Pune over the Mundwa land deal, where 40 to 43 acre of prime government land, valued up to about 1,800 crore rupees, was just sold for about 300 crore rupees to a group called Media Enterprises, a firm linked through documents to Parth Pawar, son of Maharashtra Deputy Chief Minister Ajit Pawar. Despite documents cited by whistleblowers and investigations carried out so far showing Parth Pawar's signatures on the LLP resolutions, stamp duty waivers and registration approvals, his name just does not appear in the FIR. The case making headlines for the last month. The court now wading into the matter, pulling up the state government, yet no strong action taken. Why has Parth Pawar not been named? Over the next couple of minutes, I'm going to take you through each and every document that has been accessed by Republic TV, which shows that there is a clear link between Parth Pawar and this group called Media Enterprises. Maharashtra Deputy Chief Minister says that there is no agreement to sign with, and there is no question of any scam to begin with, and a clean sheet has already been given. A committee has been formed to look into the allegations that have been leveled against the Deputy Chief Minister's son, but so far it seems that the entire investigation hasn't made any headway. First, take a look at this detailed report, and then I'm going to take you through each of those details that we have picked up from our sources and the investigation that has been carried out by Republic TV.
In the heart of Pune's booming real estate scene, a 300 crore rupees land deal has unraveled into a major scandal since November 2025. A probe completed in a hurry, and what stands out from the initial probe is Ajit Pawar's son getting a clean chit, his company been named but not him. It started in May 2025 when 40 acres of prime government land in Mundwa worth up to rupees 1800 crores was sold for just 300 crores to Media Enterprises, that is Parth Pawar's firm. Documents exclusively broken by Republic had clearly shown how Parth Pawar has direct links with the company, his signature on paper. Other documents also showed how Parth Pawar's company, Media Enterprises, not only took the land on paper, but after a month also tried to physically take control. Picking pace, the Pimpri Chinchwad police had earlier arrested suspended sub-registrar Ravindra Balakrishna Taru. Police said that this arrest is related to alleged irregularities in the registration of a high-value land transaction involving Media Enterprises. The FIR suggests that Taru, along with his co-accused, allegedly conspired to undervalue the land and manipulate official records during the registration process. Not just that, a letter has been shot to the Maharashtra government requesting an investigation on suspended Tehsildar Suryakant as well. An accused in the Mundwa land scam, he allegedly paid 85 lakh rupees in cash to clear his family's credit society dues, questions now looming on where the hefty amount was procured from. The trail of documents paint a stark picture that Parth Pawar legitimately owned majority stake in Media Enterprises.
इस घटना में हमें कोई आश्चर्यचकित नहीं हो रहे हैं, न तो हम सरप्राइज हो रहे हैं, क्योंकि जिसके पिताजी राज्य के उप मुख्यमंत्री हों, रसूखदार नेता हों, लोगों को पैसा देने का जिम्मा उनके पास हो, उनका बेटा कैसे अरेस्ट होगा। पार्थ पवार ने एक कंपनी बनाई अमेडिया 2024 में, जिसके पास 1 लाख रुपए के शेयर थे। 1 लाख रुपए के रेवेन्यू रखने वाली कंपनी 2025 में 300 करोड़ का भुगतान करके 1800 करोड़ की जमीन खरीदती है, और वो भी जो महार समाज के लिए आरक्षित जमीन है, जो दलितों और वंचितों की जमीन है, उसको कब्जा किया जाता है। और उस कब्जे को करने के बाद जब ये मामला खुलता है, तब इसमें गिरफ्तारियां हो रही हैं किसकी? छुटपुट लोगों की। लेकिन पार्थ पवार को कोई नहीं छू रहा है। क्यों? क्योंकि देवेंद्र फडणवीस, अजीत पवार सरकार में बैठे हैं। देवेंद्र जी पार्थ पवार के चाचा के जैसे हैं, तो कौन पकड़ेगा?
लैंड स्कैम केस में जो दिग्विजय पाटिल जो एक्यूज है, उन्होंने और जिनके 99% शेयर्स है अमेडिया कंपनी में, वो पार्थ पवार है, उन दोनों ने एक पार्टनरशिप डीड लिख के रखा है, जो LLP एक्ट लिमिटेड लायबिलिटी पार्टनरशिप एक्ट के हैसियत से लिखा है। उसमें जो टर्म्स एंड कंडीशंस है वो टर्म्स एंड कंडीशंस दोनों को इंडिविजुअली लागू होते हैं.
This, while the whistleblowers make serious allegations against the Deputy Chief Minister Ajit Pawar.
Without doubts, see, the fact is that on 2nd April, a supplementary agreement was filed in the LLP of Amedia Enterprises, and that clearly shows that there was a partnership of 99% of Mr. Parth Pawar and 1% was Mr. Digvijay Patil. The profitability was clearly mentioned, the purpose was clearly mentioned, that they're getting into a data center was clearly mentioned. Not just that, if they buy any given property, then each and every property will have to be taken with the consent of both the partners. This was clearly mentioned in the supplemental agreement.
As investigation continues in the case, the central question remains, why is Parth Pawar being let off?
Well, in fact, there's been a massive development in the Pawar land scam probe, where the matter basically reached the Bombay High Court. In fact, a Bombay High Court judge has now raised this entire question. In fact, the High Court has now questioned the state government. The court has essentially asked why the name of Deputy Chief Minister's son, Parth Pawar, was not even mentioned in the FIR that was filed in the case. In fact, Justice Jamdar, while hearing the case, also questioned if the police was protecting the son of a deputy chief minister and only investigating others. I'm going to also substantiate some of it in a short while from now by showing you some documents, which becomes very clear that there is a connection between Ajit Pawar and Digvijay Patil, the person who has now been called by the police for questioning. In fact, let me go across to my colleague Meenakshi for what's really happening in the court. Meenakshi, the matter reached the court earlier today. In the Bombay High Court, Justice Jamdar basically raising this question as to why Parth Pawar has not been named in the FIR. What more transpired in the court?
Yes, Shravan, as you mentioned, rightly mentioned that single bench of Madhav Jamdar, Justice Madhav Jamdar, has raised the question that why Parth Pawar's name not in FIR. During the hearing of Sheetal Tejwani anticipatory bill applied by her lawyer, in this matter, related to this matter, Bombay High Court raised the question that why Parth Pawar's name not in FIR. And after raising the question, Pune Police answered. Pune Police said to Bombay High Court that we are investigating this matter. We have just begun. The investigation. So give us time. We will come up with definitely with our investigation. So this is clear indication that now what happened to the to court, Bombay High Court, let me explain you. A single bench of Justice Madhav Jamdar directed this searching question to the prosecution while hearing pre-arrest bail plea filed by Sheetal Tejwani. Nothing the Parth Pawar was not named in FIR. Justice Jamdar asked, is the police protecting Ajit Pawar's son Parth Pawar, and why police is not investigating his role in this case? Neither police investigating his role in this case, and nor the committee which was actually government committee. Government committee's report also not named Parth Pawar. So there are two investigations going on. One is by committee and the other is the Pune Police. So nowhere name of Parth Pawar, and that's why Bombay High Court raised this serious question today. Shravan.
Meenakshi, in fact, I just want to show our viewers some of the documents which clearly indicates that there is a link. More and more documents have essentially been accessed by Republic TV, in which there is a clear link that is basically emerging between Parth Pawar and Digvijay Patil. Republic now brings you the partnership agreement of Amedia Enterprises. In fact, it's a document that clearly mentions in black and white that designated partners of the firm would be Parth Pawar and Digvijay Patil. The document reads that partners will be responsible for doing all acts, deeds, matters and things as required to be done with respect to compliance. Earlier, in fact, we had accessed a letter of intent by a media which had shown how Parth Pawar holds 99% stake in the company. And interestingly, Pune police decides to only call Digvijay Patil, partner of Parth Pawar, for further questioning. In fact, this has also been raised by the whistleblower in this case, Vijay Kumbar, who's going to join us in a short while from now. I'm going to stay with the documents that we have. Vijay ji, बहुत-बहुत धन्यवाद रिपब्लिक टीवी से बात करने के लिए. सबसे पहले आपसे जानना चाहूंगा कि जिस तरह के डॉक्यूमेंट्स हम इस वक्त दिखा रहे हैं, मीडिया पार्टनरशिप अग्रीमेंट को लेकर उप मुख्यमंत्री अजीत पवार कहते हैं कि देखिए कोई अग्रीमेंट ही नहीं साइन हुआ था, कोई अग्रीमेंट साइन नहीं हुआ था, और जो लैंड की बात हो रही है वो लैंड कभी लिया ही नहीं गया है मीडिया ने. तो किस बात का इस पूरे स्कैम किस बात पर है?
देखिए, जो मैंने इससे पहले भी कई बार कहा है कि जो उप मुख्यमंत्री अजित पवार कह रहे हैं कि यहाँ कोई ट्रांजैक्शन नहीं हुआ, कोई लेन देन नहीं हुई, यही क्राइम है. लेन देन बिना होते हुए भी ये ट्रांजैक्शन रजिस्टर किया गया, उस पर अमल किया गया, जमीन हथियाने की कोशिश की गई, यही स्कैम है. अगर कोई पैसा नहीं दिया और जमीन का डॉक्यूमेंट रजिस्टर हुआ है तो इसका मतलब ये फ्री में हुआ है. ये कोई सोशल वर्क नहीं, इतना बड़ा और वो भी सरकारी जमीन कोई उठा के किसी और को दे रहा है, ये फ्री में नहीं रहे. इसमें दो चीजें, या तो मनी लॉन्ड्रिंग हुआ है या तो फिर ये बार्टर सिस्टम हुआ है. वो जो
पर विजय जी, कोई अग्रीमेंट साइन हुआ था कि नहीं, सबसे पहले लोग जानना चाहेंगे, क्योंकि उप मुख्यमंत्री तो लगातार यही कहते हैं कि देखिए कोई अग्रीमेंट ही नहीं हुआ था, ये जो लैंड पार्सल की बात हो रही है वो कभी लिया ही नहीं गया.
भाई साहब, उसका रेगुलर आईजीआर के पास डॉक्यूमेंट रजिस्टर हुआ है, उसका 1908 या ऐसा कुछ तो भी नंबर भी है, उसका रजिस्टर हुआ है. रजिस्टर होने के बाद वो जमीन हथियाने की कोशिश कर दी गई. वहाँ इनके लोग गए, उन्होंने मीडिया कंपनी ने एक लेटर दिया तहसीलदार को कि हमने ये जमीन लिए तो ये हमारे कब्जे में दी जाए, और तहसीलदार उसके ऊपर आगे कार्रवाई करके डिप्टी कलेक्टर को भेजता है कि ये जमीन अभी उनको देनी चाहिए क्योंकि इनका एग्रीमेंट हो चुका है. तो इससे ज़्यादा और क्या चाहिए? इससे ज़्यादा और कुछ होता भी नहीं है. सिर्फ इतना है कि डिप्टी चीफ मिनिस्टर का बेटा, इसलिए उनको बचाया जा रहा है. यहाँ आपको दिखाई दे रहा है, मुझे दिखाई दे रहा है, कोर्ट को दिखाई दे रहा है, लेकिन पुलिस को और हमारी गवर्नमेंट को दिखाई नहीं दे रहा है कि पार्थ भी इसमें इन्वॉल्व है. ये सब कुछ सिर्फ पार्थ को और पार्थ को क्यों बचाया जा रहा है? तो अगर पार्थ को पकड़ा गया तो ये कोई इकलौता स्कैम नहीं है, ऐसे और बहुत सारे स्कैम आगे आएंगे. इसलिए
विजय जी, एक चीज बताइए मुझे कि ये अग्रीमेंट की जो आप बात कर रहे हैं, ये अग्रीमेंट वो लैंड लेने के लिए, सरकार से वो लैंड लेने के लिए जो अग्रीमेंट साइन किया गया है, इसके ऊपर लेकर क्या आपके पास कोई तथ्य है? क्या आपने पुणे पुलिस को यह बताई है कि आखिरकार सिग्नेचर्स हो चुके थे, अग्रीमेंट हो चुका था और ये लैंड दे दिया गया था मीडिया को?
भाई साहब, इसके ऊपर मैंने सीएम को बाकायदा 5 पेज का लेटर लिखा कि यहाँ कैसे कैसे गलतियां हो गई, कैसे लैंड ली गई है, कैसे लैंड सरकारी है, इस पर लेना कैसे जुर्म है, ये सब कुछ मैंने लिख दिया है. इन्वेस्टिगेशन करने के लिए बोला है, लेकिन पता नहीं मुख्यमंत्री जी ने क्या किया है. लेकिन अब तक उसमें कोई, यहाँ बिल्कुल साफ है, सिर्फ अजित पवार और गवर्नमेंट और पुलिस को छोड़कर बाकी सबको पता है कि इसमें पार्थ पवार शामिल है और उनको अरेस्ट होनी चाहिए. सिर्फ ये 3 लोगों को नहीं लगता कि उनको अरेस्ट होनी चाहिए. इसका कारण है कि एक अगर ये सामने आया तो ऐसे और हजारों केसेस सामने आ जाएंगे.
सवाल करना चाहूंगा विजय जी कि कमेटी का ये मानना है कि पहले तो ये देखा जाएगा कि कितने लोग मीडिया के साथ थे, और साथ ही साथ जब ये साइन किया गया था, ये पूरी एग्रीमेंट हुई थी, उसके बाद ये कह रहे थे कि अग्रीमेंट वापस कर दिया गया था, अग्रीमेंट नल एंड वॉइड था.
कोई नल एंड वॉइड नहीं हुआ है. और जो कमेटी अपॉइंट की, ये कमेटी जब अपॉइंट की तभी मेरा ऑब्जेक्शन था कि ये कमेटी उन्हीं लोगों की कि जिनको ये सारा डील मालूम था, जिनको ये सारा प्रोटेक्ट करने की जिम्मेदारी थी, और जो गवर्नमेंट की लैंड है उसको बचाने की जिम्मेदारी इनकी थी. यही लोग कल्प्रिट है, तो इनकी समिति अपॉइंट करके कुछ नहीं हुआ. जब समिति अपॉइंट हो गई उसी दिन मैंने बताया था कि इस कमेटी को बार बार एक्सटेंशन दिया जाएगा, और हुआ भी ऐसे ही. अभी और 1 महीने का एक्सटेंशन दिया है, उसके बाद और भी दिया जाएगा. लेकिन जब तक कमिटी क्यों काम नहीं करेगी? क्योंकि यही खुद तो कल्पिट है इसमें, ये क्या किसी को जिम्मेदार ठहराएंगे? तो यही प्रॉब्लम हमारे यहाँ होता है कि जिनको एक्चुअली इसमें घसीटना चाहिए, जिन पर एफआईआर होना चाहिए, वही लोग इंक्वायरी कर रहे हैं अभी, तो इसका कोई नतीजा तो निकलने वाला नहीं है।
विजय जी, बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद रिपब्लिक टीवी से बात करने के लिए. दैट वाज द विसल ब्लोअर इन दिस केस. In fact, the initial complaint was raised by Vijay Kumar, and based on this, remember this entire investigation that has essentially taken place. Viewers, shifted focus now to the other big story that we are getting to you tonight on This Is Exclusive. Months ago, a massive controversy gripped Karnataka after human skeletal remains purportedly were recovered from multiple spots in Dharmasthala, prompting a high-profile SIT probe. Multiple excavations were being conducted, but no concrete evidence was ever retrieved. Now, at the center of it was a man, a masked man called Chinnaya. The police, over the course of the investigation, gathered evidence against many others, essentially bringing to light the anti-temple conspiracy, a plot that was carefully hatched to defame the temple town. For months, Republic Kannada was relentless, and now a SIT report has been submitted in the court, which aligns with our earlier findings, stating that there were no mass burials and that crucial claims were staged or even coached. The story of the Dharmasthala hoax.
The temple town of Dharmasthala has long stood as a symbol of peace, service, and unwavering tradition. Dharmasthala, a name that resonates with devotion, a name that commands reverence across Karnataka. And what began as dismissed rumors and so-called false accusations has now transformed into one of the most chilling and mysterious investigations Karnataka has seen in the recent memory. Human skeletal remains, not one, not two, but multiple, emerging from temple spots buried deep in the soil. Forensic teams from Mangaluru and Bengaluru were brought in. Samples were gathered. Tents and cordons soon marked the area. The ground was sealed, and then came confirmation. These were human remains. Preliminary report suggests that the bones are not from a single incident. Some are over 10 years old, some more recent, different stages of decay. Days-long excavations at 17 sites have yielded no results. And at the heart of it, this man, he who was acting on the orders of a certain group. But Republic Kannada's investigation had opened a can of worms. Those activists and YouTubers who led the campaign against Dharmasthala are now under lens. Activist Mahesh Timmadodi, the one who orchestrated the anti-Hindu campaign, has been taken into custody. Not just that, focus is also on those YouTubers who allegedly conspired with a larger group to plot. The key complainant himself has retracted from his statements. What fueled the entire plot further was fresh missing person complaint from Sujata Bhatt on July 15. Sujata Bhatt claims to be the mother of MBBS student Ananya Bhatt, who she says disappeared in Dharmasthala 2003. However, Republic Kannada had unearthed the most shocking details of the entire anti-Dharmasthala plot, shredding the entire conspiracy point by point. Turns out, the missing girl in the picture shared by Sujata Bhatt was not her daughter Ananya Bhatt. The girl's real identity is Vasantha. Not just that, Sujata Bhatt's own identity is now under question. Sujata claimed that the year her daughter went missing, she was working as a CBI stenographer in Kolkata. However, our investigation reveals that she worked as a domestic help in Bengaluru. In fact, in 2003, Sujata Bhatt was in Shivamoga and not in Kolkata as claimed by her. From the masked man to Ananya Bhatt puzzle, the plot fell apart quick. And an SIT report submitted in court today has essentially put to perspective what Republic reported.
After a whistleblower claimed that he had buried over hundreds of bodies in and around Dharmasthala and river Netravati in the last 30 to 40 years, The government constituted a special investigation team headed by Pranav Mohanty, which carried out investigation for the last 2.5 months, and also they made sure that they dug up at least 17 to 18 places where they found nothing else other than pieces of bones of 2 male persons. After which the special investigation team concluded with their investigation, and as of now, a report has been submitted to Beltangdi court, which has primarily named 6 persons, mentioning that these are the actual persons who were against Dharmasthala, who actually created the hoax and the false.
The controversy that spiraled into the pro versus anti-Sanatan debate in Karnataka.
I had openly said in the assembly that there is a conspiracy against Dharmasthala, because I know what is going on. Though some of our leaders had asked me about that also, I knew that this is not the fact. A big conspiracy is going on. But ultimately the truth has been prevailed. Justice has been given to them.
Republic Kannada's expose on Dharmasthala stands vindicated. The biggest anti-Hindu plot now out in the open.
A legal journey that is carved through discipline and precision. Former Solicitor General of India, Counsel for Bihar Chief Minister Nitish Kumar, former Prime Minister P.V. Narasimha Rao and others. Senior Advocate Ranjit Kumar, insightful, unfiltered, candid. Only on Republic TV this weekend.
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला।
QS and THE, the world's foremost university rankings organizations, have ranked Amity amongst the top 3% universities globally, making it among the very few Indian universities to be included in both rankings. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात।
वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है?
अरे मेरे राजा,
मसाला केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे, केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिर्फ जल जीरा मसाला। जीरा सिर्फ MDH का जल जीरा सिर्फ MDH का जल जीरा सिर्फ।
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो, मिलाओ और खाओ।
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा, प्योर मसाला।
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
MDH केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे, केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात।
वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है?
अरे मेरे राजा,
मसाला।
भाई
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े। क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग शिप भी बन सकती है।
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो, मिलाओ और खाओ।
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा, प्योर मसाला।
केसरिया से मन जोगी
पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरीडे।
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
QS&THE, the world's foremost university rankings organizations, have ranked Amity amongst the top 3% universities globally, making it among the very few Indian universities to be included in both rankings. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरीडे।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
From your smartphones to your smart televisions, trending stories are breaking the internet. We start off with US President Donald Trump earning the ire of the internet. And well, America yet again. This time it's for two reasons. The first is him going back on his words on affordability and almost shirking off all responsibilities of work he once promised on the issue at hand. His hypocrisy is calling affordability issues a hoax that has set the internet on storm. And if that wasn't bad enough, his lewd commentary at a rally on his White House press secretary was further slammed and trolled by netizens. And let's not forget the vice president's viewers. He has also been making headlines. JD Vance and Usha's marriage has long been speculated about, and a recent picture of them allegedly fighting has only fueled the rumors further. JD Vance was also very quick to put an end to these rumors with a cheeky quip in response to the allegation posts. And that's not all, viewers. We also bring to you an incredible story of talent as 1 year, 9-month-old Veda Sarfare breaks internet records with her swimming feat of 100 meters in a record 10 minutes, 8 seconds. We have this and a lot more lined up in this power-packed episode for you tonight. I'm Mantra and this is Trending. US President Donald Trump seldom has days where he hasn't made it to the headlines. And amidst an ailing presidency at the moment, he held a rally-style event marked by a blitz of false claims, which in turn has been garnering the ire of the internet. And this is truly goes to show how the US president seems to believe that any publicity, even negative attention, is good publicity. This, as he has been going back on his words from 2024 on making America affordable again, with a complete 180-degree earlier this month, where he claimed that affordability is a hoax. Viewers, in fact, let me quickly play out the stark contrast between his statements and the sharp U-turn that the US president has taken. Watch this.
This should never be happening in our country. This should never be happening. We will make America wealthy again, and we will make America affordable again. Affordability is a hoax that was started by Democrats who caused the problem of pricing. And they didn't end it when, look, they lost in a landslide. We won every swing state, we won the popular vote, we won everything.
Now, a year ago, Trump sang a very different tune. After having harped on focusing on America's affordability issues heavily during the 2024 presidential election, he had alleged affordability to be a Democratic hoax. He continued to fixate on affordability being a hoax allegation at this rally as well yesterday. Watch this.
Camera. I say it, and I said it the other day, and a lot of people misinterpret it. They say, oh, he doesn't realize prices are high. Prices are coming down very substantially. But they have a new word. They always have a hoax. The new word is affordability. So they look at the camera and they say, this election is all about affordability. Now, they never talk about it. They never talk. Thank you very much. They say I'm not allowed to run. I don't know what the hell that's all about, but that's okay.
Well, that's what Trump had to say, ladies and gentlemen. Netizens, in fact, had a lot to comment on the matter as well, as citizens of America have seen no resolution to the state's affordability issues, or even an attempt to resolve the issue so far, from hating on Trump for his disconnect from ground reality to slamming his lack of initiative to follow up on his promises. The internet had a slew of reactions lined up for the US president, some of which are on your screens. And that's not all, viewers. US President Donald Trump has sparked a whole new controversy in the meantime at the rally that he held yesterday to reboot his ailing presidency. At a rally where his speech was supposed to center around the economic agenda hereon, Trump went off script as he started a steady stream of extremely lewd comments under the garb of compliments for his White House press secretary, Caroline Leavitt. Now, in a display of extreme lewd behavior, the president complimented Leavitt's features as the 79-year-old cheered on the crowd, asking if his 20-year-old press secretary is quote-unquote great or not. And he did not stop there, viewers. Trump even added, and I quote, "I don't think anybody ever had a better press secretary than Caroline."
119.
Isn't she great? Is Caroline great? When she goes on television, Fox, they dominate. They dominate when she gets up there with that beautiful face and those lips that don't stop, up, like a little machine gun.
And viewers, if you think this is one-time instance, it unfortunately is not. Let's take you to another story where lewd comments were made on Caroline Leavitt. Back in August 2025, during an interview, the Republic leader almost made just the same lewd comments on the praise of Leavitt. It comes as no surprise that the internet is reacting as agitedly, half of it cringing, other half of it calling it a classic pervert old guy energy.
She's become a star. It's that face, it's that brain, it's those lips, the way they move like she's a machine gun. Is she in the room?
She's in the room.
She's a star, and she's great. She's a great person, actually, but she's, I don't think anybody has ever had a better press secretary than Caroline. She's been amazing.
Now, of course, social media did what social media does best: explode. Users on X were not having it. Many called out how shallow a US president can sound, especially when he turns an economic agenda talk into commentary on his press secretary's face and lips. And the classic X style burns on your screens, ladies and gentlemen. Netizens have absolutely roasted Trump. Now, viewers, we bring to you an incredible story today. A story of immense talent beyond one's years. This is the story of 1-year-old Veda Sarfare from Ratnagiri, who has achieved a feat and charted history by swimming 100 meters in a record 10 minutes, 8 seconds, which earned her a spot in the India Book of Records. Her journey with swimming commenced innocently enough at a local government swimming pool where she watched her older brother take lessons. It was the guidance of coach Mahesh Milke which had the little one take on swimming as she swiftly grew confident in the water. proving that age is absolutely no barrier to career, courage and achievements. All right, viewers, joining us live are coach Mahesh Milke and parents Paresh and Payal Sarfare of the 1-year and 9-month-old swimming champion. सबसे पहली बात तो बहुत बहुत बधाई आपको। हम देख सकते हैं कि हमारे साथ वेदा भी है। कैसा लग रहा है आपको?
कैसा लग रहा है आपको? कैसा लग रहा है?
हेलो।
हाँ जी बताइए।
मैडम बोलिए।
हाँ, अगर आपको मेरी आवाज आ रही है, पहली बात तो मैं ये आपको बोल रही थी, बहुत बहुत बधाइयां। इतनी छोटी सी उम्र में आपके बच्ची ने इतना कमाल करके दिखाया। आप लोग को कैसा लग रहा है? एज पेरेंट्स, एज कोच, आपको कैसा महसूस हो रहा है?
मैडम ये बहुत ही अच्छा लग रहा है, क्योंकि पूरी दुनिया में, ऑल इन वर्ल्ड में जो हिस्ट्री कोई किसी ने नहीं की थी, वो हिस्ट्री इस लड़की ने बनाई है। ये लड़की मेरे पास पिछले 10 महीने से यहाँ से ट्रेनिंग कर रही है, हमारे महेश मिल के स्विमिंग ग्रुप की तरफ से। और जब वो 9 महीने की थी, 9 मंथ, तब से वो अपने यहाँ पे ट्रेनिंग उसका स्टार्ट किया। और जैसे जैसे उसका ट्रेनिंग स्टार्ट करने के बाद जैसे वो पानी में कूद गई, उसको पानी में लिया गया। मेरी पत्नी भी उसके मेरे साथ वहाँ पे कोचिंग करती है। और जैसे ही उसने पानी में खेलना शुरू किया, तो हमने सोच लिया कि अब ये पानी से खेल रही है तो उसका रिजल्ट अच्छा मिलेगा। और हम धीरे धीरे उसका ट्रेनिंग करके अभी 1 साल और 7 महीने के पूरा होने के बाद उसको वर्ल्ड रिकॉर्ड के लिए हमने ट्राई किया। और अभी एक बरस और 9 महीना होने तक उसने वर्ल्ड रिकॉर्ड के लिए ट्राई किया है। और उसने 10 मिनट 8 सेकंड में 100 मीटर 100 मीटर स्विमिंग पूरा किया हुआ है सर। मैडम
बहुत ही कमाल की बात है। इनफैक्ट मैं आपसे ये भी जानना चाहूंगी कि 1 साल 7 महीने जैसा आपने बताया, इसकी शुरुआत कैसे हुई? इतनी छोटी सी उम्र में बच्चे जनरली हम देखते हैं कि पानी से डरते हैं, उधर ये ऑलरेडी रिकॉर्ड्स बना रही है। कैसा लग रहा है?
मैडम देखो अभी कैसा है, अभी आपको यहाँ सामने कैमरे पे दिख रहा होगा, ये पिछले 2-2.5 साल से मेरे पास स्विमिंग करते आता है। रुद्र, उसका बड़ा भाई रुद्र सरफर है, वो अभी 12 ईयर का है। और जब वो मेरे पास प्रैक्टिस के लिए आता था, उसी टाइम उसके पिताजी ट्रैवलिंग का बिजनेस ले रहने की वजह से उनको यहाँ पे प्रैक्टिस का टाइम नहीं मिलता था। तो उसकी माँ जो ये वेदा की माँ है, वो उसको लेके ट्रैक पे आती थी। और जब वो उनको जब देखने के बाद पूरा मतलब वो जब पेट में था, तभी उन लोग का डिसीजन था कि हम उसको जो कुछ होगा, जो लड़की हुई या लड़का हो गया, तो हम उसको जल्दी स्विमिंग सिखाएंगे। और जैसे ही वो 7-7 महीने की हो गई, तो अब 9 महीने पूरा होने के बाद उसको ट्रायल बेसिस के लिए उसको हमने पानी में उतारा था मैडम। और जैसे पानी में उतारा था, तो पानी के साथ खेलने लगी। मतलब वो रोई नहीं या उसने कुछ रिएक्शन गलत नहीं दिया, लेकिन वो पानी के साथ खेलने लगी। तो हमने उसी दिन से हमने उसको बहुत मन में ठान ली कि हम इसको धीरे धीरे सिखाएंगे।
जी
मैडम
जी, मैं वेदा की माँ से भी एक सवाल लेना चाहूंगी। मैम, आपको कैसा लग रहा है? आपकी एक छोटी सी बेटी ने इतना कमाल करके दिखाया इतनी छोटी सी उम्र में। इनफैक्ट अगर आप हमें कुछ बताना चाहे एज अ मदर, एज अ माँ, आपने कोई इमोशनल चैलेंज फेस किया जब आपने देखा आपकी छोटी सी बच्ची पानी में कूद रही है, खेल रही है? कोई भी स्ट्रेस, कोई भी चैलेंज?
पहली बात तो ये, जब प्रेग्नेंट थी तभी हमने डिसीजन लिया था कि हम इसको स्विमिंग में ही उसका जो कुछ है वो करियर है वो स्विमिंग में ही करेंगे। और बहुत छोटी की उम्र में हमें उसे पानी में डालना था। सो इट इज नॉट डिफिकल्ट फॉर मी। जब उसका 9 मंथ का सारा वैक्सीनेशन कंप्लीट हुआ, उसके बाद में हमने उसको एक दिन पानी में डाला स्विमिंग पूल में। तो उस टाइम पे उसने इतना अच्छा रिस्पांस दिया कि हम लोगों को कभी ऐसा डर नहीं लगा कि इसके आंखों में पानी जाएगा या कुछ उसको तकलीफ होगी। तो उसने बहुत अच्छे से रिस्पांस दिया, वो बहुत पानी से बहुत ही अच्छे से खेलने लगा। और एज अ मदर मुझे थोड़ा सा डिफिकल्ट गया कि कैसे, मतलब मेरी छोटी बच्ची को मैं कैसा डालूं, क्योंकि यहाँ पे अभी तक इतना कुछ अच्छे से मतलब टेक्नोलॉजी डेवलप नहीं है। लेकिन फिर भी मैंने मान ली थी कि नहीं, मुझे करना है और ये करेगी। और इसका पोटेंशियल इतना अच्छा था कि उसने हर चीज अच्छे से मैनेज किया। जैसा मैडम बताते थे वो अच्छे से फॉलो करती थी। एंड देन उसने आज इतना सक्सेस अचीव किया है कि हम लोगों को बहुत फक्र होता है कि वो हम लोगों की रत्नागिरी से बिलोंग करती है और उसने महाराष्ट्र का, रत्नागिरी का और हमारे सारे परिवार का नाम इंडिया में रोशन किया है।
जी बिल्कुल बिल्कुल मैम। इनफैक्ट मैं रुद्र से भी एक सवाल पूछना चाहूंगी, वेदा के बड़े भाई हैं वहाँ पे। रुद्र, आपको कैसा लग रहा है? आपकी छोटी बहन ने आपसे इंस्पिरेशन लेके स्विमिंग स्टार्ट किया और ऊपर से उन्होंने रिकॉर्ड भी बना लिया। आपको एज अ बड़ा भाई कैसा लग रहा है रुद्र?
तुला काय वाटतंय का? ये तो अच्छा लग रहा है कि ये नेक्स्ट ओलंपिक की फीलिंग है।
जी बिल्कुल। और कोच सर, मैं आपसे एक सवाल और पूछना चाहूंगी। इस छोटी सी उम्र में इतना इंड्योरेंस बिल्ड करना, क्या ये अपने में एक चैलेंज है या फिर एक छोटी सी उम्र में इंड्योरेंस बिल्ड करना, इनफैक्ट इस एज में इंड्योरेंस बिल्ड करना कहीं ना कहीं थोड़ा बहुत आसान हो जाता है? एज अ कोच आप क्या कहना चाहेंगे?
एग्जैक्टली मैडम, कैसे कि हमने ये ट्राई तो किया। जब वो 9 महीने की थी तभी हमने उसको खाली एक मजे के लिए उसको पानी में लिया था। मेरी मिसेस सब गौरी मिलके वो पानी में उतर के लेडीज का बैच संभालते। अभी उसका कैंप चालू है, लाइव चल रहा है। तो हमने प्रैक्टिकल खाली उसको देखते कि वो क्या करती, रिएक्शन उसका क्या होता है। तो जब उसने खेलना पानी में पहले दिन में खेलना शुरू किया तो उसका रिएक्शन अच्छा आ गया। लेकिन जैसे जैसे हमने उनको ट्रेनिंग करने की चालू किया तो हमको लगा कि अभी वो हेवी वेट थी। और उसके बाद में जब उसको फ्लोटिंग करने के लिए हमने बहुत ट्राई किया। उसको अलग अलग तरह के फ्लोट, बोलो नेक फ्लोट, हैंड फ्लोट, जैकेट और बैक पैड और रेगुलर किकिंग पैड वगैरह बोया लेके आया। हर तरह की तकलीफ यूज करके उसको सिखाना पड़ा। उसको सिखाने के लिए 7-8 महीने हमको गए, वो तो है ही। लेकिन उसके बाद उसने धीरे धीरे जो डेवलपमेंट की मैडम, वो देखने लायक है।
जी बिल्कुल, बहुत 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 गर्व की बात है। वेदा को अभी शायद ये ना समझ में आए, लेकिन आप इनको ये क्लिप जरूर दिखाना जब ये बड़ी हो जाए। पूरा का पूरा इंडिया इनके साथ खड़ा है। शुक्रिया हमारे साथ जुड़ने के लिए। ऑफ कोर्स ऑल द वेरी बेस्ट टू Veda. Ladies and gentlemen, it's time to slip into some of the hot trends of the day. Let's take a look. A big governance update first. Prime Minister Modi, Home Minister Amit Shah and the opposition leader Rahul Gandhi are set to come together for a closed-door meeting to decide on the appointment of the officials of the Central Information Commission. This is the top appellate authority for the RTI-related complaints and for now only has 2 officers. 8 positions still are lying vacant. Now under Section 12, Subsection 3 of the RTI Act, the PM-led panel will select the candidates recommended by the Department of Personnel and Training. The process starts with newspaper ads, shortlisted names move forward, and the final call rests with the high-powered committee. Every December, Guatemalans burn giant devil effigies, a tradition which is meant to cleanse negative energy before Christmas. But this year, the devil chosen was Donald Trump. Now, the effigy went up in flames and social media went into an absolute frenzy. Comments ranged from beautiful to full-blown applause, with many joking that this tradition should probably go global. Whether symbolic or satirical, Guatemala definitely lit up conversations worldwide. Now, TV actress Kritika Kamra posted a picture captioned "Breakfast with," featuring none other than host Gaurav Kapoor. And just like that, the rumors have been floating forever, finally settled. Gaurav, the cricket host who can make even a pre-match analysis feel like an inside joke, and Kritika, who has mastered the art of staying low-key, opened up about their relationship with simply smiles, coffee and calm. No dramatic announcements, no mysterious emojis. Just soft, real and refreshingly normal. In the music world, things were anything but calm. Sachet Parampara publicly slammed Amal Malik for repeatedly claiming credit for Bekhayali from Kabir Singh. The duo said that they wanted to expose some people, adding that the chats with Amal and the entire Kabir Singh team clearly proved that the song is their creation. They in fact called his behavior shameful and demanded an apology for claiming ownership of their epic piece of art. The musical notes may be soothing, but the drama is definitely not. And a fresh flow of sweetness from the new parents of the B-Town. Vicky Kaushal and Katrina Kaif celebrate 4 years of marriage today. And this year, the celebrations come with sleep deprivation. New parents now, Vicky shared a warm picture of the two with a warm, heart-warming caption. Katrina is still off social media, but Vicky's post was enough to melt timelines. Apparently, Instagram and TikTok weren't enough places for us to lose time. The new format appears in the clip section of the mobile app, giving users quick, exciting bites of shows before committing to a full episode. And of course, netizens had some thoughts too. Some joked, great, earlier we wasted 40 minutes choosing what to watch and now we'll scroll for 4 hours instead. Others asked the important question of it being free or paid. In a huge step away from classic small stalls, railways will now host major fast food brands across 7,000 stations. You heard that right, ladies and gentlemen. McDonald's and KFC are coming to platforms near you. Vendors won't be completely replaced, but travelers will now have the option to grab a burger while waiting for their train. Virat Kohli takes ICC ODI rankings by storm, goes after Rohit Sharma's #1 spot. 3 Indians in top 5. Virat Kohli ascended to #2 in the ICC ODI batting rankings after a stellar series against South Africa, scoring 302 runs to get the player of the series. Virat Kohli's latest career renaissance gathered more momentum on Wednesday as the former India captain climbed to #2 in the latest ICC ODI batting rankings, closing in on teammate Rohit Sharma following a prolific one-day series against South Africa. Kohli's rise up 2 places puts him just 8 rating points behind Rohit and marks his closest push towards the top spot since being overtaken by Pakistan's Babar Azam in April 2021. Ladies and gentlemen, these days, the marriage of US Vice President J.D. Vance and Usha Vance has been much talked about. Speculations, especially concerning the state of their marriage, as a rumor mill has been squirming around a possible divorce or a separation in the works. A viral picture has now started to make the rounds on the internet, only intensifying the rumors of the rift. In fact, a user on X had shared a picture of the couple at a restaurant captioned with "Not all's good" in the Republicistan quip. The picture shows J.D. Vance talking agitatedly to his wife, which netizens were quick to interpret as an outburst, fueling the speculations of a Vance family tiff and more. Now, it would have been a whole different story had this been the only instance that the Vances indicated a rift. Not too long ago, Usha Vance was spotted without a ring on her finger, which led to much speculations and online gossip, whether sporting no rock indicated having hit a rocky state of affairs. While Usha was quick to dismiss the rumors, as her spokesperson retorted to the rumors with a statement that said, "A mother of 3 young children who does a lot of dishes, gives lots of baths and forgets her ring sometimes." And if that's not all of this originally stemmed from J.D. Vance's comment earlier this year, wherein he commented rather controversially on his hopes on Usha embracing Christianity one day. He went on to describe Usha as having grown up in a Hindu family, but not a particularly religious one, and said that when they meet, both consider themselves agnostic or atheist, garnering tremendous hate online.
My wife did not grow up Christian. I think it's fair to say that she grew up in a Hindu family, but not a particularly religious family in either direction. In fact, when I met my wife, we were both, I would consider myself an agnostic or an atheist, and that's what I think she would have considered herself as well. You know, everybody has to come to their own arrangement here. The way that we've come to our arrangement is she's my best friend. We talk to each other about this stuff. So we decided to raise our kids Christian. Our 2 oldest kids who go to school, they go to a Christian school. Our 8-year-old did his first communion about a year ago. That's the way that we have come to our arrangement. But thank you.
The vice president was quick to retort to the clip that has now surfaced, as he took to X, addressing the rumors and dispelling any notions of a stir in his marriage. With a, let's say, witty quip, he slammed dunked the rumor mill with one sentence, claiming that he always wears an undershirt where he has to publicly fight his wife. The internet was left in splits. Ladies and gentlemen, we now close this show tonight with some good news. In a landmark moment, India's grandest festival, Deepavali, is now officially on UNESCO's representative list of intangible cultural heritage of humanity. The big decision came during a meeting with Delhi's iconic Red Fort, and with this, Deepavali becomes India's 16th cultural treasure to make the cut. The festival has celebrated Lord Ram's return from exile and the ultimate win of virtue over vice. It now shines on the global stage, literally and culturally. As Union Cultural Minister Gajendra Singh Shekhawat put it, and I quote, "This UNESCO tag is a responsibility, and this Deepavali, we will light one extra lamp of gratitude." Watch this as I bid goodbye.
Deepavali is one of the grandest and most popular festivals that unites communities, families, and individuals across the length and breadth of India and the diaspora. Also called Diwali, it is observed on the new moon in October or November as per the lunar Hindu calendar month of Kartik. Deepavali means row of lights, symbolizing the triumph of light over darkness and virtue over vice. It commemorates the return of Lord Ram from 14 years of exile, as depicted in the ancient Indian epic Ramayana.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा, सबका राजा और मसाला।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
MDH की देगी मिर्च,
देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का।
MDH की देगी मिर्च।
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रूंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रूंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग शिप भी बन सकती है।
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो, मिलाओ और खाओ।
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिर्फ जल जीरा मसाला।
Co-powered by Century Ply Club Prime. रहो बेफिक्र।
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
पैसा लगाना है तो सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब प्राइम पे लगाओ। डूबेगा नहीं, जलेगा भी नहीं, कोई खा नहीं जाएगा, धोखा नहीं देगा, ऊपर नीचे भी नहीं होगा, सेफ रहेगा, सिक्योर्ड में मिनिमम 30 साल का रिटर्न देगा। अब इससे बेटर इन्वेस्टमेंट है तो बताओ। सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब प्राइम, रहो बेफिक्र।
Co-powered by Century Ply Club Prime. रहो बेफिक्र।
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला।
QS and THE, the world's foremost university rankings organizations, have ranked Amity amongst the top 3% universities globally, making it among the very few Indian universities to be included in both rankings. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
पैसा लगाना है तो सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब प्राइम पे लगाओ। डूबेगा नहीं, जलेगा भी नहीं, कोई खा नहीं जाएगा, धोखा नहीं देगा, ऊपर नीचे भी नहीं होगा, सेफ रहेगा, सिक्योर्ड, मिनिमम 30 साल का रिटर्न देगा। अब इससे बेटर इन्वेस्टमेंट है तो बताओ। सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब प्राइम, रहो बेफिक्र।
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
मुस्कुराए लड़खड़ाए जिंदगी चाहे जो भी हो।
सर, पेशेंट के लिए कौन सा रूम प्रेफर करेंगे आप?
जिंदगी भर के प्यार का कोई रेट कार्ड नहीं होता। टाटा AIG हेल्थ इंश्योरेंस, विद यू लाइक फैमिली, विद यू ऑलवेज।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा,
राजा आर प्योर मसाला। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी, एवरीडे।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा,
राजा आर प्योर मसाला। मुस्कुराए लड़खड़ाए जिंदगी।
Co-powered by Century Ply Club Prime, रहो बेफिक्र।
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
QS and THE, the world's foremost university rankings organizations, have ranked Amity amongst the top 3% universities globally, making it among the very few Indian universities to be included in both rankings. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा,
राजा आर प्योर मसाला। मुस्कुराए लड़खड़ाए जिंदगी चाहे जो भी हो।
सर, पेशेंट के लिए कौन सा रूम प्रेफर करेंगे आप?
जिंदगी भर के प्यार का कोई रेट कार्ड नहीं होता। टाटा AIG हेल्थ इंश्योरेंस, विद यू लाइक फैमिली, विद यू ऑलवेज।
MDH की देगी मिर्च,
देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का।
MDH की देगी मिर्च। आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
पैसा लगाना है तो सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब प्राइम पे लगाओ। डूबेगा नहीं।
A legal journey that is carved through discipline and precision. Former Solicitor General of India, Counsel for Bihar Chief Minister Nitish Kumar, former Prime Minister PV Narasimha Rao and others. Senior Advocate Ranjit Kumar, insightful, unfiltered, candid. Only on Republic TV this weekend.
Is it true, Rahul, that your concept drone was the one that featured in 3 Idiots?
That was very, very long back. That was one of the early prototypes that we were playing around with.
Yes. But did it make you a celebrity? Are you in the film, by the way?
for small snippets, yes, in the background.
You are?
But interesting aspects of Three Idiots that subsequently people will tell us that, oh, you've started a drone company, you must have copied the idea from Three Idiots movie. Soon enough, we ended up trying out creating a 4-rotor flying aircraft, what we popularly call quad rotors today. And we thought we had invented something new that no one has ever done before.
But was it done before?
Yes. A few companies in the US.
Which year would that be?
2003, 2004 is when we were doing it.
You didn't know of the ones that were done in America, don't tell me. No. Really?
Yes.
So you were like doing it with the spirit of invention.
Yes.
This is a pure Three Idiots story going on here, by the way. Huh? You see the parallels?
Yes, yes.
From the Republic Media Network headquarters, it's time for Arnab Goswami on The Debate. Arnab Goswami on The Debate.
At 8 o'clock this evening, the prime witness in the Sandesh Khali case has an accident which is seen to be a conspiracy. His son dies, the driver dies. It's the biggest cover-up, and Mamta Banerjee's mum about it. At 8:30 p.m. tonight, the Luthra brothers on the run. The Luthra brothers on the run. Corruption kills. Corruption is unchecked in this country. At 9 o'clock tonight, we analyze the massive showdown in the Lok Sabha over the SIR as Amit Shah shows Rahul Gandhi the mirror. Ladies and gentlemen, where is justice in this country? Where is public memory in this country? How superfluous have we become? Has the country gone into complete amnesia? Because a year and a half back, the only word every evening on prime time was Sandesh Khali, Sandesh Khali, Sandesh Khali, Sandesh Khali, Sandesh Khali. Let me remind you, in case you've forgotten, Sandesh Khali, where there were allegations of mass rape and sexual exploitation of poor women by a goon of Mamta Banerjee, ladies and gentlemen, called Sheikh Shah Jahan. Sheikh Shah Jahan. You remember the visuals of the women in Sandesh Khali, and you see the picture of the arrogance of Sheikh Shah Jahan as he was walking in after being caught. I'm proud to say that for almost 1 month we fought. And ladies and gentlemen, Republic fought so hard that Mamta Banerjee arrested our reporters because she was being cowardly in her response. Today, the main witness in the Sandesh Khali case was on his way to court with his son when a speeding truck on a wide road comes from the opposite direction, rams his car head on, pushes the car into a water body, drags the car across the road with the sheer velocity of the accident. The eyewitness survives. His name is Bholanath Ghosh, but his son dies and the driver dies on the spot. Ladies and gentlemen, let me explain what's going on here. It's like a scene from a Bollywood movie where a witness is going to court to make a statement. It's exactly real life. And on his way to court, There is an attempt to murder him, but they kill his son instead. The witness survives. We are told now the ED will investigate, the CBI will investigate. The allegations are against a mafia don called Sheikh Shah Jahan. And if Bholanath's testimony were to come out, then not just Sheikh Shah Jahan, but I believe his political mentors will all be in jail. And there's a Bengal election coming up. And everybody knows, ladies and gentlemen, that Mamta Banerjee has supported Sheikh Shah Jahan. She stood on the floor of the Bengal Assembly and supported him. She spoke loudly for him and attacked the entire media and arrested reporters. Mamta Banerjee, do you have the guts to make an open statement on the attempted murder of the Sandesh Khali case witness today? Do you have the guts? This is not an accident. This is not an accident by far, ladies and gentlemen. This witness was going to expose the entire evil and criminal empire of Sheikh Shah Jahan of the Trinamool Congress. And yes, I will call him a man from the Trinamool Congress. So what if he's been suspended? He is from the Trinamool Congress. This is not an accident. The driver was allegedly Shah Jahan's close aide. The truck was allegedly driven by a man called Ali Mullah, a known close associate of Sheikh Shah Jahan. This is not a random killing. The truck, ladies and gentlemen, had a fake number plate, which means it was a well-planned conspiracy. The killer vehicle carried a fake number plate. The documents it had were all expired. It was currently owned by another close associate of Sheikh Shah Jahan. The nature of the collision shows extreme force. A direct attempt at killing the witness. The incident directly benefits the accused, who besides running a multi-hundred crore evil criminal empire sponsored by the Trinamool Congress, also is accused of mass rape. Ladies and gentlemen, Mamta Banerjee is answerable for this. She's the Home Minister of Bengal. She can't expect the people of India to believe that this is an accident. The problem in our country is this, that something's gone wrong with the rest of the media. Either they are compromised, or I don't know, maybe they are taking state government advertising from the Bengal government. But the fact is, this mafia don Sheikh Shah Jahan was encouraged by Mamta Banerjee. Today, the prime witness against that don has survived miraculously, but his son died. Mamta Banerjee has no heart, no empathy. And she's quiet and silent on this. And the Chamcha channels in Bengal do not have the guts to question her. But let me make a prediction tonight. The sun is going to set on the evil empire that she is running. There will be justice. This particular case is not an accident by far. Not only must it be investigated, but the full and detailed links must now be put in public domain. If we are to believe, and here's my advice to the BJP as well, let them not use this incident as political cannon fodder. If they truly believe that this is murder, let them say so. Let them put the pressure that there is an investigation on this matter. Let this not be an issue on which there's only 2 days of political debate. Having said that, let's debate.
A life cut short on a road that turned into a crime scene. This is the body of a man who was on his way to testify in court. Blood spattered across the road, a few meters away from the mangled remains of a car that was thrown off the road due to the impact. This is the car carrying the prime witness, crushed beyond recognition, dragged and dumped into a marshy corner. Early this afternoon, Bholanath Ghosh, The prime witness in the attack on ED officials in Sandesh Khali was critically injured after a truck collided with his car in West Bengal's North 24 Parganas. It was no accident. Eyewitness accounts recall how a speeding truck came head-on, crushed against their car, leaving no room or time for action. The prime witness's younger son, Satyajit, and the driver of his car, Sahanur Molla, were both killed in the accident while on their way to court to testify. The truck dragged the private vehicle and dumped it in a water body adjacent to the road. At the wheel, Asim Molla, an associate of TMC strongman Shah Jahan Sheikh, is now absconding.
মারার প্ল্যান এই যে ভেতরে আছে 9টা 5 এর ভিতরে বয়ার মানে পাবলিশ করলো বলে চক্রান্তটা কে করলো আমি খুবই আমরা ভিডিও করবো না একটু চিন্তা করবেন ভিতরে যে আছে ওখান থেকে ঘুরে এসে আমার সবই ইনচার্জ আছে
One of the key witnesses in the case of Sheikh Shah Jahan has been seriously injured after a truck collided with a vehicle in which the witness was present. His name is Bhola Ghosh. His younger son, who was present in the front seat of that vehicle, lost his life. Now it's alleged that this is a murder conspiracy hatched by Sheikh Shah Jahan from within the jail premises.
The optics, too obvious. The family has alleged that this was a planned attempt to murder Bhola Ghosh and that Shah Jahan pulled the strings from behind bars.
সম্পূর্ণ ইচ্ছা এর আগে থেকেও বিভিন্নভাবে হুমকি দিয়েছিল মারার জন্য ওদের থেকে ওদের বিভিন্ন লোক দ্বারা হুমকি যে শাহজাহান শেখের ওখানে একটাই রাজ চলে শাহজাহান শেখ
Known as the terror of Sandesh Khali, Shah Jahan was arrested by the CBI in connection with an attack on a team of ED officials in January 2024. The attack on the ED team brought into focus Sandesh Khali, a remote corner in the Sundarbans in North 24 Parganas where Shah Jahan Sheikh called the shots. The movement was eventually led by the women of Sandesh Khali, who for years bore the torture of Shah Jahan Sheikh and his associates. A key witness targeted at the heels of a significant hearing. Who ordered the hit job?
Priyanka Tibrewal and Tuhin Sinha of the BJP and Tausif Khan and Niladri Bhattacharya of the Trinamool Congress. The eyewitness against the Trinamool Congress's Sheikh Shah Jahan, the Trinamool Congress leader Sheikh Shah Jahan, the leader of the evil empire against whom there are allegations of mass rape and whom Mamata Banerjee supports. Ladies and gentlemen, the chief eyewitness against him, there's an attempted murder, his son dies. And Mamata Banerjee is so weak that she can't open her mouth on it. Has she said something, Priyanka, today? Can you ask anyone, has she said something?
No, we haven't heard anything
Nothing
from her.
from her. You should. Mamata Banerjee, it's fine. This is how things run in Mamata. Maybe she would be happy if the eyewitness was killed, right? Niladri?
No, but we
She'd be
did hear.
happy. Huh?
We did hear
No.
in 24
No.
when this fellow was arrested.
Okay.
We did hear in 24 when she stood on the in the West Bengal Assembly and said Shah Jahan is a good boy. Attempts are being made to malign him. All this was said by Mamata Banerjee. Arnab, if you remember, I started in 2023 relentlessly working for the people of Sandesh Khali, collecting their complaints, their affidavits, and bringing it before the High Court in Calcutta. Thereafter, the entire incident, this investigation started, the probe started, and thereafter in 24, after January, Sheikh Shahjahan was arrested. But all this goes in vain.
No, let
Why?
me cut the chase.
Because
Was
he's
this a
sitting here
murder?
in jail.
Is this an attempt? 1 minute. Don't go give me the history. Who would
This
try
is
to
murder.
murder? Who would
This
try to
is-
murder the key
Arnab.
eyewitness? It would benefit
It
Sheikh
is
Shahjahan.
none other than
That
Sheikh
means
Shahjahan.
the key witness, the witness's testimony could have not just proved bad for Sheikh Shahjahan, the Trinamool Congress mafia don, but also for the mafia don support base. Maybe for the whole Trinamool Congress. Maybe for Mamata Banerjee, because Mamata Banerjee has been supporting him.
Close aid of Abhishek Banerjee and Mamata Banerjee. He's a close aid. That is the reason the Chief Minister stood in the assembly and said that he's a good boy.
1 minute.
Sons of the prime witnesses has died, but to call it a murder at this stage without the investigation is like putting the cart before the horse.
Niladri, 1 minute. Niladri, I present one fact to you. The truck is driven by a close associate of Sheikh Shahjahan. Is that a direct link?
It is a hearsay statement.
Okay, no,
It is
it's not.
subject to
It's not.
investigation.
The truck
It is
is
subject to
allegedly driven
investigation.
by Alim Mullah. 1 minute. The killer vehicle also has fake number plates
That is a matter
and
of
fake
investigation.
documents.
It is a matter of investigation.
No, but why would that means it's a murder? No, why would it's too much coincidence? No, it's a wide road. It's a wide road. 1 minute. It's a wide road. The road is not narrow. It's a wide road. It's not a winding road. It's not an accident-prone zone. It's a wide road. A truck with a fake number plate and fake documents, driven by a known associate of the Trinamool Congress gangster, the Trinamool Congress mafia don, goes straight into the car in which the chief eyewitness against Sheikh Shahjahan is driving to court, and then drags the car into a water body, pushes it through, pushes it right through. 1 minute.
These are all hearsay
Louder.
statements which are coming up. Let
What
the police
hearsay?
investigate.
These are facts.
Let the police investigate. Just an accident has happened, a horrific accident. But before an investigation, you're drawing conclusions. What kind of a justice is this? Let there be an investigation. Let there be a proper investigation. Let us find out that who has done this. And moreover,
are you blind?
Shahjahan sitting in the prison. Who had pulled the strings? It is a planned, conspired murder. It is a planned, conspired murder.
Louder.
Because somehow he doesn't want that.
I can't hear either. The audio control is very bad. Aditi, can you do something about it? Can you do something about it? Aditi, can you do something about the audio control? Because I can't hear either of the panelists right now. They are both at low volume speaking over each other. So it can be fixed by the audio control. Can it be done? Thank you. Now the question here is, viewers, I'm giving you an
Arnab, this is a planned murder.
Okay.
This is a planned murder because this witness was supposed to speak against Shahjahan. That is the reason he was killed
Now
on
I'll do
his
audio
way.
control again.
Because
I'm
the
going
elections
across
are
to
coming.
Tausif
Sheikh
Khan.
Shahjahan wanted
Tausif, 1 minute. I am not alleging guilt. What I'm saying is, Niladri, thank you. Niladri, thank you. I'm getting Tuhin and Niladri into the debate right now.
No, there are dozens of
You want to listen to my question?
from High Court.
Why don't
as
you
well as
listen to my
Supreme
question?
Court,
My question to you.
which says
My question to you,
that
Tausif. Thank you.
media trial-
Louder my
media
volume,
trial-
lower his volume so he
media
listens to
trial
my
harms
question.
our case
My question
more
to
than
Tausif
anything
tonight
else.
is this.
Therefore,
Tausif.
let us be compliant with the judgment of the Supreme Court and High Court, which forbids media trial. Media trial is forbidden by the highest court of the country as well as various other high courts. Therefore, please do not indulge into media trial. Yes, it's a very unfortunate, tragic accident. And whether it is a murder or an accident, police is investigating. All angles are open.
No. Okay,
Yes,
thank you,
please
Tausif. Now here's a question. Don't be defensive. The fact of the matter is the eyewitnesses and the police say that the truck came speeding from the opposite direction, hit the car head on, dragged it along the road and pushed it into a water body. Dragging a car across the road requires sustained velocity and force, indicating murderous recklessness at minimum and extremely aggressive impact at worst. The crash has delayed the testimony. An attempt has been made to remove a key witness from the immediate legal availability, introduced uncertainty into a case deadline, and attempted to protect Sheikh Shahjahan. I want to know why anyone would want to murder the key witness to protect the Trinamool Congress mafia don. Ladies and gentlemen, wake. I want you to open your eyes, and everybody who wanted Mamata Didi to become Prime Minister of India, see what is happening under her watch. This is murder. at the least and much more at the worst. Tuhin, they're refusing to accept that this is a potential attempt to murder the key witness in the Sandesh Khali case.
Arnab, this is not the first time when the TMC government in Bengal comes across as overtly pro-criminal and anti-victim. This is not the first time when the Chief Minister of Bengal, Mamata Banerjee, instead of conducting herself as a responsible Chief Minister, seems to be behaving like the head of a crime empire. You know, obviously the details you provide of the accident, which does not seem to be an accident, it seems like an attempted murder, are too ghastly. But where is the sensitivity from this government? You know, instead of ordering an investigation, they seem to have they are completely indifferent. And of course, there is a history. From 5th January 2024 until 29th February 2024, for a good 55 days, Sheikh Shah Jahan was shielded by the TMC government. And what is the TMC link over here? An open link. Jyoti Priya Malik, TMC minister, for whom Sheikh Shah Jahan was executing the food distribution scam. So there is a very clear TMC link over here. Instead of protecting the witness, it seems, has been sacrificed. There is a very clear attempt. And, you know, there are strange similarities in most of the high-profile cases. Victim shaming by Mamata Banerjee herself, whether it was the 2012 Park Street rape case or the recent rape case in Durgapur, victim shaming. You know, when it comes to the RG Kar hospital, we saw a similar pattern, how she tried to shield the alleged culprit for a good 1 month till the court intervention made it impossible. So it is high time the TMC government starts behaving like a government instead of a crime empire, because when it comes to Sandesh Khali, let me tell you that nobody will be spared. The CBI investigation is moving at great speed and in the right direction, and obviously the buck stops right at the top with the Chief Minister's office.
Ladies and gentlemen, let me paraphrase this, in India's most high-profile case of Sandesh Khali, in which a Trinamool Congress leader faces allegations of mass rape and creating, with the support of the Mamata Banerjee government, a large evil mafia syndicate. A person who, most unfortunately, Mamata Banerjee went to the length of going on the floor of the State Assembly and strongly supporting. A person to protect whom Mamata Banerjee even got reporters of Republic Bangla arrested. An evil man who carries out extortion, rape, attempt to murder, organized crime, illegal fish farming, cartelization, parallel economy, terrorization. Now, such a man has one witness against him, and that one witness, there was an attempt to murder that witness today. I wonder sometimes, Niladri, if you are not ashamed, because clearly the Trinamool Congress is no longer a party that feels shame for anything, are you not afraid of what will happen after you lose power? What will happen to all these evil people after they lose power? What will happen when you lose power? I want to just look forward. Suppose you've lost power and that 3% gap, which you won because of that 3% gap, is gone. And you lose power in Bengal. What will happen to this whole mafia that's operating here?
Arnab, to answer you, whether TMC loses power or not, the election, the ballot box will decide, and we are very confident that we are again coming back to power in this next session.
So how many people will die in that process?
Here, you are trying to basically finalize that this is a murder without a proper investigation being held. You give us the opportunity to have the investigation.
Okay, if I believe, no, 1 minute. Do you believe it's an accident? Do you believe it's an accident? 1 minute. Priyanka, ask him if he believes this is an accident.
Whose witness he was?
I'm asking you, do you believe it's an accident?
Rights of shamelessness.
And for the record,
instead of having any empathy, we didn't hear anything from the Chief Minister.
It was the Bengal police who arrested Sheikh Shah Jahan. The CBI and the ED couldn't find him for 54 days.
Niladri, I expected better from you. Niladri, Mr. Niladri, I expected better from you as a human being. Instead of showing empathy, you are shamelessly saying that you will come back to power. Why? Because you are killing people. Women are being raped.
Priyanka, you don't come and tell us that this is a murder. We are open for everything. If it is a
you want to come back to power by doing all this. It's a matter of shame. The Chief Minister defended somebody like Shah Jahan, not just
tolerance for all
but
this.
many other perpetrators.
Please understand.
But many other
You
perpetrators
can
who are involved in this kind of crime. And this has become the nature in West Bengal.
Whether
that the sitting chief
this is a
minister
crime or not, and who has committed the crime, let the criminals be caught. Let the investigation be held.
That you will be a little empathetic towards somebody who has just lost his son.
Blaming the government
And you
for
having a
investigation.
background from law.
What kind of a forum is this?
To witness, to stand for somebody who was somebody who was a criminal.
Viewers, if anyone says, Niladri, let me tell you, if anyone believes that this is an accident, I would like to open the phone lines and like them to talk to me and explain. This is not an accident, viewers. There has been an attempt at murdering. Thank God that attempt has failed, but the eyewitness's son, the witness's son has died. You think all these crimes are not going to pile up? You think all the impact of all these evil crimes, an attempt to kill the eyewitness, do you think this bundle of evil crimes will not pile up? Did it not pile up for Uddhav Thackeray, Parambir Singh? You remember at one time Uddhav Thackeray and Parambir Singh thought they would get away with everything?
It did not pile up.
Did they not? Oh, it did not pile up. Okay, no, it won't pile up. So Tausif says the crimes will not pile up. Tuhin.
Not pile up.
Such a, I mean, it's
such
shameful.
an insensitive
It's shameful
comment.
the way TMC is conducting itself. Forget outside forget outside. Even on your show, the way they are conducting themselves. One of their representatives says that we are going to win the election, next election, come what may. The other is saying the crimes won't pile up. This normalization of dreaded crimes under the watch of Mamata Banerjee is scary. And obviously, it has support from the biggest leaders of TMC, Abhishek Banerjee, Mamata Banerjee, all of whom are behind protecting Sheikh Shah Jahan. We have seen it in the 55 days. One of the panelists over here was claiming it took CBI 55 days. Of course, it took 55 days because you were hiding Sheikh Shah Jahan. It was only after the High Court intervened and made it inescapable for you to arrest him that you finally caved in. And even after his arrest, we have seen how he was given 5-star treatment. Imagine a criminal accused of mass rapes. Imagine a criminal accused of murder. He was treated like a hero by the TMC, because obviously that is what TMC has reduced itself to. In every district, their plan is to manufacture a Sheikh Shah Jahan who can unleash their crime model upon the poor. And most of these victims, again, are Hindus. So I think it's high time, TMC behaves itself. TMC tries to conduct itself and I have said it in the past that they are temperamentally incapable, not meant to exist in a modern democracy. But every time, they prove it with their actions and with their conduct on television shows.
Well, Tuhin, I'd only say that as much as this is a travesty of justice, it's also a travesty of justice that the BJP government in Goa, ladies and gentlemen, has been able to do nothing. And the BJP government in Delhi also has been able to do nothing, as the Luthra brothers, who are responsible for the murder of 25 people, the Luthra brothers, responsible, ladies and gentlemen, for the murder of 25 people in Goa, ran away. As I said yesterday, they're going to pull their legal strings. They are picking very expensive lawyers to protect themselves. But the Republic investigation today has exposed the uncomfortable truths of how corruption and only corruption led to the nightclub fire.
On December 6th, the glittering facade of Birch by Romeo Lane nightclub shattered into smoke and screams. Corruption killed 25 people. A basement turned into a gas chamber, triggered by electric firecrackers, amid zero fire exit, no alarms and no fire extinguishers.
The maximum अगर आप देखेंगे तो 5 मिनट के अंदर पूरा हॉल 5 मिनट के अंदर पूरा हॉल जल गया था, जिसमें से बहुत कम लोग बाहर आ पाए, बाकी वो बेसमेंट की साइड चले गए
This wasn't just an accident. It was murder by negligence, a result of corruption. A web of corruption that let the guilty flee 2 hours after the fire broke out. Tickets booked. 6 hours later, the flight had taken off for Phuket. The Luthra brothers, Saurabh and Gaurav, built an empire on deceit. The co-owner of the Birch Club now arrested. Documents with Republic show how greed and corruption let their empire grow in Goa.
क्या कह रहा है क्या कहोगे लगातार वो अपने फेस को कवर करके आ रहे हैं
Their Romeo Lane chain spanning Delhi to Goa were built as a part of the 42 shell companies registered from a single Delhi address, a way for tax evasion, money laundering and regulatory dodging. No fire audit for years, forged clearances, illegal buildings on government land, all waived through corruption.
Trade license issued to Birch nightclub without measures and norms in place. Demolition order issued but in vain because the case gets stuck in the Directorate of Panchayat. 3 officers suspended as the lapses were seen. On the other hand, a safety net was built for Luthra brothers at all levels. According to the sources, senior bureaucrats intervened the investigations ordered by a then PI of Anjuna and Crime Branch.
Sources tell Republic it was a clear senior officers and politician nexus shielded the Luthra brothers. Something that the Chief Minister is contradicting himself on.
का ऐसे सीनियर ऑफिस ने रोका है ऐसे कभी सामने नहीं आया है तो डेफिनेटली उसके ऊपर जितने सारे कंप्लेंट्स थी उसके ऊपर ऑलरेडी इंक्वायरी हो रही है कि इंक्वायरी में ऐसा कुछ आया तो वी विल टेक द एक्शन ऑन देम आल्सो
बट देयर रिपोर्ट्स सर ऑलरेडी
डेफिनेटली मैं कहता हूं कि पूरे इंक्वायरी से इस तरह का कोई रिपोर्ट आया तो उसके ऊपर भी हम एक्शन लेंगे.
Have we failed as a nation to tackle corruption?
Spokesperson Kalwa Sujata Gupta is joining from Hyderabad. Spokesperson of the AAP, Siddharth Sharma is from Delhi. Raghu Wagmare is Chief National Spokesperson of the Shiv Sena.
Sir, voice loud nahi hai.
And I'll be louder, Ms. Gupta. And Raman Malik is pro-BJP. Can I have him? Can I have the 4 windows with the 4 top bands? Thank you very much. Not directing henceforth. Camera a little bit to the left. Aditi, can I start anchoring and stop directing? Thank you. Now, Dr. Raju Wagmare, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
So clearly this was corruption that was going on under the BJP government in Goa. The open corruption. Open corruption, like Congress used to be corrupt earlier, now BJP is corrupt. Because all of these cases, had it been a Congress government, by now BJP would be talking about it. Because it's a BJP government, BJP spokespersons also don't speak up. Anytime the questions are uncomfortable, BJP does not want to answer. So, how much money was paid which led to this killing in your view? Because estimates are ranging from 1 crore to 10 crores of bribes that were paid here.
I think if you look into the situation in Goa, that in there, not a single department has been involved. There are many departments has been involved. The departments which give license